I do nights, not by choice at first. It was the shift they had open, and the one I could take without messing up my other jobs. The building is a small community college on the edge of town. It has 4 floors, a theater that smells like dust and velvet, and a long hallway lined with classrooms that all look the same after midnight. Whiteboards, plastic chairs, old posters curling at the corners, 2 vending machines that hum like they are trying hard to stay alive. My keys are on a blue lanyard. It says staff in block letters. It squeaks when it rubs my jacket zipper. That sound and the squeak of my shoes are the sounds of my night. The rest is the breath of the air system, the click of lights flipping off row by row, and sometimes the hollow sound of pipes taking a drink. The job is simple. Lock the rooms, check the windows, empty the small trash cans if they are full of fast food wrappers or dead pens. Wipe the boards if the daytime instructors forgot. Set the alarm at the main entrance at 2 in the morning. I walk the building like I live inside a clock, doing the same things at the same times. No one else around. The classroom where this started is 214, second floor. End of the east wing. It has a narrow window in the door and a whiteboard that takes a whole wall. When I first took the night shift, this room still had chalk dust in the grooves of the floor baseboards, but the board itself is modern. White, glossy, marker only. There's a cabinet for dry erase pens, a little bottle of board cleaner, a spray that smells like hospital soap. The first odd thing was small. The whiteboard had a date in the corner in neat numbers. Monday, it said. Even though it was Sunday night, I figured an instructor had prepped. We all prepped. The marker was still uncapped under the tray, and the room had that faint marker smell, sweet and fake. I checked, shrugged, and wiped the board down. The second night, the date said Tuesday. It was Monday then. I wiped it again. The third night, Wednesday. I laughed, but it hit a dull place inside my chest. Someone was getting ready ahead. Someone who never left the board messy. Someone who liked the corner on the right and lined up their numbers straight as a ruler edge. I tried not to care. I wiped and sprayed, wiped again until the ghost of the marker faded. I took one last look before I pulled the door closed. Maybe this is when I saw it first. Maybe it was the fourth night. The board glass throwing back the room to me. A faint world inside the gloss. I leaned close, checking for streaks. My face, my jacket, the square of the door window behind me. And then a sleeve, not mine. Dark cloth. Pale smudge on the elbow like powder. Chalk. I blinked. I moved. My reflection moved, but the sleeve seemed a half-beat slow, and that powder stayed. I wiped, the spray bead up, white drops trembling. When I pulled the cloth away, the chalk smear had not changed. It was only in the reflection, not on the actual glass. That night, I did not lock 2 to 14 first. I went down the hall and did the others, one at a time, like walking away was an answer. The building felt too quiet. The lights hummed above me. The floor felt hollow, like a stage over an empty space. When I got back to 214, I told myself I was just tired. I locked the door and walked on. The next night, I had a plan. I brought my phone. I put it on the teacher's desk and set it to time-lapse. I aimed it at the board. I wasn't going to say anything to my boss. I wasn't going to sound crazy. I just wanted to know if the date came before me or while I was doing rounds. If it was someone with a second key or a habit of cutting corners. I started my walk. I emptied a trash bin filled with skeins of hair from some salon class. I wiped a coffee ring off one Osro 9. I paused, ears up like a dog, when I thought I heard someone make a sound. One small, soft tap somewhere on the floor above. Footsteps, or the building settling. 1, 2, 3. I counted, then laughed at myself and kept moving. When I came back up, I opened 214 with the phone still propped on its kickstand. The board had the date in the corner, one day ahead, as if someone had flipped the page of a calendar only inside this room. I swallowed. I closed the door, sat at the desk, and watched the sped-up video. At first, it showed me leaving, the door closing, the room empty in that stretched, strange way time-lapse makes empty rooms. The lights buzzed in bright pulses. Dust motes swam like fish. The clock above the board trembled in tiny jumps. Then there was a shift. No new shape. No hand. The marker cap rolled an inch by itself, and a line drew itself neat across the corner. The numbers wrote themselves like they were already there, fading into view from the top down. 12, 5, 2, the month, then the day. I watched the clip twice. The cap rolling was what got me. It was a cheap, dry erase cap. It didn't even fit right. It should not roll without a push. Sometimes, floors tilt and pens go for a small journey toward the gap by the heater. But the cap went a smooth, slow half-turn. It rolled like something held it and put it down carefully. I stood up with my knees feeling loose. The board looked back at me, clean except for that new date, the corner neat as a haircut. In the glass, my face looked older than it was. Light at night makes everyone look worn. I lifted my phone like a shield, like it could save me if something moved. "Hello," I said. It was stupid. My voice hit the board and died. The vents exhaled above me. Far down the hall, something clattered in a different room. Just one tiny sound, like a plastic cap falling on a desk. The next day, I Googled old photos of the building. I found a forum post where someone had uploaded a picture from 10 years ago. The same room had a chalkboard then, that green-black slate with a wood tray. White powder dusted the tray and the floor. A teacher in the photo held a piece of chalk between two fingers and smiled like this room was the best part of their day. The forum post said the college renovated 2 years after that. All boards replaced. Some instructors missed the sound of chalk on slate, but no one missed coughs. I told myself that was all this was. A habit stuck to a space. Some instructor planning ahead even after they were gone. Something not spooky, just a memory folded into the building somehow. There are weird drafts. There are weird noises. There are buildings that hold on to old shapes like a heavy sweater that never quite fits right after a wash. That night, I brought 2 markers, one black, one red, and I made my own date in the left corner. I drew a small star next to it. I wanted to see if the right corner would still get used or if my mark would get replaced. I took a picture of the board with my phone and looked at it too many times. When I came back after my rounds, there were 2 dates. Mine left. The new one, right? The right one was a day ahead. Like always, I felt an odd tug in my ribs, a small drop like an elevator at a low floor. I wiped the right one with slow strokes. In the reflection, there it was again. That sleeve, dark, powder pale on the elbow. It was like the image of someone had gotten stuck behind the glass, like a fly in amber. The next week, I started to hear footsteps before the east wing staircase. Not always, not patterns. Sometimes they stopped when I stopped and started when I started. A weird echo. Sometimes I would hear them up on the 3rd floor while I was still on the 2nd. On a Tuesday, I went up to check and the 3rd floor lights flickered when I stepped off the stairs. Just for a blink, I breathed out and thought, okay, lights do that. Buildings do that. People do not need to live in fear of squeaks and flickers. I met the night guard twice. Her name is Marla. She does this route like she could do it asleep. She knows which doors stick in the humidity and which ones swing with a tap. I asked her if she had ever had issues with the East Wing. As in what? She said. As in doors unlocking themselves. She lifted her eyebrows. False alarm sometimes, she said. Static gets in the panel. Gentle swirl in the wiring. Heat kicks in and you'd think someone leaned on the glass. But no. We got rats in the basement. They chew. That is the only movement I know. I wanted to say that the marker moved itself under a camera. I wanted to say the sleeve in the glass had chalk and I could smell slate, which made no sense. But I chewed my words and nodded. Right, I said. Rats. After that, I stopped trying to prove it to anyone. I started to leave the right corner alone. If the date wanted to be there, it could be there. It didn't hurt me. It didn't throw chairs around the room or bang doors. It didn't murmur threats. It just wanted the right corner. The problem is that it didn't stop there. Other details began to appear. Little lines underlining words like homework due. A line that read, Pop quiz Thursday, even though it was Wednesday night. A list that had absent W. I stood and looked at that one for a long time. I am W. I had not told the board that. It didn't know me, not really, but the ink looked steady, like a teacher who did not guess but knew. I erased that fast. My heart hard in my throat. Marker squeak, cloth rasp. My hand left a greasy smear. I rewrote, have a good day, and drew a smiley face like I could make the mood change if I wanted. That was when the reflection became more than a sleeve. It was still faint, still not bright like my own. But in the glossy board, I saw a shoulder and the slope of the neck. A jawline, maybe. Something like a person standing where I stood, but not exactly. The chalk dust on the sleeve was the clearest part. It rubbed off in a pale patch, as if the person had leaned on the board too long while thinking. "Who are you?" I whispered to glass. I did not expect an answer. I did not want one. I wanted to talk like people talk sometimes when they are alone in a place with too much air. I wrote it though, in small letters under the date. "Who are you?" No answer that night. I came in the next night with a silly hope. The board was blank except for the date on the right. I turned away to spray the desk with citrus cleaner. It comforted me a little, that smell. When I looked back, there were letters, "Stay after." The handwriting was plain, not like the date, stiffer. It leaned forward like it was in a hurry to get somewhere. I locked the other rooms fast. The hallway seemed longer, stretched. My feet made a tired rhythm that felt too loud. The east wing is far from the main stairs. You can't hear the lobby from there. When I came back, the room felt colder. The air system had changed its hum. It sounded higher, like a whistle held back by a tight throat. I closed the door behind me and clicked the lock. I never click the lock when I'm inside a room. It was a habit I did not know I had until I broke it. I stood in the middle of the room and felt small. The big board, the low clock, the rows of chairs like a field of empty faces. "All right," I said, "I'm after." The lights popped in the long fixture above the windows. I flinched. The fluorescence settled. Something tapped in the hallway. It sounded like a marker cap flicking against a desk. The seconds on the clock didn't tick. This clock is digital, hard red numbers. It made no sound. It changed from 12:01 to 12:02 while I watched, and then back to 12:01. I rubbed my eyes. 12:02 again. On the board, a new line wrote itself slow, like a finger pressing a seam into a sheet. "Roll the date." I looked at the corner. "Wednesday," the board said, even though it was Tuesday night. I pulled the black marker out of the tray and capped, and uncapped it for a dumb long time. Not writing, not moving, just clicking the cap until it squealed. "How?" I said. Back, forward. A line slid under the words, "Roll the date" like an underline. Then it wrote in the same thin letters, "Back." My hand shook. I wiped the corner out. The cleaner felt cool through the cloth. I wrote Tuesday. The room's breath changed. The air seemed to pull into the vents and hold there. The hairs on my arms felt light, standing up. In the glass, the third person showed more. A brow, a hollow around eyes, that chalk bloom on the sleeve. It looked like they were looking down to see what I wrote. Only a step out of time, a step to the side. The shadow of their mouth lifted. Not a smile, but the start of words. The board wrote, "Thank you." Then, "Please, please." My mouth went dry. "Please what?" I said. My voice sounded small in that bright room. The marker rolled an inch toward the center. The letters uncurled. "Open the door when it knocks." I stared at the door. It was shut. The narrow window showed nothing but the hall dim lights and the shadow of the stairwell door frame. I shook my head. "No," I said. "No one knows I'm in here. No, that is not a thing I do." The room listened. The vent blew a long, small sound, like wind through grass. The first knock came soft. I felt it more than heard it, a push through the metal like a palm flat against it. I looked at the window. It was the same view. The knock came again, and the hinges ticked. I decided to be a person with a rule. My rule: I do not open doors for knocks in a locked building after midnight. I wrote on the board in a childish hand, because my hand could not make a straight line. No, I underlined it. I felt brave for 1 second, like a child with a stick brandished at a dog. The room did not care how I felt. The third knock sounded different. Not hands, not knuckles. It sounded like a chalkboard eraser smacking the wood tray. That sound is in my bones from school. It came twice more. Whoom. Sap ran cold through me. I made one small step toward the door and stopped. The board wrote fast. Bell. Wait for bell. I stared up at the digital clock. Its numbers were steady now. It said 12:05, then 12:06. My heart was trying to climb my throat. There was no bell in this building at night. The day bell is on a timer. The night is free of bells. It is one long bell that never rings. The no word I wrote looked dumb and helpless on the glossy surface. In the reflection, the chalk sleeve person lifted their arms slow, like they were going to write over my word. I pressed the cloth flat. I am not opening anything, I said. My voice was a dry leaf scraping pavement. The hallway stayed quiet. The room stayed bright. Time moved like an animal testing a trap. On my phone, a notification blinked. A calendar reminder for the morning shift to set out a sign-up sheet. I tapped it off with my thumb. My thumb shook. I realized I had been standing with my hand on the board the whole time. When I pulled away, a white dust-lined powder light streaked the side of my jacket. Not marker. Marker smears gray and greasy. This was dry and fine. Chalk. I sat down. I sat down because my legs felt wrong. They felt like they were made of water. I breathed slow until my ribcage remembered how to be an ordinary box for air. The bell did not ring that night. The knocks did not come again. The board said nothing else. After a while, I unlocked the door and stood with my hand on the knob and waited to feel foolish. I locked up and left. The hallway swallowed my shoes. I told the alarm panel good night. I told the vending machine I would not buy a candy bar. It told me nothing back. It glowed. At home, I slept badly. My mind dragged that room with it like a sled. I dreamed of a line on a board that rolled forward while I wiped it, a loop that never ended. I woke up 3 times and thought I heard a bell when there was no bell. I kept going back. I had to. It was my job. I went with a plan the next night, the simplest plan. I taped a sheet of paper over the right corner. I wrote, "Do not write here," on the paper. I taped more paper above it and below it so the layer would be thick. Then I locked the room and walked the rest of my rounds. In the quiet of the stairwell, I heard something like breathing, not mine. It was a soft in-out that matched mine for a few cycles, then went a half beat off. It lived in the space between the second and third steps, that hollow place where sound folds. It stopped when I stopped. I went back to 2 to 14 in a hurry. Without letting myself look like I was in a hurry, the tape held. The paper was smooth. I felt triumph, like a little kid who thinks they outsmarted a cat. I stood and smirked in a stupid way, and then I saw my smirk in the reflection and hated my own mouth. I yanked the tape and the paper away. On the board underneath, the date shone clean. It had not written over the paper. It had written under it. White letters on new whiteboard shine. Black marker, thin and neat. One day ahead. I wanted to be angry. Being angry would be easier than feeling spooked and small. But my anger fell apart like wet tissue when I tried to lift it. I brought up an old ladder from the supply room and climbed slow and careful, and ran my hand along the top of the board. Dust, not marker dust, chalk. The soft scratch of it got on my skin. I rubbed it between my fingers and felt a long, odd sadness, like the thought that there are words you do not get to say again, but they hang in the air anyway. In the cabinet, shoved behind the marker box, I found something nobody used anymore. A felt eraser for chalkboards. Old. The side had a peel of wood lifting. It smelled of dust and a faint old perfume like someone's clean laundry from a life ago. I wondered who had put it there. A teacher who missed the old board. A maintenance person who kept old things in case. I lifted the eraser, and my hand came away with powder on it, pale like the inside of a shell. I brushed it off. The powder made a small cloud. It looked like smoke. It was nothing like smoke, but for a second, my body remembered the fire alarms 2 floors over from the kitchen when someone burned toast once, and I tasted metal. On the board someone had written, while I stood with the old eraser in my hand, "Do not erase." It took me too long to figure out I had not seen the letters form. I had looked away, and they had that slight thinness that all the self-writing lines have. A crisp edge, like they had been carved into the light. "I have to," I said. "I have to clean the room for tomorrow." It wrote, tomorrow. We needed. Whoever this was kept saying we, not I. That pronoun scratched at me. I lifted my chin and tried to speak like I was not afraid. "Who is we?" The reply came slow, like someone had to pull it through a small hole. "We are early. We are tired. We are sorry." I put the chalk eraser down gently, like it could break. I took up the soft cloth. "This is a whiteboard," I said, like that could be a law that made the rest untrue. "You cannot be here. Chalk goes with chalkboards. You cannot write in a place that moved on." The word in the corner snapped into a differently neat hand. The same hand as the date. It wrote in long, assured strokes. We always prepped the day ahead. I stared at that capital W. It was beautiful, like they had learned to write when teachers still graded the look of letters. I touched the board with my fingertips and left heat behind. I wondered what the board would write if I pushed the date ahead by a week. Would the real day run to catch it? Would my life leave me behind? The next day, a real thing happened that was small but needle sharp. In room 103, the printed schedule on the desk had a red pen note. Fire drill. Thursday, 10:20 a.m. The board in 214 had written that Thursday would have a fire drill too. I saw both. I shrugged. Of course the instructor knows. Then Thursday came, and I was off. And Friday night when I came in, the board in 214 had another neat line. Good job on the stairwell. I had held the stairwell door open on Thursday morning for students who moved slow. I had said, "It's okay, take your time," to a man with a cane. I had not told anyone about it. I had not said it out loud to my phone or to anyone. 214 said good job, and my stomach went cold like someone had put a metal spoon inside me. I felt followed. I heard the little echo footsteps more. The seconds between lights clicking on when I opened. Locked doors felt like long holes. In the bathroom, I looked up at the ceiling vent and thought it was an eye. I laughed at that thought. I laughed soft, so I wouldn't echo. I brought a notebook. I wrote in it while I sat in 21014. I wrote about old chalk and clean whiteboard. I wrote about seeing a day ahead roll into place like a tide. I wrote questions and answers like I was in a dialogue class. Who are you? No name. What do you want? To be on time. On time for what? Class. What class? You know. I did not know. Or I did, and I did not want to write it. The next night, an extra sheet of paper sat under the board cleaner bottle. It was a photocopy. Someone had left it, or the wind had pushed it there from somewhere else, or none of that, and it was a gift from the room. It was a scan of a class roster from years ago, names and blank spaces to mark attendance, section, night literature, instructor, W, last name empty, the letter like an open hand. I kept the copy and told myself I found it in the lost paper bin. I slid it into my notebook behind my other notes. I did not want to show it to anyone. I did not want anyone to tell me they recognized the handwriting. I wanted this to be private, small, a storm that would pass. It did not pass. Around midnight on a rain-flattened Saturday, my phone buzzed. No service. The building does that when weather stacks on the hills. I sat in 2-14 and tried to draw simple shapes in the corners of my paper. Squares go off when my mind goes off. They bring it back. The board behind me rasped a sound. I turned. It had written under the date, "Today we will talk about endings." I almost smiled. That is the kind of thing my old teachers wrote. Big, grand, like it matters to talk about endings at midnight under fluorescent lights. The line after was smaller. Stay to hear the bell. I should have said no and left. I should have put the cap on the marker and my keys in my hand and walked down the stairwell with my head high. But the air in the hall had gone strange again. The vents breathing like they had a cold. It is easy to say what you should do when you are not alone in a long square room with a long tall board that knows something about you. It is harder to do the good thing when you feel like doing the wrong thing is the only way to make the pressure behind your eyes stop. I stayed. 1 o'clock came, then 1:20. The red numbers climbed. The hum lifted, fell, lifted. Footsteps once in the hall, as if someone walked past and set a coin on the floor outside and kept going. The board wrote nothing else. My eyes burned. The room seemed to tilt a little, like a ship. At 1:33 exactly, not a second off, the bell rang. It did not ring from the ceiling speakers. It did not ring from a phone. It did not ring from any place I could point at. The sound was inside the wall, inside the gloss, inside the glass. It was bright and simple. A single chime like a small metal bowl being struck by a bone stick. It lasted long enough to be real and stopped. A fourth knock. It had been hours since the last ones. 4 times. Soft, steady. The hairs on my neck did what they do in cold wind. I stood and went to the door. I did not look through the window. I put my palm flat on the door and felt nothing at all. No heat, no cold. The knock came again, matched to my breath. In and out. 4 beats. I opened the door. The hall looked the same. The floor was the same tile, the walls the same color. But the air had a different smell. A layered dust smell under the fresh paint smell. It smelled like old chalkboard trays. It smelled like damp chalk in a cardboard box. It smelled like wool coat in a closet. I stuck my head out and glanced left and right. No one. I stepped into the hall. Because I am foolish, or because I am too brave, or because this is a story that wants me to go. That is the best I can do to explain it. When I turned back, the window in the door showed a room that was mine and not mine. The chairs were wood, not plastic. The board was slate, not white. A person stood at it, and their sleeve was dark and dusted. The rest of them was blur and light, like I had water in my eyes. They raised their hand with chalk held between 2 fingers. They wrote Wednesday in a clean hand, as if it had always been Wednesday where they were. I lifted my hand and pressed my palm to the glass. It felt cold like a winter car window. The person inside did not look at me. They wrote on the board, then paused, tilted their head like they were counting the seconds. The ring came like the ring had just come for me. They nodded, opened the door that was my door in their world, and stepped out of my sight. I watched an empty room with slate and wood then, a quiet museum of school. I waited for them to come into the hall where I stood. No one did. I stood until my back hurt. I went back in. The room was whiteboard and plastic again. The smell of dust was gone. The smell of fake citrus and dry erase was strong. The board had the date right corner, 1 day ahead. It also had a list. Absent. Ablu. We waited. Here is where I almost told someone. I almost sent a message to Marla and said, please, come up to the East Wing. Bring a normal person. Bring a joke. I almost left a note on the instructor's desk for the morning teacher that said, if you hear a bell at 1:33 a.m., you are not alone. I almost wrote on the board, come back when I am braver. I did none of that. I sat down and put my forehead on my arms and breathed slow until my head emptied out. I thought about the person in the old room. I thought about being 1 day ahead forever, always reaching for a class that is always 1 tiny day away, never catching it. I thought about how long someone could stand that. The next nights, I tried to do what the board wanted. I rolled the date back when it asked. I wiped only when it said, okay. I stood at the door when it said stand. I waited for bell when it said bell. Sometimes the bell did not come. Sometimes it rang a thin, cracked thing, like it was underwater. Once it rang twice in a row, like someone hit a metal bowl, then tapped a glass cup. The world in the board took shape in pieces. Like a puzzle, someone is shaking as they try to finish. I saw a desk with a carved word on it. I saw the shadow of a student's shoulder. I saw a projector that could not be modern, with a reel that caught the light like a silver fish. I saw a hand set a paper stack down, and the paper corners matched the paper I'd found under my bottle. The chalk dust on the sleeve never went away. It was the brightest thing. I asked more questions and got more answers. Always short, always tired. Where are you? Classroom name? We do not say it. Why me? You lock the door. What happens if I open without the bell? We are not on time. What happens if we are on time? We leave. This act of leave was the first time it said something that sounded like ending. It sounded like a thing that could resolve. It landed in me like a stone that does not sink at once, just sits on top of water and makes ripples until it falls. I asked, where do you go? The board paused. The vent made almost a laugh. It wrote, home. I do not know why that hurt. Maybe because home is what I come to the building to avoid, and also what I miss when I am there. Maybe because home is a word you cannot argue with. Maybe because I believed it. I made mistakes. One night, I erased the date early because the smell of marker was giving me a headache, and I wanted to be done. The reflection of the sleeve went grey, almost gone, like someone turned a dimmer switch. The room felt too quiet, too still, as if it were trying not to breathe to make me notice. The clock changed from 12:13 to 12:12. The numbers went backward and then forward again, embarrassed, like hiccups. I put the date back as soon as I saw. It brightened. The silly way to say it is that. The reflection was clearer. The chalk was whiter. My eyes burned, and I wiped them with my knuckle and pretended it was allergies. Another night, I opened at the knock before the bell because I was mad at the idea that I was ruled by a chime that nobody else could hear. The hall outside felt wrong, like air in a late summer room before a thunderstorm. My skin prickled. I closed the door fast, and a second later the bell rang. I said sorry out loud to a board, which is a sentence a person should try not to ever have to say. It wrote back, it is okay. The word okay in chalk or marker is a small soft thing. Then there was the night the board changed the lesson. I did not know it had lessons. It had dates and comments and weird, bland columns for absences. But it wrote at the top, slow like it was thinking while the marker moved. Tonight, the story of the guy in the attic. Then under that, note, tell him gently. I stood very still and listened to everything inside my chest. Tell me what? I asked. A beat. 2. The clock lifted a minute and dropped it. The board wrote, they think we burned. A smile that was nothing but muscle twitched at my mouth. There was a fire here, I said. I knew there had been kitchen smoke. I knew alarms and false alarms. I did not know a real one. No, yes, no fire. Light and smoke in the hall. The thought of getting lost in smoke is one I have on winter nights when I wake and the world is quiet as a sock. The board did not say more. The next line appeared at an angle. Hurried. He had a key like yours. He went up and nobody found him. In a building with attic spaces and stairwells and dumb locked doors, people can get lost. I pictured a person with a key on a blue lanyard, my blue lanyard, with a ring of keys, my ring, with hands, my hands, going up and up into a space that held heat above the ceiling and never finding the right door to come down again. Is he with you? I asked. The board wrote, maybe. I brought a box fan and set it low on the floor so it would push air in a soft, steady line at my ankle when I stood by the board. The air helps when a room feels tight. The fan clicked when it turned in the socket like it had loose teeth. It did nothing but push dust back and forth across the floor. The dust glowed in light. Marla texted me one night while I was in 214. You good? She wrote. She only did that when the motion sensor under the main stairs caught something. I said, yeah. And then, did you see anything on the camera? And she sent me a photo of an empty set of stairs. It looked like how empty looks when someone has just moved through it. That is a useless description. It is what I have. On the day after the attic story, I went up to the third floor stairs and looked for any place that could open. There was a door with a sign painted over. No handle, no lock, no dust on the frame, like the door had been taken out and a false one put in its place. I tapped. It sounded like a wall. I went back down, feeling foolish, and watched. I did not like that word watched on my tongue. It tasted like metal. I kept my notebook and in it counted the seconds between footsteps that might be mine and might not. I kept the copy of the roster. I kept a piece of chalk I picked up from the top of the whiteboard one night. One I could not explain. A small white nub that marked my palm with a moon when I held it. I kept my phone on silent and turned the brightness down so the glass wouldn't make bright rectangles in the dark. The bell rang most nights now. The knuckles knocked. If they were knuckles, in fours. The board asked for the date to be rolled back and thanked me when I did it. The reflection of the sleeve sometimes shook, and I thought of tiredness as a thing you can see on a person like dust. They cannot wipe off. I started to see my name on the board more often. W. Late. W. Absent. W. Good. It made my insides twist. I wanted to tell it to write my whole name or none. I wanted to tell it to leave me out. I also wanted it to write my name again so I would not be alone in there with a letter. I started to think. They wanted me to do one last thing. Not just roll dates and wait for the bell. Something else. Do you need the door open and held? Is that it? I asked. I stood with my palm on the metal like it could feel me through. The board drew a line as if underlining a thought that had been written a long time ago. Wait for the bell, and then stay in the doorway. One night, a new hand wrote on the board. All the writing so far had two hands, the neat date hand and the thin, hurried we hand. This third hand moved like water over stones. Light, easy, a little show-off in it, like someone who always tells jokes in class. It wrote, "This is very weird." I laughed out loud. I could not stop it. It sounded like coughing. I said, "Yes." The same hand wrote, "Keep doing it. You're doing good." The thank you landed heavy and warm. I did not know I had been hungry for it until I had it. The not date hand wrote again, small and fast, looped low. "We're almost there. Last night, the board started writing earlier than usual. The right corner rolled one day ahead before I even put my phone on the desk. The date stood dark and sure. By 11. Under it, that thin hand wrote, "Tonight, tonight." The park outside was loud with rain. The building was a shell with water running over it in smooth sheets. The vents had the dull sound they get in rain. The east wing lights flickered and stayed, a blink of warning like an eyelid. I sat in the silence and waited. I did the wrong thing and played the sound of a crowd on my phone low, the way some people play radio when they sleep and need to feel another body. I turned it off quick when it made me feel like someone was behind me. Too real, too much. The bell rang at 1. It rang again at 1:10. It rang a third time at 1:20. The door knocked between each ring. I stood in the doorway like they had asked. My body knew how to be door. Feet planted, hand on metal, face tilted toward hall, but eyes always sliding to the glossy window. In the window, the older room was full, not with bodies, with the sense of bodies, coats on chairbacks, bags with straps hanging. The movement of air that happens when you put a lot of lives in one small box. The leg of the person at the board. The chalk dust on the sleeve, thick now, like they had rolled in it. They raised the chalk, and the chalk broke in their hand and fell, and dust puffed. The puff was white as a little cloud. I put my fingers up to the glass without meaning to. Dust whitened my fingertips in the ordinary world. Tiny marks I could smear and make go. The last bell rang at 1:33. It sounded whole and bright, like a bowl hit true, and the sound kept going out past the building, past the trees, past me. The knock came once, twice, 4 times. I held the door open. The hall air shifted. The pressure went strange, like weather inside a small place. From the glossy reflection room, I saw the teacher, if that is what they were, turn toward their door. They put their hand on it. They mouthed something. It might have been thank you. It might have been home. The door in their world opened, and the wind came from my world into theirs. A smell of citrus and wet hallway. A little sound like a plastic pen cap toggling in a drawer. The sleeve lifted. The line of a shoulder turned. The chalk fell out of the tray to the floor and made a noise that did not match anything. I know. Half crack, half sigh. The hall behind me was empty. It's always empty at that hour. I looked anyway. I looked left and right. The floor glowed a thin, dull yellow. The red exit signs made squares on the floor. No one came through from the reflection to the hall. No one crossed the sill. I waited. The board wrote slow. Stay. The first footstep came from the stairs. The weight of it pressed into the stair treads. Traveling up, a person or no person, taking steady steps. 1, 2, 3. I counted without wanting to. The numbers helped and hurt both. The camera in my phone reflected my face small and feral in the dead screen. The bell did not ring again. The knock did not come again. The footsteps stopped at the turn in the stairwell, where the light always burns a little warmer. I said out loud, "I am in the door like you asked." The board did not write back. The next seconds felt like the moments when a song you love reaches the last notes and you hope your favorite part does not come yet, because once it does, it's over. The stairs creaked on a board that does not creak, like they were remembering creaks. The air tasted like chalk. Dust rubbed the back of my throat. Something moved in the corner of the board's reflection. A shape. Someone who had been waiting a long time for the bell leaned in like they could not trust this and had to see it. They were all edges, no face. I wanted very much for them to have a face, almost as much as I did not want them to. "Okay," I said, to them, to the board, to the hall, to my stupid, brave heart. "Okay, what happens after this moment is hard to write in easy words. I am trying. I am trying to be clear and plain like chalk on a board." The air pushed past me, out of the room and into the hall. It pushed like a crowd moving toward a door. It smelled like a lot of coats. The push rattled my keys. They clinked in a tiny song. The board blanked and then filled with a list of days all at once. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Rolled fast and then stopped on Tuesday, like the world had been running to catch up and had to choose. The sleeve in the reflection brightened like it had stepped into sun. The chalk dust fell away like the breath of someone laughing. The shadow person at the edge of the board turned in a way I felt in my neck and shoulder, like a knot loosening. Down the hall, a door I had locked earlier clicked, too far for me to stop. It opened a sliver and shut. The sound of it echoed light and then died. Footsteps rose, then stopped, then rose again, making a strange pattern of threes. The board wrote 2 words, one on top of the other, neat and final, all clear. I waited for something else. A thank you, a goodbye. The room did not write more. The clock went to 1:41, like it had never been anything else. The vent breathed normal. I took a step back into the room, and the door fell out of my hand and closed. It closed not hard, just soft and sure. My keys hung against my belt and were no use for that kind of close. The lock made its tiny tongue sound. The lights felt warmer. In the glass, the sleeve was still clean. It stayed clean. The chalk did not come back. My jacket sleeve had its chalk alone when I finally left. The hallway made the small echo it always makes. The stairwell had its usual cool. The bathroom faucet dripped exactly once while I washed chalk off my hands. The alarm panel blinked green, ready to be set. My shoes whispered on the mat at the front door. I am writing this the next night, sitting in the back row of 2 to 14. The board has the date in the right corner. 1 day ahead. The hand is the old neat one, steady as a heartbeat. It did not write anything else tonight. Not yet. The vents are whispering. The clock is not brave. It is just doing its job. My phone lays face down with the screen off, and I am trying not to look at my reflection in it. I keep looking at the door. I keep listening for the bell. The chalk eraser is on the desk where I set it. It is ordinary, old, stupid. It has dust in the seam where the felt meets the wood. There is a faint smell attached to it now. Not perfume, not citrus. Something else. A smell like when a book has been shut too long. And then it opens. I wonder about the person in the old room. I wonder if they walked out and kept walking. I wonder if they turned around and went back in for one last look at the board. I wonder if they stood like I stand, halfway through the door, and said thank you to a room. I wonder if they have a blue lanyard in that place, and if their keys make the same stupid song. The hall is so quiet it sounds loud. The board's reflection shows only me right now. No extra sleeve, no chalk. Just my face and the door's shape and the little square of window. I'm going to wait for the bell. I'm going to stand in the doorway and hold my breath when it comes. If it comes. If it doesn't. The marker on the tray just rolled a half turn by itself, cap to the right, like a hand set it so it would not roll off and fall. I'm going to stand now. I'm going to put my hand on the door. I'm going to count 4 knocks if they knock. I'm going to listen for the bell, even if there is no bell. I am going to open. I am going to write this last line, so I have something to come back to if I can. The date on the board just moved ahead without me touching it. The glass shows my sleeve, and beside it, a faint other sleeve, clean and dark and waiting. If I want to be home fast, I cut through the service lane behind the old warehouses. It is a straight cut. Gravel, weeds, peeling fences, loading docks that smell like wet cardboard. The big road is noisy at that hour. Buses, scooters, a high whine of bikes that run on nothing but battery and nerve. The lane holds none of that. It holds dumpsters, thin puddles with rainbows on top, a trombone of power lines making low notes over my head. The first time I used it, I was tired. My job had run late. My shoes had turned my feet into stiff blocks. I saw 3 delivery guys disappear behind a corrugated steel wall and then reappear at the next street over. They had cut through. Why not me? Near the mouth of the lane, there is a sign that used to read "No Through." The no is peeled. The through is a ghost under sun fade. Someone had written "Quiet Lane" in paint pen on the fence. I did not think anything of it. People name everything in this city. I stepped in. 2 steps on gravel. A 3rd step past a dark window where mannequins without heads stared at nothing. And sound went away. It didn't muffle. It didn't get small like under a blanket. It vanished. The air was ajar with the lid twisted shut. My foot went down on stones, and I saw the stones move. I felt the little jolt in my ankle that always happens when a rock shifts, but it made no noise. My jacket sleeve brushed my side and made no sound. The wind pushed a plastic bag along the fence, and the bag moved like a ghost, silent. I stopped. My breath kept moving in me. I could feel my lungs and my heart. I could not hear them. My ears rang a little, but that ring belonged to me. It was the same ring I get after concerts, a small silver thread behind the world. Outside the mouth of the lane, a truck sighed. I saw the white spray of exhaust. The sigh was nothing to me. It was like a hand moving behind a window. I took a step backward. 1 step, 2. The third step took me out. The city smacked back into me. Tires on wet asphalt, metal groans from a gate, a woman laughing into her phone on the corner. My own foot hit the stone behind me with a crunch like breaking bread. The air had texture again. I stood there with 1 foot in quiet and 1 foot in noise like an idiot for a full minute. A scooter went past and the engine whined, but I only heard it on the leg that stood outside. I moved that leg forward and the sound cut its own throat. All of it, nothing. My own little ring inside my ears kept me company. Maybe you would say go home the normal way. Don't be dramatic. But the lane cut 5 minutes off my walk. It took me past all the people I didn't want to see at that hour. It looked safe, straight, no corners to fear. And I am dumb sometimes, or I like rules I can break. The sign said, no through, and I went through like an old joke. The second time I used it, a stray knocked a glass bottle off a pallet near the second loading dock. The bottle rolled a lazy circle and wobbled and fell. I watched and waited for the bright break. My whole body waited. The bottle shattered. Glass went everywhere. If you have ever been near glass when it breaks, you know how it sounds. It was not that. It was a picture of that. It was light moving. It was a mouth opening. Then my foot left the lane and the sound arrived late, a second behind, loud and full, like the world had to catch up with itself. I know how it sounds when I say it. I know how I sound telling you. You don't need to tell me. I started to test it. I am not a scientist. I am a person who carries small coins in my pocket out of habit. I took a coin out and flicked it with my thumb and watched it arc and land. It made a perfect silent bounce and then sat looking stupid on the stones. I said my name out loud. My mouth made shapes. I felt the air move. My name was a silent thing circling my head like a bird I could not see. I stepped 1 foot out. The coin rolled backward. The bounce clink came to me all at once. My name came too, but wrong. Thin, slipped. It sounded like it always does if I say it inside a truck with the windows up. I stepped fully out. Sound caught me like a net. I stepped back in and the net fell. On my third night, someone in a truck backfired on the main road. I saw the jerk of the tailpipe. Dust puffed off the stones at my feet. It was a small, bright bloom, like the dust was saying, "Oh." The sound of it was missing. I turned my head like a dog and felt foolish. The lane is roughly the length of a city block. There is a place near the middle where 2 fences almost meet. Just a soft bend. The quiet is strongest there. It is a little pocket. You can see the street at the far end, the open light, the little slice of a pizza shop sign with its cartoon flame. If you stop in that pocket and hold still, you can see the veins in your own hand with strange attention. It is like all the noise you carry leaves and you become a glass bottle someone is holding up to the sun. This is not poetry. This is how it is. The air there is a little cooler. It smells like wet rust and old leaves. The gravel is a mixstones, bits of concrete, a nail that shines like a small fish. I always walk wide to avoid it. By the fourth day, I had a pattern. I walked into the quiet. I walked out. I laughed a little every time my own shoes came back into sound. Not because it was funny, because I needed my body to pick a thing to do. By the fifth day, I was not laughing. A delivery guy came in behind me. I didn't know he was there. You can't hear bikes on gravel when the sound is gone. I saw his shadow spill over mine. He went past me, head down, one hand on the handlebar, a bag on his back with a sticker that said, "Thanks." He did not know he had stepped into a strange place. He looked up once when he was near the middle, and he looked behind him like he wanted to check I was real. His lips said something. His mouth made my language. I did not hear him. He pedaled out, and the little click-click from his freewheel arrived when he made the street. At home that night, my refrigerator made a noise like a dying animal for 20 seconds, and then calmed itself. The quiet in the lane stayed inside my head, like some of its air was still there. My ears rang in that little silver way. When I turned on the tap, the water came out and made white splash. The sound of it was late by a beat. I turned the tap off and stood there until the last drop hit and made a sound that clapped my brain. I laughed then, a sharp laugh. It sounded normal. I was not normal. I told myself to leave it alone. I told myself to take the big road, walk with the scooters and the men who carry their whole day in plastic bags, and the kid who plays a harmonica into a cup. I did that for 2 days. I missed the silent place. I missed it, like you miss a bad habit that made you feel like you controlled one small piece of a day. On the third day, I walked back to the lane and looked down it, like a person standing at the edge of a cold pool. "Quiet lane," the fence said. "Okay," I thought. "Okay then." I made a rule. I would not stop in the middle. I would not play with coins. I would not say my name. I would walk straight. The first half of the lane went smooth. No sound. My feet, dust. A bird overhead that beat its wings and cut the air without a whisper. Near the bend, fine grit shook off a pipe onto the stones. It looked like rain in one small place. No noise. Then a second thing changed. I felt someone behind me in that old animal way. The skin between my shoulders pulled tight. I kept the speed of my feet the same. I told myself not to look. Looking breaks things sometimes. It makes them real. Don't tell me about danger and how you should check. My body already knows. My body said danger and fear, and then fear again, but lower. I walked, and the feeling walked with me. And if there was a sound, it would have been a two-tone heel, then toe behind me, close. I stepped out of the lane because there are lines I don't cross. Sound washed over me. I turned. No one. The stones told on someone anyway. Half moons of fresh scuffs, right on top of my own. Dust still settling. The air trembled there the way air trembles over heat. You will say wind. You will say stray cat. You will say a boy from the block holding his breath. I will say, not that time. I will say I saw what I saw and felt what I felt. That's all a person gets. That night, I dreamed of walking and my feet making no sound while the rest of me shouted. I woke to my upstairs neighbor dropping something heavy. The drop did not sound until my head turned. I tried to tell a friend. I said, "There's a lane. It eats sound." He laughed. Like a movie thing? Not a little, all the way. He offered to come with me the next evening. He is not brave. He is practical. He is the kind of person who knows which streets go violent after 9. He met me at the mouth of the lane. He had 2 coffees, one for me. He held it out and said, "Careful, hot." It looked hot. I took it. It smelled sweet and bitter. The smell went away when I stepped inside. He put 1 foot inside, and his face changed like a child finally hears the quiet in a library. He put the other foot in. He smiled big and then smaller. He clapped his hands once like a test. We both watched his hands meet. No sound. "This is bad," he said. His voice was air and shape. If you ever watched a video with the sound off and still heard the words in your head, you know what I mean. He said more. I did not catch it. He mouthed, "Go," and jerked his head toward the street. We left. Sound slapped us again. He took a breath like he had been underwater. The coffee now had a skin on it. "It pulls at your ears," he said. "Like a plane. I don't like it." "Me too," I said, which was not true. I liked it in a way that felt like something wrong with me. He did not walk with me again after that. He texted me a few days later. "Be careful." Then nothing more. I brought my phone, set to record, because that is what people do when they cannot trust their eyes or their own head. I put it on video. I walked down the lane holding it up. My mouth said my name again. The screen captured me moving. The little waveform at the bottom showed flat nothing, like a dead patient. I kept walking. A bead of water, one of those big slow beads that gather under a leaky awning, fell and hit the gravel near my left foot. It made a dot on my screen. It made no noise. I panicked for a second, had the feeling that I had lost a sense. Panic is a fast animal. It runs up your spine and digs claws in. I breathed until it softened. I walked out. On playback, the video was wrong. It wasn't silent. It was noise, but not the noise I had been in. The file had collected sound from somewhere else. Bus brakes squealed in a rhythm that did not match any bus on the block that night. A woman laughed, and the laugh was not like the laughs on my street. It was clipped and tight, like from a long time ago. Like on a tape, the water drop had a sound, and that sound made my teeth feel sharp. Under all of it, faint, like a pencil on paper under your ear, a voice said, "Keep walking." I threw my phone on the couch and then picked it back up and listened again. It was there. Keep walking, all the way through the lane, like an instruction or a threat. The voice was not mine. It was not my friend. It had no age. It had no place, just a shape. I told myself, the city has many tiny ways to record you and play you back to yourself. It was not a lie. There are cameras you do not see. There are holes in the world you can drop a sound into and pull another one out. I kept walking the lane. The city changes you in small ways. You think you'll notice all of them. You don't. After 3 weeks, I started to cross streets without looking because the quiet had taught me I could not hear danger anyway. This is dumb. I know it is dumb. My body wanted to be in the jar again, the jar with the lid on. Outside that jar, the sound of a motorbike made my scalp itch. A bus braking made me snap. The lane made other changes too. On a Thursday, the quiet felt like a wall I could lean on. I stopped in the middle despite my rule. I sat on an upside-down crate someone had left near a dock. It had a sticker that said, "Fragile" in 3 languages. I set my elbows on my knees and looked at the space where a piece of fence was missing, and morning glories were trying their best to win against metal. There were empty black snail shells on the stones. The snail that had been inside was gone. One of the shells rocked at some tiny push from air and made no sound. A cat walked into the lane at the far end. It paused like everything else pauses, to draw lines in its head before it goes. It fell into the quiet like a coin. It opened its mouth and made the shape of meow. Nothing. It trotted past me and rubbed its side on my crate. I put my hand down, and it pushed into it with the full weight of its face. Its purr was a silent tremble. I felt it in skin and bones. I did not hear it. The cat moved on and stepped out, and the purr leaped into noise in one neat click. I felt dizzy. I grabbed the edge of the crate and thought, this place keeps things. It takes the sound and holds it like a breath and gives it back when you step out. What if it holds other things? What if it holds more than that? An old man swept up glass in the alley that runs into the lane at the last third. He didn't go into the quiet, not all the way. He worked with the 1 foot out. He watched the small pale circles of glass move over his broom. He was careful. He kept the broom bristles just outside and used the handle like a fishing pole. He did not whistle. He did not sing. He looked up once and saw me watching. He lifted his chin. It was not hello. It was a thing like, long time. I said the next time when he was there and I was out. He made a face and lifted his shoulders. Long, he said. He had a strong gap between his front teeth. He sounded like he had sand in his voice from smoking too much and laughing too little. Longer than me. Don't go in deep if you are not sure. I am not sure, I said. Then don't go, he said, and then clacked the broom handle against the curb. The clack, a small dry sound, made me feel like crying for no reason. The next day the lane felt like it knew me. That is the worst way I can say it. It felt like it knew the shape of my walk, the sway of my arms, the point where I always looked up to check the wire at the top of the fence that sometimes sings in heat. It felt like it reached for me. The quiet slid up my ears before I even crossed the threshold. It slid down my throat. I swallowed and could not hear the swallow. I almost turned around. The almost did not stick. I went in. I saw footprints that were not mine. They were fresh, sharp around the edges, long, like someone who did not pick up their feet had dragged a toe in the stones. They went in, and then veered right to the place where the fences kiss. They stopped there. No turn, no back. The dust around them had a fall to it, like something heavy had breathed out and settled. I pressed my tongue to my teeth. It tasted like pennies. A week after that, I had the thought that the lane was not only quiet, it had a pressure to it. When you speak inside, the words feel like they meet something and die. When I clapped my hands like my friend had, my palm felt heat at the hit and a tiny ache where the sound ought to have gone out on nights when the moon cut the sky, thin and sharp. The quiet had more weight, like a blanket wet with rain. On cloudy nights, it was thin and quick. I started to mark it in my phone. Heavy, light, heavy, light, heavy. It liked Thursdays. It liked very early Sunday hours like 4 in the morning. I was not in the lane then. I marked the feeling anyway, standing in my kitchen, listening to my kettle whistle in a different shape, a slow rise, a late loud. It started to follow me. At first it was small, the sound of the elevator in my building stuck between floors and then fell into place. A beat off, the neighbor's door latch made its little click in my head after I saw the door move. The TV lagged one frame in the sound when a woman slapped a man in a show. That part made me laugh again. A weak little sound like stepping on dry leaves, because it is always a slap on TV. I told myself my head was tired. The human brain is good at tricks. It fools itself. It is a liar and also a guard dog that will not stop barking. Then I stood in my bathroom and dropped my toothbrush. I watched it fall and hit the tile. It made no noise. The sound came as I picked it up. I said my name. It took 2 heartbeats to hear it. I pressed my fingers to my neck and counted. 2. A whole 2. Silence moved in front of me like a person. I went back to the lane the next night with a stupid plan. I would give it something. I did not know what. A sound, I guessed. I brought a little metal bell. It belongs to a bike. It is bright and round and annoying. I stepped into the quiet and stood in the center. I rang the bell 3 times. The bell swung, happy, like bells are happy. It threw its tongue at the metal side. The sound went into the air and did not come to me. The bell moved and was empty. I held it there like a drinker holds a glass and waits for ice to melt. I stepped out, and the bell made all 3 rings at once. Not on top of each other, but close. It made my jaw hurt. A woman walking past jumped and said, "Jesus," and then laughed, because people laugh when they are scared. I put the bell in my pocket and my hand shook. I kept thinking, if it holds things, does it ever let them out wrong? Can it make a pile of sound and drop it on someone who does not know it is coming? Has it done that? It felt foolish and true at the same time. I tried to learn something. The internet said nothing I could really use. Anechoic chambers, yes, places where you can hear the blood in your veins. But those are rooms with foam pyramids and doors like bank vaults. This was a lane with broken fences and weeds and the top of a burning pizza sign. One old forum post mentioned the warehouses back here used to pack munitions in some war before my time. A pressure blast had taken the glass out of every window on the block in 1 second. Sound had broken bones. Someone had written in those hand-built sentences, people use when they are one breath away from their lives. It took air away from your mouth while you were still trying to suck it in. Someone else had written, "There are places where air is not like other air." That part stuck to me. The old man with the broom nodded when he saw me again. "You," he said. "Me," I said. "You keep going," he said. "I do," I said. "You stop if it tells you stop," he said. And he looked down the lane like a person who sees a weather front with their knees. "How would it tell me?" I said. "You'll know," he said. He dragged the brim of his cap down, not to keep sun out, just because he had an itch to do it. I set my own rules down hard that night. Walk fast. Stay near the center. Do not look back. If the quiet feels like a hand, take your hand away. I stepped in and the lane put its lid on. I walked. My feet left prints. My shoulder brushed a weed that had crept under the fence. The leaves shook and made no sound. I felt something change at my back. Not a footstep, a shape. The air behind me had a weight like someone had opened a door in that direction. I kept my speed. My pulse did a thing like a bird trapped in a room. Halfway, I broke my rule. I looked. You would have too. I saw what I always see. Faint prints, my own. The line where the stones were smooth from 1,000 delivery guys hauling freight, their wheels squeaking. The dust making its tiny weather in the air. No one there, except there was something. A long, faint dip in the dust, like the shadow of a long object. Tall, barely there. If sound had a shadow, it would look like that. It lay across the stones, like a long arm that was tired. I turned forward and almost ran. I didn't want to run. Running makes noise, and it felt like a trick to run in a place that would not let you hear your own steps. But my legs made that choice for me. I ran out, and the city hit me like a wave. A bus honked, and a man yelled at a boy to move, and a can rolled under a car and did that metallic roll I hate. The quiet did not leave. It hung in my hair. When the door in my building shut behind me, the latch made it sound late again. 2 beats. I counted. 2. My phone buzzed, and I saw the screen light my pocket, and then felt the buzz after I'd pulled it out. Even my cat, the same cat from the lane, a loose guy who had just decided my windowsill meant home, opened his mouth and said, "Mub." And I got the sound a second late. He did not care. He stretched and showed me his white belly. He looked like a creature who knows the rules better than me. The day it got worse was a Sunday. The city was soft, no trucks. Men on the low bikes rolled slow like kings. I had thought about the lane all day. That is all I did, thought about it. Around 9, I went. The sky was bruised and gold. That time can be kind. The lane was not kind. The lane felt like it was waiting. I stepped in. Silence fell. I took the second step, and the sound did not leave just the lane. It left me. It left my head. I looked at my hands. The blood in them did not speak. I clapped and felt heat and no pain, because there was no sound to carry the sting. The quiet pressed on my eardrums until they twitched. I swallowed. I could not hear my swallow. I lifted my foot and put it down and felt the world move past me. The quiet did not care. It held. The steps behind me started again. Not heard, but felt. How do I explain that? The way you feel thunder in your chest. The way you feel a train go underground when you stand over it. The way a person standing just behind you changes the air around your body. It was that, close enough, that if it had a mouth, it could have breathed on my hair. I did what I always do with fear. I made a small promise to break it into numbers. 10 steps, then 10 more, then 10 to the bend. I walked, mouth tight, hands fists, foolish. At the bend, apart from the pressure in my ears, I felt another thing. Cold, like metal, that has lain in shade all day. It slid across my forearm. I flinched. The quiet flinched back. The pressure changed. It took my own little ring with it. Even that went away. My head was a box full of nothing. I thought, I can die here. If a car jumps the curb at the end and comes in, I will never hear it. If someone reaches out and takes my neck, I will not hear my own breath leave me. I did not think I was dramatic. I thought I was basic. The truck backfired on the big road. Dust rose in 3 small bursts. The bursts were so pretty, like a trick in a movie. The quiet held. I ran. I ran because I am not brave enough not to. I ran until my foot hit the lip where gravel meets sidewalk, and the world threw sound back in one hot wave. I sucked it in like a starving person whose bowl just filled. A woman on the corner looked at me, and her eyes softened into worry, and then went away again, because people cannot carry your fear for you. At home, my cat meowed, and I heard it late. The TV laughed down 1 beat. The kettle whistled out of time. My heart did not know where to live. I decided a thing. I would go back 1 more time and stay until the sound came back while I was still in the lane. I had seen the dust puff when backfire made a bloom. I had not heard it until I left. I wanted to hear a thing from inside. I wanted the lane to give something. I went on a night when fog rolled low. Not the thick fog from near the river, just a sheet that lay low over trash cans and knees. It made halos around the far streetlights. It made the pizza sign glow like a cheap moon. The old man was not there. The cat was not there. The city was softer than usual. I stepped in and the quiet put its hand on me. I walked to the bend. I stood. At first, nothing. My breath moved. My fingers tingled. My mind did the loud thing it does when it cannot hear the world. It shouted lists at me. Keys, check. Wallet, check. Being stupid, absolutely check. My eyes watered from the pressure. Then a sound, not a great flood, 1 small thin thing, like the edge of a piece of paper. It was my foot on the stones, but wrong. It came late and light. It drifted out of the quiet like it had gotten lost and remembered me. Another sound after, a second foot. It too came late. Then an echo of brakes squealing from the big road, cut and thin as if run through a wire. I stood very still. A third sound, a click, a metal thing, a latch. I turned toward the little alley that opens into the lane and saw the broom lying there with no hand on it. The broom had fallen, and I hadn't heard it fall. I had heard the click after. I stepped that way and picked up the broom. It was warm, like a hand had held it, and then let it drop. "Hello?" I said. My voice was a shape in my throat, but thin to my ear. It felt like a paper boat I had set on water. I waited for it to float back. The lane held it, on the gravel, near the place where the bends of fence kiss. Lines had been drawn with a stick. At first I thought random, then not random. Slow lines, crooked, like someone who could not hear their own hand scraping had tried very hard to write. One word, then another, "Stay with me." I knelt, even though kneeling there made my heart tell me no. I touched the lines. They were shallow. The stones had been pushed aside in small grooves. I did not like that the line had a tremor like mine when I am tired. I did not like that the last letter was light, like the hand that made it had run out of strength. I did not like any of it. And I also wanted to put my hand over the words like a person who wants to hide something shiny from a crow. "I can't," I said. I put the broom back against the wall. Like that mattered. The air behind me changed shape. If it was a person, it shifted weight from one foot to the other. If it was not, I don't know what it did. The quiet pulled tighter on my head. I stood. I backed away from the words. I did not turn my back on them. My heel hit my own footprints. The lane waited. The fog thickened. The pizza sign at the end of the lane flickered once, twice. I told myself, if it flickers a third time, I go. It flickered a third time. I went the last 8 steps fast, almost a run. I stepped out, and a flood of stored sounds fell over me, like a sheet dropped from a height. Dryer drums from a laundromat, half a block away. The thin high whine of a mosquito near my left ear. A dog barking 3 streets over in a yard with plastic chairs. Someone saying my name from somewhere close. I turned. No one. The broom in the alley clacked against the wall and fell. It made a sound like a small fight. I didn't sleep. The next day at work, a man asked me a question, and his voice arrived after his mouth had stopped moving. His hands made their own soundskin on fabric. Watch tapping desk out of time. I nodded and went to the bathroom and sat on the closed toilet seat and put my face in my hands. It smelled like lemon cleaner and old water. I thought, I have to stop walking that way. I have to choose the long way. I have to close the jar. I lasted 2 nights. On the third, I went back with cotton in my pocket, the kind you stuff in your ears on planes. I put it in. It seemed dumb to use earplugs in a place that erases sound anyway, but I wanted the feel of a barrier. I had also a small flashlight, silver and smooth. For what? For courage. Quiet lane, the fence said. The paint was a little thinner now. Rain had made it drip. I stepped in. The earplugs made nothing, and the nothing made more nothing. I walked to the bend and stopped. The fog was gone. The city had that crisp night taste, like metal and fruit. The quiet pressed. The hair on my arms lifted. Footsteps behind me again, the ghost kind. I did not turn. The quiet behind me seemed to wait too. The lane is a place of waiting. I took the flashlight out and clicked it on. The click was small and full of nothing. The light swung over the stones and the weeds and the fence slats that had gone grey with age. It swung over a thin strip of cloth caught on a nail. The cloth was faded, maybe blue once. It swung over a small stack of chalk white shells. It swung over something new, lines on the stones again, new words. Don't step out. The lines were cleaner this time, less shaky, maybe drawn with a better stick, maybe drawn with a hand that had learned how to write on gravel. I stood on them with my shoes. I don't know why. I know exactly why. Why? I said into the quiet, and my voice was far away from me and also in my mouth. The air moved in a soft draw around my shoulders, like a person had put hands there. Not hard, not cruel. It was the most kind, soft thing the lane had ever done to me. It made the back of my neck feel like someone was combing my hair. It made my knees weak. What happens if I stay? I said. The lane did not write in stones this time. It wrote in dust. Dust lifted off the stones and made a faint shape like letters. It was hard to read. I moved my light. The letters held, as if surprised to be letters at all. We keep you. It put another word. Safe. I stood very still, and I thought about all the noise that finds me. The fights under my window, the car alarms that do not stop, the drills from the shop on my block when the owner gets excited and decides to fix something at midnight, the scream of metal on metal from the tram that needs oil they never buy. I thought about the way my own thoughts shout when I try to sleep. The quiet pressed. The quiet was a hand. The quiet was a promise I did not trust. I have to go, I said. I took one step back toward the mouth of the lane. The pressure on my eardrums increased. My eyes watered. It felt like going up a mountain too fast. My heart beat slow, and then too fast, and then regular again. I put one foot down and the lane pushed, not physically, not like a wall, but like a thought in my head that was not mine. It is simple to write a line like, then I left. I did, but it was not simple in the moment. Every step out felt like moving through syrup. The quiet tugged. The air clung. If sound has glue, it was on my shoes. When I reached the edge and one foot crossed, and the city hit me, the push let go. I stumbled out, and a woman walking a dog looked at me with a face like, "Do you need help?" I shook my head because I could not use my mouth right then. The dog wagged its tail. The wag made a soft swish sound. I stood there and cried without tears for a minute. I told myself no more. That was it. No more quiet. No more jar. No more hand. I would take the long road and learn the songs of my angry city again. Things do not always do what you tell them to. That night in my apartment, the quiet came into my kitchen. I know that sounds like nothing, and also melodramatic. I can only tell it. The kettle started to scream, and I watched the steam, like I watch men in traffic. The scream did not come. The steam made the air soft. The scream came when I turned the stove off. It made my hand flinch. In the bathroom, the tap dripped. One drop, two. No sound. Then a tiny rapid rush like someone had turned the tap on for only sound and then off for water. My own phone rang with a tone I know well and like. It did not ring until I looked at the screen. The name on it was mine. It said I was calling me. For 3 seconds, there was no sound. Then my voice said, from far away, not far away, "Keep walking." I hung up. I turned my phone off. I turned my phone on and sat on the floor and watched the little logo spin up. I laughed then, a hard, bad laugh, because it felt like the only thing left to do. I didn't sleep. When light came, I watched the lane in my head as if it had a camera and I could check it from my bed. I saw the stones and the cat and the chalk shells and the words in dust. I felt the hand at my shoulders. I put my own hand there and sat like that for a long time. I went back one more time. Not brave, just tired. The old man was at the alley, broom in hand, a new one this time. He looked at me and looked away. "Sometimes," he said, and the words floated through air like feathers, "they take one. You know that, right?" He did not say, "Take what?" He did not say how. He kept working like he had to keep moving, to keep from being moved. "I won't stay," I said. It was both a promise and a lie. He nodded without looking at me. People in this city know to nod at things that are bigger than them. I went in. I walked slow. The quiet put its hand on me. It did not push. It did not pull. It just rested there like a person who has watched someone leave 1,000 times and knows how to wait. The words in the dust from last time were gone. The wind had made them into nothing. New lines were there. Not words, not letters. 3 long strokes, and then 3 shorter ones, and then 3 again. The pattern made me cold. A child could have drawn it. A person who could not wait could have drawn it. It looked like a beat. It looked like a code. It looked like someone counting time when time is not behaving. I put my foot next to the first long stroke. It matched my step. I moved to the next. It matched. I stood on the last line and waited for the push, or for the hand. None came. I put my hand out toward the place where the hand had been, and held it there until my arm shook. In the distance, on the big road, a truck backfired. Dust puffed. You know that part. It made no sound. The lane felt thinner suddenly, like it had lost a layer. The jar lid turned loose. My own ring came back in my ear, faint and constant. The pressure on my eardrums eased. I took a step forward, and a small sound, a very tiny one, happened under my shoe. A stone shifted and said it like a question. I smiled like a fool at a sound less than a mouse. The pizza sign flickered and stayed. The cat crossed the mouth of the lane and did not come in. The old man leaned his broom and sat. He did not look at me, and also he did. I said, in the quiet, in a voice you could not hear, "Thank you." It wrote nothing. It only waited. When I stepped out, I felt the world press me back into itself. The sounds came not in a flood, but as if they had waited their turn, and now they had it. 2 cars, 1 horn. A woman saying, "Hurry." A child saying, "No." The old man's broom bristles, scratching concrete. The cat's bell making a false small music. I walked home the long way that night. Then the next, and the next. The city is loud, and I was glad of it. My kettle screamed on time. My neighbor's door latch snapped the way it should. My phone lit and buzzed and spoke when it should. The quiet still moved sometimes. In my hallway, on the stairs. It had learned the steps to my door, maybe. It had learned my time. I felt it once when I poured milk in my tea, and the splash made shape but no voice. I waited, and the voice arrived. That was fine. It was not fine. It was what I had. I want to say that I am done with the lane. I am not. On bad days, when the city gets big and my head gets tight, I walk down to it and put one foot in. Just one. I feel the hand. I let it hold my shoulder for 1 second. I step back out. The sounds of my street hit me, and I breathe like a person who chooses to breathe. Sometimes, when a truck backfires, the dust puffs even 2 blocks away, and the sound is late. Sometimes, my cat opens his mouth, and nothing comes, and I see his throat move, and I hear it after. Sometimes, my own name leaves my mouth and goes somewhere and finds me a step later. That is my life now. I keep walking. Tonight, I am at my window. I can see the slice of the pizza sign over the roofs. It flickers and stays. I can see the pale line where the lane is. You can always see it if you know to look. The city hums in 100 keys. The hum is rude and sweet and real. In the corner of my window, a square of darker dark moves. I think of the long, faint dip I saw in the dust. The shadow of a long object. The arm of a thing that is not a man and is not. I close my eyes and count to 10. Tomorrow I will take the long road. I say that out loud. It comes to my ear right away. I smile. I put my hand on the glass. The glass is cool. There is a sound in the hallway. Normal. Steps. The neighbor. The latch makes its click like a sign. I check my phone. My phone is quiet. It lights without sound. That is fine. That is not fine. The lane is a straight cut. Gravel, weeds, fences, docks. It holds quiet and it holds me a little too. When I pass it now, I nod like the old man did. It nods back, but I do not see it. I feel it. If I hear the truck backfire tomorrow, and I see the dust lift in small soft blooms, and there is nothing in my ears for one slow beat, I will keep walking. I will count 10. I will not stop on the long strokes scratched in the stones. I will not step into the pocket where the fences kiss. I will not test it. The quiet knows my shape. It knows my steps. It does not need another hello. The city makes its song. Somewhere down the block, something that should be loud happens. I watch the windows across from mine. A light comes on. I do not hear it yet. I wait. The sound arrives. It fits. It is late by just a sliver. I keep walking. I keep walking. I keep walking. The van smells like dust, rope, and old coffee. It is the kind of smell that lives in fabric and wood. Moving blankets stacked in a roll. ratchet straps with grease in the teeth, a floor made of rough plywood with small black screws, like eyes watching you. The cab smells different. Plastic, warm air from old vents, a hint of someone's mint gum stuck where it should not be. I drive for a small moving company, 3 trucks, one office the size of a closet. We rent out our vans to people on weekends, and on weekdays we take jobs no one else wants. Late pickups, tight alleys, old buildings with stairs so narrow you think, who built this on purpose? The van they give me most nights is white and tired. The number on the side is crooked. On the dash, next to the radio with a broken knob, there is a small screen that shows the rear camera when I shift into reverse. That is how it should work. Only it does not always wait for reverse. Sometimes it wakes up on its own. It flickers. It shows the back of the truck. Empty, then not empty. The first time it happened, I was at a red light on Monroe. My foot was firm on the brake. The van idled with that old shake, like it was laughing at me. I looked at the windshield, then the side mirrors, then down at the speedometer, dull and glowing. The small screen on the dash went from black to weird grey. The little R light did not come on. I was in drive. The screen showed the cargo bay, empty floor, the roll-up door at the back in its usual closed shape, ribs of metal like the back of some animal. Then something moved across the floor. It was a blur, a shape like heat over a road. It was not one shape like a body. It was a long smudge that crossed from left to right, slow, as if it knew I was watching. It moved toward the front wall, toward the steel bulkhead that separates back from cab, toward me. Then the screen flicked to black. The light turned green. The driver behind me honked. I forgot how to move my foot for a second. I put it down to glitch and old wires. The company owner says that all the time. Old wires, he says, and then he shrugs. She's fine. She's a good van. She has a name, painted in small letters on the dash, like someone loved her once. Agnes. I pat the dash sometimes when I ask her to climb a hill with too much weight. I say, "Come on, Agnes." It is a thing I make myself do, because you never know. Maybe it helps. Maybe she listens. The camera did it again the next night. I was on a later job. A couple had split their apartment into 2 piles, hers and his, and we took her pile to a 1-bedroom by the river. The moon was up. Streetlights made dirty circles on the road. The screen on the dash clicked on without me asking. The little grey came. There was the back again, empty. A moving blanket shifted like someone had lifted a corner and set it down. A ratchet strap moved like fingers were exploring the webbing. Then a shape, a blur, crossed. It went right up to the bulkhead, as if it could press its face to the metal. I could not help it. I looked at the steel wall behind me. It has a small pass-through window shut with a slide. It was shut. It was always shut. I pulled to the curb and put the flashers on. I got out and walked around to the back. The key to the roll-up hangs on my belt with the others. It makes a jingle that I know as well as my own breath. I pushed the key in and turned. The door rolled up and made that good metal sound. Heavy and simple. The back was exactly what it should be. Empty, floor dusty. Blanket rolls at the side. hand truck leaned safe at the wall. A smell like old cardboard after rain. No person, no blur. I stood in there, and the night air felt wrong for a second when the door was up, like someone had just breathed out and the air had to fill a shape they had left. I told Manny about it the next morning because he is the one who has driven all 3 trucks and knows where they make their bad sounds and when. He changed the oil in this one once and came back grey to the elbows. He wipes his hands on a rag that started white and is now the colour of old shadow. The screen came on while you were driving forward, he said. Twice, I said. He stuck a toothpick in his mouth and chewed it slow. Wiring, he said. Of course. A bad ground. Sometimes the camera picks up a signal when it's not told to. Hey, he added, like he had remembered something he had not wanted to. Don't sleep in the back. I laughed. Why would I sleep in the back? He didn't laugh. Just don't. And don't lock yourself in there as a joke. The door sticks some nights. Who did that? I asked. I wanted him to say nobody. I wanted him to say he was just being careful like normal. He flicked the toothpick into the trash. Kid who used to work here, he said. Punk. He loved climbing around. We had to cut the lock to get him out one time. He was okay. He looked at the floor while he said, okay. Like, okay was not the word he wanted. He slapped the van's side twice the way they do at loading docks when you're good to go. Be smart, he said. I thought I would be. The next job was a whole day with stairs. A 3rd floor walk-up with a sofa that did not know it was too big. The day made me think my back was an old door hinge. We used every moving blanket we had. The van was full of shapes and straps. The camera did not turn on even once. It was polite in a full truck. We made our stops. We drank warm water from the bottles we left near the break. We said, left, left, and watched the corner. And my fingers. At the end of the day, empty again, I turned onto Franklin, and the little screen woke by itself. The bag showed empty. A blur crossed the floor. This time, it stopped near the bulkhead and did not vanish right away. It hung there a second, like fog around a person's knees. The pass-through window between cab and bay made a small sound. A little shake. The latch moved a breath. Then the screen went dark. I kept my hands on the wheel with my fingers too tight and blanched. The seat beside me creaked like a weight had shifted onto it. The dash chimed in that friendly false voice. Passenger airbag on. It should not do that. Nothing was in the passenger seat. I looked. The seatbelt on that side hung smooth and empty. The light on the dash went on and then off, on and then off. I said, no, in a quiet voice, to an empty seat and a small screen. No, that night, after the last run, I took my phone, propped it in the bag, facing the roll-up door, and set it to record. People do that in movies when they think their house has a ghost. I know what it sounds like. It felt dumb and like the only thing that could keep my head from being a balloon for the whole last hour of my shift. I shut the door. I locked it. I got in the cab. I waited. At first, nothing. My breathing. the turn signal clicking like a patient heart. Outside, a man walking by the alley sang one broken line of a song and then was silent. The screen did not flicker. The van settled on its tired shocks. A knock came from the back, not loud, not a hand, more like something leaned once and let go. The screen woke. The grey view of the back, the empty floor, the blur moved as if sliding. I could not tell if it had a top or a head, or any edge that meant person. It crossed toward me. It reached the bulkhead. It was like someone presses their body to a wall to hear through it. The little pass-through rattled again. My phone buzzed after an hour with a low battery warning. I climbed out and opened the back door to get it. The smell hit me first. Not bad, not good. Cold like coins. Damp cloth. A little bit like the inside of a freezer when you open it too long. I reached for the phone and felt the air shift as if a person had just stepped past me. Not hit, not touch, just movement. The feeling made the hair on my neck stand up in a slow rise. I watched the video on the phone right there by the back door, leaning against the bumper like I needed the truck to hold me up. The picture was plain. The back door, the floor, dust moving in little shapes when I shut the door. Then shapes that were not dust. A moving blanket lifting half an inch. A strap biting down 2 clicks, like someone had pulled it, then deciding not to. The sound was wrong. It was not silence. It was not the normal scrape of fabric and wood. The phone's mic picked up a low chorus like wind in a bottle. Every minute or so, a metal clink from the door lock, even though the door had not moved. And once, for sure, a voice very soft saying a word. I did not know. It might have been any word. My head put the word here in it. I did not like that my head did that. I told no one. Who would I tell? The owner would say, wiring, and stop scaring yourself, and we have work. Manny might say, don't sleep in the back, again in a heavier voice. That would not fix the screen waking up in its own mind to show me the back, as if to say, look again. I started to talk to the van, not out loud at first. In my head, a small, steady voice. The way I talk to myself when I carry something heavy down narrow stairs. Easy, easy. Come down. Left hand down first. Lift your foot. Don't be dumb. To the van, I said. Not now. Please, not now. And then, the thing I did not want to say but said anyway, like knocking on wood. Thank you. Later, I did say it out loud. Thanks, I said to the dash when something went too close and did not hit me. Thanks, when a guy with a truck with no lights merged into my lane and did not crash us. The van did not answer. It hummed and shook like old machines do. The little screen stayed dark. Then it didn't. I was driving down toward the storage units by the creek. The sun had gone. The lights along the fence blinked alive. 1, 2, 3, 4. Each with its small drop before full glow. My phone told me the gate code. I slowed. The screen turned on by itself. Back view. The blur crossed. It was faster this time. Like a person running low. It went right to the bulkhead and hit, not hard. The bulkhead made a noise like a spoon on the inside of a pot. The passenger seat creaked again. The air got colder where my right arm was on the wheel. I watched breath come from my mouth. That is not right. Not in early fall with the heater on a little and a truck that runs hot no matter what. The dash chimed. Passenger seatbelt. The icon showed a little person and a belt across them. I glanced over. The belt on that side had moved. It lay across the seat now, not flat, but up like around a body. The belt tongue clicked into the buckle. I did not do that. It had moved in a slow dig. Click. The chime stopped. The light said, "Passenger airbag on." I pulled into the first empty spot and put the van in park. The screen stayed on. The camera showed the back door breathing. Not really. It is a door, but it looked like it swelled and eased. The blur pooled near the bulkhead and then pulled back like a wave. The passenger seat smelled like the cold in an old freezer and a hint of wet cloth. This is where most people in stories stop being rational and do something loud. I did not. I took my hands off the wheel and rested them on my knees and said, quiet, like a parent at a hospital. "Who are you?" The heater blew the same soft, filthy air into my face. The screen made a little jitter at the top, like when you nudge a cable. Letters formed in the dust on the inside of the back door. Not big, not neat. Someone's fingertip, or something like a fingertip, traced them as I watched. H-E-R-E. I felt something hard and cold push against my shin. I looked down and saw nothing. The push moved away like a child had gotten shy after bumping my leg. I did not turn and run. I did not scream. I shut my eyes. I opened them. The letters were still there. Here. The phone buzzed in my pocket with a text from Manny. "You good?" I put one finger on the dash and traced a word in the dust there. Small. So small, I could pretend I had written something else. I wrote, "Who?" The belt on the passenger side tightened half an inch and then eased. The screen showed the letters on the door shift and smear a little. New letters on the right of here. Small, careful, like someone who wanted to not mess up and did anyway. Whole. I did not know what that meant. Whole. Here whole. Return whole. Keep whole. Words flicked in my head like cards. I wiped the dust with my palm and smeared the letters, and my hand came away grey. The mechanic at our shop, not Manny, but the outside guy with a clean shirt and a pen behind his ear, ran new wire to the camera after I told the boss the screen kept triggering. He pulled the dash apart like he was undressing a sleeping person. His hands were gentle. He talked while he worked. Reverse wire was rubbing, he said. Power in the wrong place. Old trucks do that. Should fix your ghost. He laughed at his own joke, a small dry sound, and clicked the panel back. The screen was black. He tapped it with one fingernail. "All set," he said. He used the same voice people use when they say, "We got it," at the end of a job. The screen turned itself on 2 hours later while I was on the freeway, 70 miles per hour, empty back, blur crossing, a strap swinging and hitting the wall. The pass-through trembled. The lights on the dash blinked in a pattern I did not know. The radio went staticky on a station that did not exist. A voice came through, clear as if my ear was against the tin can line. Brake! It cut off. It came back. Brake, brake. Then nothing. I pulled off at a rest stop and sat there with my hands on the wheel and a buzz like a small tuning fork in my bones. The passenger seat had a dent in it, like a person had leaned. The seatbelt hung a little loose. The airbag on light clicked off and then on again. Playful and rude. That night, when I went to back into the garage at the shop, the camera would not come on with reverse at all. It only came on when I turned the key to off. When I pulled the key out, the screen showed the back, clear as a picture of a room. The floor had 2 new marks, long, soft trails in the dust, like 2 long boxes had been dragged forward from the door to the bulkhead, side by side. I tried to believe the easiest things. That lengths of pipe had rolled forward from some job weeks ago and left lines, that the blur was light from a truck behind me, that my seat made seatbelt noises because a bolt was loose. I am not a fool. I like easy when I can get it, but easy left me when I watched the dust curl under a letter H, like a fingertip was moving it while I sat 2 feet away. I started to notice other small things. The van wants to go certain ways. The GPS says turn left, and the van wants to pull its nose right. That sounds crazy, I know, but my hands would be easy in my life. And then I would reach an intersection, and the wheel would feel heavy if I turned away from the old highway where the warehouse once was, and light if I went to the old highway. This is a thought in my head. Yes, it is also a thing in my hands. There is a difference. Drivers leave things in our trucks. We find 3 screws in the cup holder, a hair tie, a child's drawing of a house with square windows, and a tree that looks both happy and on fire. In the bag, I found a dull nail in the low tie rail and an old bill of lading folded small and shoved behind a strap. I unfolded it with one hand. The paper was brittle. The printing had that old office smell. From Delancey Street Storage. 2. Harbour Lock Units, C row. Date, 8 years ago. A name, then a heavy black marker line over it. Someone had wanted the name to be gone. The word Rush stamped in red top right. I tapped the place name into my phone. Harbour Lock had closed after a storm put the creek where the rows of units wanted to be. Pictures online showed water up to the locks. Units bent like teeth in a bad mouth. A comment said, insurance paid some, not all. People lost their stuff, and some people lost their other things too. Things no one will put in a comment. At 2 a.m. on a Tuesday, I let the van pull me down to where Harbour Lock used to be. The gate was half there. The sign flapped one loose end. Someone had spray painted "Keep Out," which is like writing "Welcome in this city." I stopped outside. I did not go in. The camera came on by itself. Back view. The blur in the back moved steady, slow. It pressed itself to the bulkhead again. It stayed. The passenger seatbelt icon lit and stayed. I said, whispering because whispering felt correct. Is this it? The seat shivered against my arm, a little twitch, like a person trying to get comfortable. The air in the cab got colder again. The smell of damp cardboard came up hard. I pulled forward a foot. The blur pressed harder. I pulled back, and the blur retreated. My heart did a wrong drum for 3 beats, and then snapped back. I sat there and thought, I could open the back. I could roll the door up and see nothing, and say nothing, and go home. Or I could open the back and give a ride to an address that does not have doors anymore. I got out. I walked around. The night was as it should be. Crickets in the dry grass, a far-off truck on the highway, an airplane low, people you do not see talking quiet on a porch 2 blocks over. My hand shook so hard on the lock that I had to hold my wrist with my other hand to turn the key. I rolled the door up. The cold came at my face and across my shoulders. It was not air, it was pressure, and then not pressure. It was like a house when someone leaves and leaves the door open, and the whole room breathes different. The back was empty. The blur was not something you can see with your eyes, but you can see the way a blanket dips when someone sits on it. You can see the way dust lifts when something moves without feet. The moving blanket on the right sagged like a person had put a knee on it. The hand truck clicked against the wall as if someone had knocked it just slightly with their heel. Okay, I said. My voice did not sound like mine. I did not like hearing it. Okay, go. That sounds stupid. I know. It is the only thing I had. The air in the van shifted past me and down. It moved like a big body changes spaces. The ramp banged once, not hard. Just a hollow wood-on-metal sound. And then was quiet. Outside the van, the air felt warmer. The smell of coin and wet turned into dust and weeds and old oil. The letters on the back door faded with no finger to keep them fresh. The screen on the dash clicked off. The airbag on light went dark and stayed. I stood holding the roll-up door as if it weighed more than it does, as if it could pull me backward. Then I lowered it. The door slid into place like it is supposed to. The lock turned. The key was light again in my hand. I drove away. I had to. Staying made no sense. I felt like I had put something back where it belonged, and I felt dumb for thinking that. And I also felt a small pain inside my ribs, like a hand that had been holding me let go and left a shape in me, the size of a hand. I did not tell anyone. I worked the next day like a person who sleeps and eats and carries couches. The camera stayed dead all morning. It woke itself in the afternoon, just once at a stop sign. The bag showed empty, no blur, just the floor with its screws, and the marks from many boxes slid far. The way heavy things leave their long record of being moved. I thought, maybe that was it. Maybe it wanted the old storage yard. Maybe it wanted to go back to a place that no longer exists. Maybe it wanted the idea of a place. Maybe it wanted the van to remember it could let someone out and not hold them forever. I do not know. I wanted that to be the last time the screen woke without my hand. For 2 days it was. On the 3rd day, I made a drop late. It was raining a lazy rain that makes roads shine stupid. I pulled into a loading zone and ran the dolly up a wet ramp and back. When I slid into the driver's seat, the dash chimed, passenger airbag on. The seat beside me had a wet mark on it. Not rain, Inside, the shade of wet when cloth drinks in cold water. The bell buckle on that side had water beads, the sort you see on a glass when a drink sweats. The screen turned itself on. The back door looked at me. The word on it now, traced with a fingertip into dust that had taken all day to settle, was a different word. Return. I cleaned the door with spray and rags when I got back to the shop. I did that twice. I washed my hands with hard soap that smells like a brand you only get in seaside stores. It did not make me less cold. The van is a rental sometimes, not mine. On weekends, they hand keys to couples who say, "We can do it ourselves," with the brave faces of people who will find out how heavy a mattress can be. I have to bring the van home to them and show them how to open the door and not crush their hands. The next Saturday, I brought Agnes to a fourth-floor walk-up with a young guy waiting in the rain. He wore a hat that had the name of a band I like. He smiled the tired smile of a person who has not lifted yet but will. He held up his phone to me to show me the reservation. It had his name, his address, our van. "Anything I should know?" he said. "Don't leave your keys in the back and shut the door," I said. "Don't let the door drop. Hold it all the way down." I paused. A stupid sentence rose in my mouth, like a fish coming for bread. I swallowed it. I said, "She's heavy when she's empty." He laughed. "Aren't we all?" he said. I watched him drive away. The rain made the lights smear. The little screen on the dash, dark now, showed me only my own dull face reflected. I saw my mouth say a thing had not said out loud. It looked like, "Please." I got 2 calls that night. One from the young guy. "How do I turn off the beep?" he said. "It says the passenger airbag wants to be on. Is that... It keeps chiming. It says the seat is full. Put your bag on the floor," I said. Hit the little button on the right side of the seat. It happens sometimes. The second was from Manny. "We need you to take an extra run tomorrow," he said. He sounded tired, not in his body, but in his head. "We got a pickup that got pushed." "What time?" I asked. He told me a time that meant I would see dawn. The young guy returned the van Sunday night. He handed me the keys like he was happy to be rid of them. "Good truck," he said. "The backup camera is weird. It came on when I was on the highway. Gave me a jump." He laughed like he meant it, and I believed his laugh. He did not say anything else. He had kept his easy day. He would not keep the pictures I kept in my head. Lucky him. On the way back to the shop, the screen woke again. The word on the door was changed now. It was not made with a finger this time. It was made with something harder, a key or a coin or a nail. Scratch marks. Return to. Under it, a space. Nothing written. The camera adjusted itself, the way it does when the light changes. A small shift that makes the dark darker and the light edges bright. In the corner, near the floor, at the very back where dust piles and no broom reaches, I saw a square, a cardboard box, small, no label. My breath stopped for a second. There had been nothing in the bag. When he gave it to me, the van had been empty. Now there was a box. I parked under the street light and opened the door. The box was there. It was very old, worn at the corners, smooth like a stone. It had string around it. The top had no visible seam. It was one of those boxes that slide into themselves. A smell came off it, like old paper, like books in a long closed room. The string knew my fingers. It had been tied a long time someday, when someone had made a knot with care in poor light. I picked it up, and it was light. Nothing inside, if there was anything, weighed much. On one side, someone had written with marker that had faded to grey, "Hold." I set it down. I waited. The van creaked. Old metal answering temperature changes, and the way a city breathes. The screen on the dash showed my hands on the box, in the back of my own truck, delayed by one slow beat. I watched my hands move, then watched them again a second later. It made my head hurt. I drove with the box in the back to the only address I had that mattered. The place on the old paper with the black line over the name. Harbour Lock. Of course I did. I think you knew I would. The gate gave me no answer. The fence looked like it would cough if I touched it. I parked by the chain. I did not open the back. I did not need to. The screen turned on and showed the box slide by itself to the door. It nudged the door from inside. Tap, tap. The passenger seat belts chimed and went quiet, like someone had finally settled. "Okay," I said again. The same dumb word, better than silence. "Okay." I rolled the door up one last time. The box moved not with a kick, but with a sure glide. The way a box moves when someone you trust pushes it with their foot while they hold the rest with both hands. It slid to the lip, then down the ramp, and paused like a promise between breaths. Then it was out, and the air in the van lifted with it. For 1 second, the shape was there in the corner of my eye, not on the screen, but right where the seat beside me would be if I was in the cab, right where a person sits when they ride with you because they cannot drive themselves. It was a blur with edges like cloth. It did not look at me because it had no face. It felt like a person leaving a bus at their stop. Wait up. Hand on a pole. Step down. Then it was gone. The box sat on the ground outside the range of the light. I do not know who took it. The night did. The camera went black. The airbag on light went dark and stayed dark for a full week. The seat next to me felt empty, like a chair that belongs to no one. I drove like a person who had done a small job no one asked for and did not get paid and did not need to for about a week. I wish that was the end. It is not. The van is a rental. People get in and out. They leave their small things. They leave their shapes in the cushions. They leave their fear and their hurry and their fights about couches. The truck learns new routes in its bones. It knows the low bridge where we hold our breath. It knows the hill where we all say, "Come on." It knows the sound of a thing that is about to fall before it falls. Last night the screen woke again, with me driving forward. Nothing special, just a corner where a bakery makes warm bread late, and I always think about it. The back was empty. The blur crossed slow. It did not press to the bulkhead this time. It moved to the door and curled there, like steam. The letters on the door were clean. No words in dust. Just scratches from life. A small damp spot formed and dried in a second on the inside of the door, like a cold breath. The passenger seat creaked once and went silent. The airbag on light flickered and decided yes for a long mile, then no for a longer one. I put my hand out and pressed it to the passenger seat, the way you press your hand to a cat to let it know you will not move yet. There was nothing to touch. The seat felt like vinyl and old sun. When I parked the van at the shop, I sat without the engine for a long minute. The radio screen showed the time in that cheap font. The little screen reflected my tired eyes. The back waited on the glass. I said, to nobody. To the air that sits in work trucks late at night and listens to men and women talk about rent and bags and how you get a sofa in a stairwell. Where do you need me to go? No answer. Not then. The van ticked as it cooled. A siren far away did its call and ran. A night bird said 1-2 and then quit. The screen stayed black. I put the keys in the drop box. I went home. Now I'm writing this in the morning in the cheap light while I wait for the office to open. I can smell rope and dust on my hands even after washing. When I close my eyes, I can see the back of the truck, the screws in the plywood like black eyes, the way dust hangs when you open and settle when you close. I can see that word scratched once, return, and the space left blank after TU. I do not think it will stay blank. I think something will write in it again. Maybe me. Maybe the next person who drives at 3 in the morning and watches a small screen wake itself to show them a room behind them that is empty and also not. Later today, I will get the keys in the blue envelope and the job sheet with a name I do not need to know. I will look at the route and I will drive my roads like I always do. The camera will do what it does. It will flicker on with no reverse. It will show me the back empty. Then I will see a blurred shape crossing the floor toward the cab, like it has a place in mind, and the van is the only way to get there. I have learned not to ask it out loud who it is. I have learned to say okay into the air and mean it only a little bit. I have learned to watch for letters in dust more than I watch for faces. I have learned to put my hand out and not feel a hand hold mine and to drive anyway. If it asks me to bring something to a gate again, maybe I will. Maybe I will drive around it and make sound with my radio and drown the small screen in music and laughter and weather. Maybe I will take the long way and let the van sulk like an old dog and forgive me later. Maybe the van will forgive nothing and the letters will scratch themselves in the dust and the seatbelt will click on and the voice in the radio will say, break, break in the place between channels where no one talks. When I first started, I thought this was a job where you carry other people's weight for a few hours and then put it down and forget it. It is not. Some of it sticks. Some of it rides back with you. Some of it sits beside you where you cannot see and waits for your small screen to wake and show you what you missed. The van is a good van. She is old. She listens. She keeps cargo even when she is empty. I will drive her today with the windows down and the heater up. because small things help. I will pat the dash. I will tell her she is doing fine. I will watch the little screen out of the corner of my eye. Not too much, like you watch a stove that you do not trust. The office door just opened. I hear Manny's key scrape the lock from here. It sounds normal. It sounds like a door that wants to be a door. I will go get my blue envelope, my list, my day. I will take the keys that jingle like always. I will start the engine. The screen will be black. It will wake when it wants. It always does. And when it does, I will not look away. Nights in my building feel thin, like the walls have lost weight. You can hear the elevator dragging its cable if you stand very still. You can hear water tap in someone's sink 3 floors away. The hall carpet eats footsteps, but not the feeling of them. Sounds carry in a way that makes you feel watched, even when you know you are the only one awake on your floor. That night, I was on my couch with a blanket that smells like clean dust. The TV was off. My plant in the corner leaned its tired leaves toward the streetlight. I had washed a single cup and left it in the rack to dry, because that is what I do. Wash and leave, wash and leave. The clock on my stove was wrong by 3 minutes. Like always, I was not asleep, but I was on my way. The intercom buzzed at 2:14 a.m. It is an old intercom, a plastic face with 2 buttons and a speaker that makes voices thin like paper. When it buzzes, the whole unit hums a little in the wall, like someone is holding a hive outside my front door. We get food deliveries sometimes. We get lost friends of neighbors. Once, a man pressed every button until someone let him in to sell plastic covers for couches. Nobody presses mine at 2 a.m. No one who knows me presses mine at all. I took my name off the directory the day I moved in. I stared at the unit like it was a small animal that had decided to bite. The buzz faded and came again. My hand went up without telling my head. I pressed talk. Hello? I said. The word felt wrong in my mouth. Dry. Too big. Silence. My building's silence. Then a voice, thin with static, careful with words, said my name. My real name. The name I sign on the line at the bank and never tape to anything in the lobby. I stood up. Who is this? I said. More silence. Not nothing, but that soft intercom breath. Then the voice said, so quiet, I had to press my ear to the speaker hard enough to hurt. You tell the room, good night when you are alone. My skin went cold, like I had stepped into the walk-in freezer at the deli near me. That sentence. I had said that sentence out loud the night before. I'd said it into my pillow, like an idiot. I had never told anyone I did that. I had not even told myself it was a real thing, just a habit that comes out of a lonely person's mouth. Who is this? I said again. I could hear my breath hit the plastic and bounce back. What apartment do you want? The intercom's small light flickered. The voice on the other end whispered, almost kind. Yours. You. My thumb hovered over the door button, the one that unlocks the front door and makes the small click echo up from the lobby. I took it away. My hand shook. I'm not letting you in, I said. It's late. You have the wrong... The line hissed, not loud. A sound like air through a straw. Then the voice, closer now, as if it had leaned right up to whatever speaker was down at the door, said, You count the steps when you go up to your floor. You stop at 23 even though there are more. I do that. I don't know why. I never told anyone. I felt my heart hit the inside of my chest hard, hit it again, slow, like it had miscounted too. Wrong apartment, I lied, because that is what your mouth does when your head is running and your feet are stuck. The voice said nothing else. The little light on my wall went out. The unit went back to quiet. The room around me felt like it had bent and was moving back into shape. I did not sleep. I walked to the door and looked through the peephole at the empty hall, the line of doors with their metal numbers that catch light like eyes. I listened for the elevator. It did not move. I put my ear to the door. Nothing but the high, small noise in my own head. At 2:25, I texted myself so I could see it in the morning and not pretend I dreamed it. Intercom, 2:14. My name. Secret. Don't forget. I turned every light on and left them that way until dawn made them look cheap. In the morning, I asked the super if the front intercom panel was broken. He gave me the look supers give you when you ask a question like that in an old building. He is a man who wears a thick bracelet on one wrist and walks like his knees hurt. Broken how? He said. Crossed lines, I said. Random buzzes. People press the wrong button, he said. Kids press all the buttons. At 2 in the morning, I said. He laughed once without looking at me. Kids are up, he said. Then he nodded at my mail like he could see through envelopes and said, softer. Don't open for nobody. I didn't tell him the voice had used my name. I didn't tell him what else it said. I didn't want that to be words in the world. The buzz came again the next night at 2:14. I was awake for it without being awake on purpose. It was like my body set itself to it. The intercom's little light clicked on, sharp and mean in the dark, and the unit buzzed and hummed like a throat clearing itself. I pressed talk with my fingernail and pulled the blanket tighter around me, even though I was sweating. Yes, I said. I tried to sound like someone else lived here. The voice said my name. Then it said a different thing. It said, in a whisper, you keep a suitcase under your bed. It has your papers inside. It smells like the bus station. I breathed in slow because if I breathed in fast, I would spit out all my air and shake. There is a small suitcase under my bed. It is half packed. It holds some clothes and a copy of my birth certificate and a ticket I never used. I had packed it one bad night and then slid it under there like sweeping crumbs under a rug. I had not told a soul. You're not funny, I said. I hated the way my voice was small. Don't call here again. I'm not calling, the voice said. The intercom has no call function, but that is what the voice found. A word that was wrong and felt right under its tongue. I'm here. Where? I said. Because questions are ways to stop yourself from doing anything else. There was a thin tapping, not far, coming up through the speaker, like someone had a metal spoon and a glass. Tap, tap. The voice after the tap said, front, the glass. I have a hand. I stood in the dark with my thumb floating over the door button. If I pressed it, the door at the front would click open. The door would swing if someone had it pulled. They could come up and be in my hall with the low carpet and upturned corners. They could be at my door. The thought made my eyes water. I did not press it. No, I said. Go away. Okay, the voice said. It sounded like it smiled while it said, okay. Then it added, softer, kind, like a deathbed voice. You didn't tell anyone you were going to leave. The light went out. The hum stopped. The room breathed again. I took my phone and pressed record and set it next to the intercom. I wanted proof. I wanted to hear it in the morning and prove to myself that my head had not made the thin voice in the wall. I wanted something to show someone if one day I decided I had to walk into the super's tiny office and sit on the metal chair and say, listen. At 2:13, the next night, I sat like a student waiting for the bell. The intercom was a square on my wall that seemed to grow. The little light clicked. It was 2:14. The buzz hit my chest. Hello, I said into my own recording. The voice did not say my name first. It whispered a thing I had done that day. You put salt in your tea and you drank it anyway. I had, by mistake, while talking to myself and not watching my hand. I had drunk it because I was too tired to make more. I swallowed, which sounded loud to me and must have made nothing on their end. What do you want? I asked. The question finally broke out of my mouth like a dog breaking through a fence. I want to come up, the voice said. Not please, not anything else. Come up. Why? Silence, but the kind that has a person thinking behind it. Then, I am tired of the door. For a second, I pictured someone in the vestibule, their head pressed to the glass, the foyer plant with its fake leaves and dust touching their shoulder, the wall of mailboxes behind them, each with a person's name in a crooked line. I pictured that old front glass that has the wire mesh inside it that makes it look safe, like an oven. The idea of a person alone down there at 2 a.m. made me want to open the door. The idea of that person knowing what I keep under my bed made me want to lie down on the floor and pull the blanket over my head. No, I said, I can't. The voice did not get angry. It did the thing that made me feel dizzy. It changed. It tilted like a face in light. It said, quiet, urgent, don't let me in. Then it said fast, tell me a name. What? I said. A name, it whispered. It hurts not to have one on the buzzer. Give me yours, or give me one. I don't use my name on the panel. It is a blank strip of plastic. When I moved in, I took the little paper with my name on it out of the slot and folded it small and put it in my pocket. It is still in an old wallet in a drawer. The voice asked me for a name now, like it knew exactly what button to press in my head. No, I said again, so soft I hated myself. The intercom made a hiss that might have been a breath or a broken wire. Then the voice said, okay, and the line went dead. I checked my phone. The recording showed a thin band of sound like wind, and then my voice and the other voice laid on top of each other, the way 2 pages look when you hold them to the light. I played it back later in the day and heard more than I wanted. I could hear my own mouth say, hello, and then, under it, another voice say my name, the same way I say it to myself if I'm talking out loud. I turned the phone over and left it face down on the table. I did not want to give it my eyes anymore. I started listening for 2:14 in everything. In the elevator, in my shower. The elevator stopped once at 2:14 on my floor all by itself, and the doors opened, and no one was there. The water pump in the basement banged once at 2:14, and then quieted. I know, because I stood at the mailboxes, pretending to look at coupons and using my phone clock as a candle to walk by. I slept all day one afternoon and woke up to a dream soaked into my pillow, a voice in my head saying, "Shh, we are listening." I got up and washed my face. I said to the mirror, "You are being dramatic." The mirror gave me my tired face back and said nothing. I put a towel over it for an hour anyway, at a grocery store with a line that never moved. I looked up building news. Sometimes people write online about old buildings. They complain, or they tell stories, or they warn each other about rats that live behind the market. I typed my building's address plus 214. A page came up that looked like a scanned old paper. A headline about an elevator stuck in 1999. Time, 2:14 a.m. No one hurt. A woman had laughed and said she'd always wanted to sleep on red carpet. And then she never lived here again. A reply to a decade-old thread said, "My aunt says that time is for him. No more. Know who him was. Night again. You know how this goes." The building felt like it had swallowed something sharp. The intercom clicked and buzzed like a small saw, cutting the dark. I pressed talk and said, "Please don't. Now you ask me," the voice said. Not angry, soft. "Please, what are you?" I said, because what had become easier than who? "Where are you calling from?" "Not calling," it said, and the word calling, like before, did not fit it. "I am near the door. I am in the hall. I am on the stairs. I am on step 10. I am on step 11. I am on step 2. It cut itself. It whispered, "You know the steps. I won't open," I said. It felt like I should say it as if it were a promise. A promise to who? I didn't know. "It is safer if you don't," the voice said. And then, fast, scary fast, the tone changed again and said in a voice that sounded like mine, "Let me in." Then it laughed. My laugh, but thinner. I felt heat rise under my eyes like a rush of shame. "Stop using my voice," I said. I pressed my thumb hard into the talk button. The plastic creaked. "Stop." "Okay," it said, not in my voice. "Don't be mad." A knock sounded down the hall at the same time. Not at my door. Farther. The place where the hallway turns toward the stairwell. 3 soft knuckles on a metal fire door. My body went one way. My feet did not go. I looked through the peephole and saw nothing. Not nothing wall, carpet, exit sign light, that kind of nothing. The intercom said, "Can I see your face?" I covered the peephole with my hand. I didn't know where to be. I was 2 inches from the door and pressed to the wall at the same time. "No," I said. "No, no," the voice hissed, like someone trying not to laugh and trying not to cry at the same time. Then it said, "Do you want me to stop?" "Yes." "I can't stop," it said. "I only have a small ring. It comes every night. It finds your number. I have to press it. I have been pressing it since the bell broke. What bell? I said. The building has a bell in the lobby that used to ring at the front desk when someone pushed your apartment number down there. It is old and not used. We have the electric buzz now. The bell has a little metal cup under it, like a tiny hat. There is no desk. No one sits there at night. Only a plant, an old mail, and the board where people write room rentals on tear-off strips. I started. Look at the mailboxes, it said. Look at the one that is yours. Look inside where it wears down. My mailbox has a small half-moon worn shiny where I push my finger in to get it open. I don't know if anyone else does that. I do it every day. I had never told anyone that either. It felt like the voice had put its hand on my hand, like we were reaching into the same small mouth of metal. I curled my fingers into my palm, where the skin creases like paper. Stop, I said again, because I was running out of words for this. Tell me a name, it said, patient, like a good teacher. Give me what you tell the room. Give me what your grandmother called you when you were small. I swallowed. My grandmother had a pet name for me. It is not on any piece of paper in any place. It is not in any phone. It is not in any chat. It has never been written. She is dead. I say it to myself if I am very tired, or if I want to be a kid for 1 second. I have never said it to a person since she went. I put my hand flat on the wall and pressed until my palm hurt. No, I said, you can't have it. Something like a sigh moved through the intercom. It sounded like air changing rooms. The little light went dark. My wall hummed again, like it does when the big lights in the lobby go off. The time was 2:17. My knees felt like someone else's when they stand up too fast. I sat down on the floor with my back to the door until the carpet made my skin itch. The next day, I went down to look at the front. I told myself I needed to check my mail. It is true, I did. I hovered by the intercom panel. It is a rectangle of brushed metal with little screws that look like heads. Names live under foggy plastic. Mine is blank. The number buttons are black with white paint wearing off. I pressed the button for my own apartment. The light next to it glowed. Up in my apartment, the intercom buzzed. I heard it faintly up there, 2 floors away, like a bee in a bottle. The glass in the front door has old wire diamond pattern inside. It shows the street bent. I leaned my forehead against it. It was cold. My breath fogged it and then went away. I looked at the little bell on the wall. It has dust in its cup where the hammer would hit. It looked like a thing that has not been asked for a long time to be what it was built to be. I wrote a note and shoved it behind the faded security sign. It said, in letters that shook and made me mad, "Who are you?" I thought I was the kind of person who would not do that. I thought I was the kind of person who would walk away. I am not. That night, the intercom buzzed like always, right on time, 2:14. I pressed talk and tried to keep my voice flat. "Did you see my note?" I asked. "I can't see paper," it said. "I can only see in a way that is sideways. I can hear when you put your ear to the door. I can hear your feet on step 23. I can hear the bell in my head when you touch the mail. What are you? I asked again. I am here, it said, not helpful. And then, as if it had practiced the line for years and now found someone to say it to, I got left in the hall. I closed my eyes. By who? At the top, it said, at the little door, opened and not opened. The air moved, the door shut. I am here. The little door, I said. There is a small door at the top of the stairs on my floor that leads to the roof. It is not allowed to be used. It is always locked. It has a dent, like a knee made it, and scrape marks near the lock, like someone has tried to pry it once and failed. The idea of anyone stopping there made the back of my neck feel like a hand had put cold fingers on it. Can you stop calling? I asked. A pause. I could, it said. I could stop. I could stand here. But I will still be here. I will be here until someone hears me. It lowered its voice to a bare sound. Please don't let me in. There was something like the sound of a mouth too close to a microphone. A wet, small noise. Footsteps in the hall again. But not the kind you hear. The kind you feel in your feet, up through the floor beams. The intercom hissed, and the hiss said a word without letters. Now, go to the door, it whispered. Look down. Don't open. Look. I did the dumb thing. I did what it told me. I went to my door and put my eye to the peephole. It made the world a circle. The hall was there. The little lamp over the exit sign hummed. The carpet was the color of old tea. The elevator doors were closed and shining with fingerprints. Nothing. Then, at the corner by the stairs, the shadow changed shape. Not a person. A missing of light. A long, thin empty. It passed along the wall and stopped near my door and had no feet. And had feet because I could feel them in the floor under my toes. It whispered in the intercom, near my ear and 2 floors away at the same time. Don't open. Not tonight. Then it said a word in the softest way, a word that was mine and had been mine since I was small, and no one knew it but me and my grandmother. It said the name I am in only that one place in the world. It fit its shape into the speaker like the hole was made for it. Then it went away. I slid down the door again. I cried. I made no sound because the intercom had taken my voice and put it on the other side of the wall. And I didn't want it to have that too. After that, I started to count the days. The voice came every night at the same minute. It would say my name. It would say a secret thing, like it was spreading a sheet on a bed I did not want. It would ask for a name. It would ask to come up. It would, some nights, tell me not to open if something knocked. Twice, I heard a knock at a neighbor's door that I could not see through my peephole. Twice, I saw no one and heard the small sound like a knuckle tapping metal. Once, twice. 1, 2, 3, 4. The voice would say, don't. And I would stand with my hand on my lock and breathe like I had a paper bag over my face. I asked a neighbor once, the woman in 3B, if her intercom ever did anything weird at night. Weird how? She said. She put her mail under her chin like a little shelf and sorted it while she talked. Buzzing, I said. Wrong buttons. Problems. Every button is wrong in this building, she said. Don't open for late people. That's my rule. She bit the corner of an envelope like she was mean to it and laughed. Why? You got a suitor. Something like that, I said, and felt angry because I was not a person with a suitor waiting at my door. I was a person with a speaker on my wall that knew what I called myself in my own head. The day I decided to go to the top door was a day I had not slept. The roof hatch has a chain and a heavy padlock. I knew that. I knew I could not open it without making the day people mad. I went anyway. The stairwell smelled like hot dust and old paint. The last flight of steps felt steeper than usual. I counted because I always count. 21, 22, 23. The landing between floors is a little square with a window that looks at another building's wall. A friendly brick face. The roof door is tinted metal. It has the dent. It has the scrape. It has a small piece of string caught in the hinge like a hair. I put my ear to it and listened, like a child listens to a seashell. Air on the other side. That is it. Not wind. Air. A sense of space. The chain made a tiny sound when I bumped it. The link on Link Dry Kiss. The quiet at the top tasted different than the quiet at my door. It had a high taste, like snow. My skin crawled. I went back down and did not look over my shoulder until I was on the landing by my apartment and had the door in my hand. The voice that night was happy. I could hear it. It did not say the things. It said, "You came." And then, "I am not blue in the face anymore. I am not opening the roof for you," I said. I don't know why I thought this was what it wanted, but I said it like I was talking to a person who was about to pick up a hot pot. "Don't. I know," it said. And it said my small name again. And I wanted to slap the little plastic box on my wall until it broke. "What do you want me to do?" I asked. "Really?" it answered, without pause this time. "When it comes," it said. "When I am there. When I am at the glass. Don't open for me. Open for it." "For what?" I said. "It will knock 4 times," it whispered. "You will want to open for me then. Don't. Press the button after it knocks." "You are not making sense," I said. "I have not made sense for a long time," it said. "Listen for the metal in the knock. You will know it. You are good with sounds." I am not good with sounds. I am a person who puts salt in tea and talks to rooms. But I said, "Okay." I don't know why. Maybe because saying "okay" was a way to step aside and let something else choose. I waited at 2:14 the next night with my hand shaking and the door button lit under the pad of my thumb. The intercom buzzed. The voice said the piece it always says, my name in a small mouth. Then the other sound came. 4 knocks. Not wood, not knuckles. Metal on metal. Somewhere down there, under the camera lens, by the mail. 4. Steady. As if a person's arm had a metronome built inside it. They were so exactly spaced that my skin crawled. They sounded like someone hitting the edge of a key against a thick piece of pipe. I put my hand on the unlock button and did nothing. I waited. The knocking stopped. I did the wrong thing. I opened. The building changed. If you have ever been in a room and had someone open a window behind you, you know the way air shifts. It was like that, but bigger. The hall outside my door had a new seam in it. A small current. A cold thread. I heard the front door downstairs thump against its stop, like a weak body hitting a bed. Footsteps came. Not loud, not fast, but coming. A person or something. Wearing a person's weight. The elevator did not come. It never does at that hour. The steps made no sound on my carpet. Only a feeling in the floor and in my calves. They came down the hall and stopped. Not at my neighbor's, not at mine. At the turn by the stairs. That same little corner of shadow. It waited. It did not come closer. The intercom said, "Good, good." What did I let in? I said. I couldn't get my eyes to leave the line of light under my door. It stayed a line. It did not thicken with shadow. "You let it go," the voice said. "Thank you." And then the light on the intercom went dead, and the unit went quiet, the most quiet it has ever been. A quiet that felt like a person finally sleeping. 2 nights. No buzz. 3. My shoulders unhitched from my ears. I slept with one light out. Then the 4th night, the intercom clicked on again at the same time, like a friend who has been on vacation and just came home like no time passed. "You let it go," it said. "Now let me up." "No," I said. I did not have to think about it now. "No, I did what you asked." "You did what it asked," it said. It tried to make its voice sad. It did not sound like a person. It sounded like wind. "Tell me a name," it said again. "No," I said. I looked across my room at the towel I had thrown over my mirror, and at the small plant with its tired leaves, and at the chair with a sweater on the arm that no one else would ever wear. I heard the building hum like an old fridge. I said, "We're done." "You will open one night," the voice said, and there was no threat in it, only truth, the way a clock has truth. You will not mean to. You will press and the door will click. I will be on step 23. I will still know your little name. The light went out. The room stayed heavy and then eased. I kept a notebook after that. I wrote every time. Tomb 14. Yes, no, silence. Days with no buzz. I drew a small square beside the date. Days with buzz. I drew a circle. Once, when it was raining hard and the building barely held itself together under the water, I drew a line that looked like a river where words should be, because the intercom hissed without speaking for a full minute, and I stood there like a person with a shell under their ear, listening for a sea that does not want them. I hear the elevator now as I write this. It is late, like always. My stove clock is wrong by 3 minutes. The plant is worse than last week. The suitcase is still under my bed. I have not moved it out to the hall the way I sometimes picture putting it, where the building could see it and judge me. I still say goodnight to the room sometimes when I am very tired. The room hears me, or it does not. I am not sure which is better. Tonight is clear, cold, still. The streetlight outside my window has a halo like a saint in a small church painting. I am not a religious person. I think about the little bell in the lobby's cup and how dust holds to metal. I think about the way 4 knocks sounded like a key touching a pipe. I think about the voice that used mine and said my small name, like it had been waiting to use a soft thing for a long time. It is 2:12. My stomach knows. It is tight and high. I am sitting where I can reach the intercom without standing up. My finger is on the edge of the button like a toe over a step. The little light on the unit is blank. The building is a mouth that is closed. 2:13. Down the hall, something moves the air like a hand that decides not to touch. I put my ear to the door and pull back. I don't want to give it the gift of that sound. 2:14. The light clicks on. The buzz is steady and tired. The voice says my name like it always does when it wants me to remember. And then it whispers a sentence I said to myself last night while washing my single cup. A thing I have never said out loud to any person. I want to go home. I don't know where home is in that sentence. I only know I said it to the room. I only know it is mine, and now it is not. Don't open, the voice says, almost kindly. The kindness scares me more than the nights it asks to come in. Wait for the other knock. I hold my breath. The building is listening to itself. The pipes make a small high metal note and go quiet. The elevator cable sighs and settles. Somewhere, someone breathes. Somewhere, someone says a name that is not mine. The intercom hums warm against my ear. The button under my thumb glows low like a sleeping animal's eye. I am going to wait. I am going to listen for the 4 knocks that sound like a key on a pipe. I am going to keep my finger off the button until I can't. The voice on the comm lowers itself until it is barely there. A thread. It says my small name again. That one. And then it says, as soft as a mouth that learned to speak to a wall, please. I look at the door. I look at the little light. I hear nothing. Not yet. All I wanted was a quick photo to send my sister. New sheets on my bed. Fresh pillowcases. The kind of small good thing you want to show someone because it makes a night feel a little less empty. I stood by the foot of the bed, raised my phone, and took a selfie. My bedroom is simple. 1 window to the alley. 1 lamp that hums when it is tired. A closet with a door that does not close right. A mirror I cover with a scarf half the time. A wall I keep clean because I stare at it when I can't sleep. I took the photo and looked down at the screen. It showed me standing in the hallway, not my room. The hall outside my apartment door. The brown carpet with the flattened pattern. The low light. The exit sign glow. The metal numbers on the doors to my left and right. In the photo, I was there in the hall. The phone in my hand. My shoulders a little high, like I was cold. Behind me in the picture, the fire door with the scratch where a hand truck once hit it. My own door a few steps away, with its peephole like an eye. I blinked. I checked the thumbnail. I checked the camera mode. I laughed once, the kind of laugh that is just air leaving you wrong. I wiped the screen with my sleeve. I took another photo in my bedroom. The new photo showed me standing in the hallway again. Same tilt of my head. Same stupid soft smile I use to make myself look less tired. The hall outside. Me in it. I leaned against my dresser and looked at my actual walls. Window, lamp, closet. I was in my room. I was here. Still, my phone said I was in the hall. I turned the camera to the back lens and snapped a quick shot of the ceiling light above my bed. The picture showed the hallway ceiling with the smoke detector near the stairwell. A piece of tape stuck to the edge of it from when someone painted. I put the phone face down on the bed. The room was very quiet. I listened for the sound of the elevator cable. I heard nothing but the small hiss in my head that comes when I am nervous. Maybe my phone had a bug. Maybe I had swiped to an old picture by accident. I picked up the phone again, swiped through my camera roll. The last few photos were normal. My sink, a plant leaf, a picture of my dinner I had not meant to take, but did because I hit the button wrong. Then the two new ones. Me in the hall. Me in the hall. I opened the first one and pinched to zoom. My mouth went dry. On the floor in the photo, by my neighbor's door, a pair of shoes sat. Red soles. I had seen those shoes that morning. He leaves them out. He is not supposed to, but he does. In the picture, the shoes were there. In real life now, at night, the shoes were inside his apartment. I had seen him kick them in as the door closed. The photo felt like day and night mixed. It felt like the hall had its own time. Don't think like that, I told myself. Fix this. Easy thing first. Restart the phone. I did. The little logo came up slow. The hum of the lamp felt louder. I opened the camera again. I stood at the end of the bed. Snap. Me in the hall. My hands shook. I set the phone on the dresser and hit the button with the timer set to 3 seconds. I put both my hands at my sides. Click. I picked it up. Me in the hall. Same pose. My body in the picture was the same size it would be if I stood near my door and raised my phone. But I was not there. I walked to my door because I am the kind of person who presses on a bruise to see if it still hurts. I looked out the peephole. The hallway was itself. Brown carpet, low light, quiet. No one there. No red shoes. The fire door was shut. I opened my door a crack and listened. Even my breath seemed like too much noise for that hall. I shut the door quietly and went back to the bed. I took another selfie without thinking. In the picture, I was in the hall, a little closer to my door than before. I zoomed into my face. In the picture, my eyes were not looking at my phone. My eyes were looking past it, down the hall, like I had heard something behind the lens. I put the phone down and walked to the bathroom to splash water on my face. The mirror over the sink caught me plain. Hair tied back. Shirt with a stain on the shoulder from something I could not name. My mouth pressed thin. I did not take a photo there. I did not want to see the hall in it. But I did. I took it anyway because I could not stop. It felt like a dare. I raised my phone, pressed the button, and looked. Me in the hall. Bathroom door behind me in the picture? No. Fire door. My door. The light in the hall looked a little too low. The exit sign seemed dim. My hand in the picture had a small blur at the wrist, like I had moved fast. I had been still. I turned on the hallway light from the switch inside my apartment. It is a rule-breaking thing I do sometimes. The light should be on a timer, but the switch near my door still works. The hall light clicked on and made a rectangle of brightness under the door. I took another selfie. The hall in the photo was still dim. The light under my door did not show. I set the phone down and sat on the edge of the bed and watched it buzz with a low battery message, like it wanted an excuse to stop. I plugged it in. You are overreacting, I told myself. It is a simple error. It is a line in a cable, a wire touching a wire. It is your brain making pictures out of nothing. I breathed slow. I counted to 23 because I always do when I go up from the lobby, step by step. 23 is the landing. After that, there are 3 more. But I always stop counting at 23. The number calmed me a little. My chest stopped feeling like hollow wood. I picked up the phone and set it to live photo. It captures a second and a half before and after. I raised it, stood still, and pressed. I watched the picture play. Me in the hall, a breath of movement. On the tiny video, my head turned a little to the left, toward the stairs, my shoulder tensed, and then my mouth moved. It made a word. I could not hear it on the live photo. It was silent, but I saw the shape. It looked like I said, hello? It looked like I said, who's there? I had not moved. I had not said a word. I had not been in that hall. I took 3 more live photos in a row, like a person taking sips of water in a fire. In one, my hallway self looked at the door number across from mine, like I had heard the metal click. In one, I lifted my phone higher, like I wanted to catch the face of whoever would come around the corner. In one, I stepped back a little, and my back touched the fire door. It made my stomach drop, like I was in a car that missed a step on the road. I sent one to my sister with a caption that I made light on purpose because I needed it to be a joke. My camera is broken, LOL. Look, it thinks I'm in the hall. She read it a minute later. The typing dots came. Then she wrote, why are you in the hall at this hour? Can't you sleep? It was not only my phone. It was what the picture was, to other eyes too. I wrote back, I'm in my room. This is in my room. She wrote, it's the hall. I did not tell her anything else. She lives far. She worries I am too alone. She is not wrong. I put the phone down and did not touch it for 10 minutes. Then I set it to timer and put it on my desk, pointed at the bed. I stepped out of the room and stood in the little kitchen. It clicked. I walked back. The photo showed me in the hall again. This time, a few steps past my own door. My face turned toward the stairs, like I had heard something low. I think I stood there for a long time without moving. The lamp hummed. The alley made a slow wind sound, like breath in a big throat. My radiator ticked once and then was ashamed of it and went silent again. This was the thought that finally got me to act. If the picture shows me in the hall every time, what if I go in the hall and take one? Will it show me? In my room, I wanted to see that stupid answer. I wanted the joke of it. I put my phone on airplane mode because the idea of anyone calling me then made my skin feel too thin. I opened my door. The hall light I had left on was bright and small in a way that made the rest of the hall darker. I stepped out. The carpet felt like it always does. Low, a little damp, forgiving. I lifted the phone and took a selfie. The photo showed me in the hall. Of course it did. But the me in the hall in that photo was not here, where I stood. It was a few steps closer to the elevator. My double raised the phone higher, as if to get more, as if to invite the wide shot. The fire door behind my double had a smear at the edge, like a hand had slid down it, with chalk or dust on the palm. I took another. In that one, my double stood with their head bowed, like they were listening to a whisper at the peephole of my own door. I did not hold my phone near my face for that one. I had held it low. Still, in the picture, my hand was near my mouth. The motion light at the far end of the hall came on for nobody. The elevator hummed and then didn't. Somewhere below, a pipe knocked in a slow heartbeat and then stopped. Embarrassed to be heard, I retreated into my apartment and shut the door quietly. I slid the chain because the idea of not sliding it made my throat feel hot. I took a picture of my hand on the chain and looked at it. The photo showed me in the hall with my hand on the push bar of the fire door instead. My fingers spread like I had just finished pressing hard. I lowered the phone. I did not want to take another. I took another anyway. The picture showed me in the hall with my hand on my door handle from the outside. Not the chain inside, the handle outside. The muscles in my arm were tight in the photo. You could see it, a line. The tendons looked like someone had drawn them with a pencil too dark. I locked my bedroom window. It has nothing to do with the hall. I did it anyway. I turned my lamp off and on to hear it hum, as if that made a difference. I put the phone down and went to the sink and drank water straight from the tap until it tasted like metal. Then I came back and picked it up. A new photo sat in my roll. I had not taken it. It was a picture of the hall, not me. The hall empty. My door closed in the frame. The fire door a little open, as if someone had pressed and not held. The carpet with a smear where a foot might have dragged. The light at the far end just beginning to go off in that slow way it has, showing its filament first and then nothing. The timestamp on the top right was wrong by 1 minute. It was ahead. It said a time I had not reached yet. I held the phone in both hands like it was heavy. I set it down on the bed. I backed away from it. And then I laughed at myself, because backing away from a phone like it can bite is a thing you do when you are in bad shape. I went to the door and put my ear to it. The hall felt like silence when silence is full of attention. The peephole showed nothing but the curve of the hall and the cold metal line of the elevator doors. I took the scarf off my mirror and looked at myself straight. Then I raised my phone and took a picture in the mirror. The photo showed me in the hall again, but not a reflection of me taking a photo. It was me moving, not still. In that one, I was walking toward the stairwell with my phone at my side as if I had forgotten it. My mouth was open, like I was speaking to someone who was one step out of the frame. The door to the stairwell in the picture was ajar, a finger width. From the black slice behind it, a shadow reached the carpet like a spill. I covered the mirror back up. I pressed my hand to my ribs and felt my heart and counted it, because counting is a thing I can do when nothing else makes sense. It was not fast. It was steady. It did not match the feeling in my head. I sent one of the pictures, the least bad one, to my friend Ma. I wrote, "Weird, right? It keeps showing the hall." She wrote back, "Good night, stalker, LOL." Then, "You okay?" I did not answer. If I said I was okay, I would be lying. If I said I was not okay, she would come, and I did not want anyone at my door. I set the phone to video and leaned it upright against a book on my dresser, pointed at my door. I hit record. I sat on the floor with my back to the bed and watched the screen. I watched my door. I watched the crack of light at the bottom, the line that shows how the hall light tries to live inside my room. 2 minutes. 3. My legs went pins and needles. I shifted. 4. Something knocked, far away, down on the first floor maybe, or in a life that is not mine. Then my own door shivered in its frame. A small thing like a person leaned on it with the weight of their head and sighed. My phone screen fluttered. The video feed for a blink turned to the hall. The camera should not do that. It is a phone camera pointer at a door. It showed the hall. It showed my door from outside. It showed the fire door open wider. It showed me from behind for 1 second. My hoodie, my hair, the back of my neck, standing in the hallway facing my own door. Then it went back to my room, to my door from inside. I stepped to the side like a person does when they are about to be sick and need a wider place. I stopped the recording and scrubbed back. The little piece was there. I paused it. I took a screenshot. In the screenshot, the me from behind had my same hoodie and a wrinkle at the shoulder I had noticed earlier in the night. My feet in the picture were not lined up. One was a little in front like I was mid-step. My hand was not on the door. It hung at my side like I was waiting to decide. I took a breath, and it felt like paper going down my throat. I decided I would not take any more photos tonight. I decided I would put the phone in the kitchen and go to sleep with the TV on, low to make a friendly sound. I stood up with my hands to my sides, and the phone buzzed in that small way that says low battery, even though it was plugged in. A new picture appeared on the screen without my touch. It was the hall again. The camera was low, near the floor, like a child had taken it. In the far edge of the frame, just the curve of a hand, not mine. The skin was too pale or too grey, or the light made it wrong. 3 long streaks were on the carpet leading toward my door, like something had been dragged, or like a person had walked with wet shoes and left dark marks that dried as they went. I went to the door again before my brain could tell me to sit down. I put my eye to the peephole and saw only the line of the hall. I waited. The peephole circle makes the world small and far, like you're watching your own house on TV. I saw the elevator doors reflect something moving, a smear. I saw the light at the far end of the hall flicker in the way that means someone has set it off with their body and then moved out from under it. I didn't open. I stood there with my hand holding the knob, not like I was going to turn it, but like I was holding someone else's hand across a wall of metal. An easy thing to say, a stupid one. It is how it felt. I slept 2 hours that night with the phone on the floor and the charger light like the eye of a small animal. I woke to a grey morning and my face as tight as if I had chewed string all night. The pictures were still there. The newest one had time-stamped itself at 2:53. I had been asleep. It showed the inside of the hall fire door. It showed a flash of white, like a sleeve, like chalk dust on a black coat. It made my stomach jump. It did not show me. During the day, the camera was normal. I snapped a photo of the plant. It was the plant. A picture of the sink. The sink. The phone behaved like it had been sorry. The hall outside in daylight is not kind, but it is less mean. I walked down it and heard the neighbor's radio and someone cooking with a pan that hits the burner just a little wrong. I went out for bread. I tried to walk in the sun. Night came like someone pulling a blanket, quick and rude. I did not take a picture for 2 hours. Then my hand needed to. The buzz at 2:14 came from the intercom in my wall. Another story from another night, and brought the hall into my head like a bell brings the school into a room. I took one picture in my room. It showed me in the hall, right in front of my neighbor's door, closer to the camera than before. My face took up more of the frame. My eyes were looking at the lens, not past it. My mouth was open. It looked like I said, "Please." I scrolled back to older pictures. In each, I had been farther away. In each, I moved a step. In each, I was coming closer to the camera, to the door, to my own eye. It was as if the hallway me was walking toward me over nights, closing the distance between me and me. I took another. Now the me in the hall filled the frame, the top of my head cut off, my mouth almost touching the phone, my eyes wrong. Not because of light, wrong because I could not tell if they were mine. In that picture, my other hand was up as if it wanted to touch the lens, as if it wanted to get through. I dropped the phone on the bed and it bounced, and I grabbed it because the idea of it falling on the floor made my heart go 2 beats off. A new text came from a number I did not know. It was a photo. It was my door from the hall. The caption said, "You coming?" I texted back immediately, "Who is this?" No answer. I saved the number under a name that meant nothing, because not saving it made me feel like it was saving me. I did one last thing that night that I swore I would not do. I opened my door fast, like a person who has to do it before they think. The hall was empty. The air there smelled like wet carpeting and lemon cleaner old in the bottle. The exit sign hummed. Something scraped far away like a chair. I held the door half open with my foot and lifted my phone and took a photo with my arm extended into the hall. The picture showed me in the hall, holding my phone out the same way. My face had a look that made my stomach hurt. A look like there were two of me, and one was inside a glass that you could not see, and the other one was outside, and neither could hear the other. In that picture, behind my hall self, past my shoulder, down near the turn by the stairs, the air was darker, as if a shape had been careful not to be a shape. I shut the door. I slid the chain. I sat on the floor. I put my phone face down. The next morning brought no answer and too much light. I went to work and had thoughts with mistakes in them. I came home and my door smelled like the hall, and the hall smelled like rain through paint. I took only one photo in daylight in the kitchen on purpose to make the camera behave. It behaved. The night after, I placed my phone on my dresser to charge before midnight and left it. I tried to sleep. The building made small old sounds that stitched to each other and made a pattern in my head. At 2 unto 8, my phone made the little sound it makes when it recognizes my face and wakes up. I wasn't looking at it. I squeezed my eyes tight and then opened them. The room felt shorter. The air felt used. I said, as soft as I could. So soft the sound died right at my lips. Stop. I heard nothing back. I did not pick my phone up. I did not want to see the hall. The past 2 nights, there had been 3 knocks somewhere on my floor, not at my door. The second knocks sounded like someone who knew my wood. I did not look. At 2:14, my phone buzzed, even on airplane mode, the way phones do when they are not supposed to. A new picture. I turned it over like it was a card in a game, and I already knew which one it would be. It was me in the hall. My face was very close. My mouth was a shape I could not read. My eyes looked wrong because there was no reflection in them. Not the phone, not the exit sign, nothing. In the corner of the photo, right edge, a piece of paper taped to the wall. I zoomed. It was a note written in block letters. It said, "Do not open." Under that, smaller, a second note on a different scrap. Not for me. I went to my door. I put my eye to the peephole. The note was there on the wall across the hall, taped low. Do not open. Not for me. The tape edges fluttered tiny in the air. I could not feel from inside. I stared at the words. Someone had written them for someone. For me? For my double? For the person who moves in that corner of the hall where the light likes to fail. I don't know how long I stood like that. My ear hurt from the door. My fingers went warm, cold warm around the knob. I was crying, I think, but it was clean, without the mess. Just water leaving. 3 knocks came from down the hall. Metal on metal. Even. Clear. Not at my door. At the fire door. A hand on the bar maybe. A ring on a finger hitting steel. The kind of knock you imitate automatically when you hear it because it is so exact. I did not move. The intercom in the wall hummed to itself, but did not speak. My phone felt heavy in my pocket like a heart. I took it out. I lifted it with a hand that did not feel like mine. I raised it to my face. I took a selfie. The picture was ready in a click. I looked, me in the hall, my hand on my own door handle from the outside, my eyes down, my mouth closed, my body leaned like I was about to put my ear to the wood. Over my shoulder in the picture, the note on the wall. Not for me. Do not open. The knocks came again. 4 this time. 4 like a code. 4 like something that knows how to count. The hall lights dimmed a breath and then came back. I put my phone down on the dresser without looking away from my door, as if the door were a person who needed me to keep my eyes on them so they would not do something stupid. I put my ear to the wood and heard nothing but the full quiet of a hall holding its air and not sharing. Please, a voice said through the intercom, so soft I felt it more than heard it. I could not tell if it was the voice from the hall or the voice I keep in my head for me when I am small. I do not know how this ends. I know I am standing here with my hand on the lock and my phone face down, and the note outside telling me not to do what every piece of me learned to do since I was a kid. Open when someone knocks. I know that every picture I take shows me in the hall, and every time I wait a night, the picture me is closer. I know that last night it was my hand on the handle, and tonight maybe it will be my ear to the wood, and tomorrow maybe it will be my foot over the threshold, and then maybe there will be no more pictures because there will be no more distance to close. I am going to do a thing now. I am going to take one more picture. I am going to lift my phone and take a selfie with my door in the frame and my face in it. And I am going to look at whatever it shows me and then choose. If it says open, I will not. If it says do not, I will not. I will do the third thing. Stand here, counted like a step. Listen like the wood is a shell. Breathe like the hall heard me and will hold it for me if I ask. I lift the phone. The screen lights my face in a color that looks wrong. I hit the button and my own soft smile comes up without meaning to. The one I used to make night seem less mean. The photo is ready. It shows me standing in the hallway. Of course it does. But the hallway in the picture is not empty behind me. The hallway in the picture has a shape in it, low and long, at the bend near the stairs. The note is gone in that picture. The fire door is open. The me in the picture is looking for me inside, and I am looking at me outside, and both of us have a hand on the same handle at the same time. In the corner of the photo, where my shoulder meets the edge of the frame, something else is reflected in the tiny eye of the peephole. Not the hall, not me. A piece of a room that is not mine. Dim, a lamp that hums, a bed with new sheets. There is a knock, not 4, not 3, just 1. I put my hand flat against the door, my whole palm, like a person who knows the shape of their own face without a mirror. I want to go home, I say in my mouth, without making the sound. On my phone, a new photo arrives that I did not take. It is my room from the outside, as if the camera lived in the hall. It shows the carpet inside, and the shoes I left wrong, and the way the light falls under the bed. It shows the bed, It shows me, maybe not me. Impossible to tell. Moving in the doorway between my room and the little hall to the bathroom. My hand is still on the door. The wood is warm like a person. The phone buzzes once, a small animal in my hand. I do not look. I'm going to wait. I'm going to breathe. I'm going to count to 23 and not open. If the next picture comes by itself, I am not going to look at it until it stops buzzing. The hall listens. The room listens. The door listens. The phone in my palm lights my skin. Somewhere, in some picture, I am standing in the hall and I am not looking back. 10 floors up, the office keeps a different time after sunset. It is not the time on my watch or on the digital clock built into the microwave in the small kitchen that no one uses. It is the time of machines, a hum that does not match the hour, a light that should be off and refuses, a screen that says ready in a blue glow even when every job is cleared. I stay late at a law office. I am not a lawyer. I am the person who makes their work move from one box to another. I label files. I scan discovery. I print exhibits. I feed paper to the hungry grey machines that live in the copy room like tall animals with glass stomachs. By day, that room is chaos. Associates breathe down the machines. Partners wave fingers at clocks. Everyone speaks in small, hard numbers. 200, single-sided, bait stamp, tab behind G. The machines chew, spit, and the people move around each other in a dance of impatience. After 5, the hall lights go to half. After 7, some floors go dark if no one walks past the sensor. Our floor stays on because a partner prints late and the system guesses we are here. After 9, the voices move inside your head and the shapes in the glass reflect only you. The room still hums. The copy room smells like warm plastic, toner dust, and bright, sharp paper. There is always a sweet high smell when the fuser is hot, the way a printer makes the air taste if you put your face too close. The shelves have neat stacks of reams wrapped in slick white paper, A4 on the bottom for a client from somewhere else, legal on the left long sheets for the long words and letter on the right, 20-pound bright white, the cheap stuff we burn by the box. The first night, I was alone with a rolling cart and a stack of Redwells. I had to scan a pile of medical records a foot high and label them in a way that would make sense to people who speak in exhibit numbers even in their sleep. I blinked at the blue screen of the scanner. It showed a green check and the word complete. The job queue on the printer screen said 0 jobs. Ready. Still, it hummed. I touched the top and felt the low vibration through the plastic. The little green light near the USB slot stared at me, flat. The glass was a black mirror. My own face looked older in it. The hum sat in my jaw like a small live wire. Fine, I said, to a thing that has never cared. I pulled a new ream of letter paper from the shelf. The ream slid in my hands with that slip paper sound. I felt the weight, the way it is light and heavy at the same time, a brick made of leaves. I broke the ream open. The plastic gave that crackle I hear in my sleep now. I lifted the tray and slid the paper in. When the tray snapped shut, the machine woke more. A soft click, a small roll inside, like a throat swallowing. A single sheet came out of tray 1 and slid under the output arm. No job. No one sent it. Nothing on the queue. It dropped face up onto the stack area like a clean white tongue. I looked down and saw my name. Not the name I go by in email when I drop the middle. My full name. First, middle, last, the way it looks on insurance forms and bad letters. Above it, in the top right, a timestamp. 9:41 p.m. The seconds ticked to 21. The time on the blue panel said 9:40 p.m. I checked my phone. 9:40. The clock on the wall is old and wrong. It always runs a minute fast. I don't trust it. I trust my phone. I put my hand on the paper like I could feel the time in ink. Clean laser black, thin, perfect, new. At 9:41, something small changed. I would have missed it if I had not been staring at the numbers. The motion sensor near the door blinked dead. The lights in the hall went low, as if the building had figured it out and went to sleep. The copy room light stayed bright. The hum held. In the quiet outside that moment, the elevator down the hall did a soft, lonely ping to tell no one it had arrived. That ping hits my bones different at night. I laughed. It came out dry. Okay, I said. Stupid. Someone send a test page. I put the sheet aside on the cart under a stack of Redwells and did not throw it away, because throwing away a piece of paper with your full name on it feels like putting your passport in the trash. It sticks to your fingers. I told myself I would forget it. I did not. The second night, I had coffee no one will ever clean from the bottom of the pot. The copy room hummed before I touched it. I pulled another ream because that is what the machines always want. When I closed the tray, a sheet came out again and fell on the arm. My name again. The new timestamp said 10:12 p.m. It was 10:11. At 10:12, my desk phone in the empty hall rang once and stopped. Not a real ring. The old tone the system makes when someone tries to dial your extension and hangs up. The kind of ring that makes you lift your head like a dog. I stood in the door and watched the phone sit still on my desk. A small beige animal with a red light that did nothing. The time on the sheet looked back at me as if it had wished the ring into the world. I carried the paper back into the copy room and set it on top of the first one, a careful stack of 2. I have worked with too many people who keep records of nothing and call them records of everything. I am not one of them. Still, I kept these. I file in my bones. Name, date, time. It meant something I did not want to name. The machine hummed. The screen said, ready. The fan inside gave a little sigh like a person. By the third night, I started to feel watched, not by a person, by a system. A thing with buttons that could press itself. The room felt too bright. The hallway felt like a throat. When the ream slid in, the machine did its soft swallow, and the single white came out, face up, my full name. 11:03 p.m. At 11:03, the partner who comes in too late sent an email to me with no subject and only the words, "Still at desk?" The phone chimed. The email existed. The time on his email said 11:03. My body made a small dance to the wrong song. I wrote back, "Why?" He did not reply. I told myself it was nothing. 3 times is a story you can bend into a joke. I showed the first sheet to the night custodian, a quiet man named Dayon, who pushes a blue cart and hums a tune under his breath that never goes anywhere. He looked at the page without reading it at first and then saw my name. "People print tests," he said. "All day they print lorem something something." He wiggled his fingers to show the shape of words. He did not want to put his thumb on my name to smudge it. I liked him for that. "It prints when I close the tray," I said. "It wants attention," he said, half smiling, like a person who has watched machines and men and knows they want the same. Then he took the trash from the shred bins and rolled away. The shred bins make me nervous when they are full. The flakes of white confetti inside float like snow without air. I tried to leave it. I could not. I started to keep the reams shut until I had to break one. I saved paper like a person saves breath. The room did not care. It hummed for itself. A machine at rest is still a machine. On the 4th night, it did not wait for the tray. I was scanning a long run of records, brittle receipts, and the kind of handwritten notes doctors make that look like plant roots under glass. The scanner chewed and sang in its thin whine and moved lines into a PDF box. The printer did not need to help. It was not a printing job. Still, the big machine shifted from soft hum to ready hum. The blue light made my fingers look like I had bad circulation. The panel said job held securely, and then cleared back to ready with 0 jobs. A sheet slid out without my hand near the tray. My full name. The time, 12:01 a.m., 1 minute ahead. Under my name, a second line. It was a case number we are working on. The big insurance case with too many zeros. And a plaintiff who talks like he is telling you a legend. I stared at the number. I did not like seeing case numbers appear by themselves. I did not like the feeling that the machine knew which pile of Redwells sat on my card. I checked my phone. 12 ma. I waited. At 12:01, the lights went out in the other half of the floor, and our half stayed on. That is a small thing. It happens. The motion sensor did not notice me in the copy room because the copy room has its own light that never dies. The darkness outside the door looked like jelly. The elevator down the hall pinged its alone ping and stayed closed. The blue light of the printer looked brighter. The second hand on the old analog clock jumped and stuck and then jumped again. This was what happened. That was all. And still, I folded the page cleanly in half and slid it under the Redwells like a secret I didn't want to live on the surface of the card. The 5th night, I told IT. I sent an email with no subject and wrote, "Printer draws a page. WW, my name when tray closed. No active jobs. Does the machine do test prints? HR data." The night IT person, a man named Carlos, who lives on energy drinks and music through a single earbud, came up with a backpack and a small flashlight he did not need. He is the kind of person who shines a light because he is supposed to, even if there is nothing in the dark. He opened the back panel and showed me rollers and belts like bones. He pulled a dust filter and tapped it. Grey came off like ash. It's picking up a job, he said, but his screen showed nothing. Or it has a stored job with your username and it's burping a page when you load. He said, burping, like a tired dad. My username is just my first initial and last name, I said. The page prints my full legal name, middle and all. We watched the ready state. He put the tray in and out 3 times. Nothing. He left. The machine hummed again like it was tired of being good for him. I leaned on the shelf and listened. The building was so quiet I could hear the metal make tiny noises as it cooled. I could hear water slide in a pipe. The shred bin beside me made one small settling sound, like a breath. The sheet came then, without the tray moving. My name, 1:17 a.m. Under that, a word, door. I looked at the copy room door. It is one of those heavy ones you push with a metal plate that is always cold. It has a narrow rectangle of wired glass. A window built of a pattern that looks like small fences. Through it, the hall looked like the idea of a hall. At 1:17, the handle on the conference room at the far end of the hall shook twice and stopped. No one was there. I knew that because I walked down the hall slow, like wading. I pushed the conference room door. It was locked. I looked at my own hand on the copy room door. The way irons leave a white mark on the cheap metal if someone bumps it hard. The door had new marks. I told myself it was air. Buildings breathe. Doors ease and pop. I went back in and closed the door behind me and put my body into the word door and into my name below it and folded the paper that had those 2 things together. After that, the pages came ready for me. They waited in the output arm like a tongue, face up, my name, the time 1 minute ahead, and a word or a line I did not write and do not know how to write on a machine I did not tell to print. They said things like phone, elevator, fire, lights. Then they got longer. Do not use stair B at 1:32. Hold the door closed 2:03. Wave, wave. I waved. At the motion sensor, stupid in the way it makes you feel. The lights stayed on a little longer than they should have. The page had printed my action a minute before it happened. Or it told me to do it. I do not know which way is true, and there is a trap in thinking about it. One night it said, cutter 12:40. The paper cutter sits on the back table in the copy room. It is the guillotine kind, with a wooden base scarred by lines like old roads and a heavy arm with a beige handle. I keep the blade down and lock it when I leave, because a blade that sat up in the dark would do something to my sleep. At 12:40 that night, the blade snapped down with the lock engaged and hit hard against the metal stop like a hand losing patience. My whole body flinched like someone had thrown something at me. I unlocked the arm and brought it down slow with 2 hands and locked it again, like a person calming a horse. I stopped telling anyone. I stopped writing to IT. I did not tell Dion. I did not tell my sister when she texted me and asked if I was eating or only coffee. I folded the pages and put them in a Redwell that had nothing to do with any case, and I labeled that Redwell with my name, and then I put it behind a box of old banker's boxes that no one touches, because moving old boxes is the worst job. The sixth night, that is not a number but feels like one. The sheet had someone else's name, not a partner, not a famous person. The night guard, Dwayne. He is a large man with a laugh that sounds like an engine. He wears a jacket with security on the back, but by 2 a.m., he pulls it off because his body is tired, and the jacket lies to him about his shape. The page said his full name, 3 names, long with a middle that sounds like a church. The time said 1:58 a.m. Under that, Stair A. The words were small and perfect, and had no hand in them that I could claim to know. I held the page. I looked down the hall. I could hear Dwayne on my floor because his steps make a soft weight when he passes, and because he sings old songs to himself in half voice sometimes to keep from talking to the empty. His steps were a floor down still. I had a minute. I walked to the top of stair A and pushed the door open and looked down the square, because a stairwell is a hole that holds sound, nothing. The air tasted like dust that has been waiting. I went back to the copy room and stood with my hand on the door. At 1:58, the stair door handle shook like a hand hit it too hard in a hurry. Dwayne grunted, the sound a person makes when a thing they know does a new thing. He did not open. His keys jangled. He moved on. He came by the copy room after and smiled at me, the way people smile when they want to show you you're not alone, and also want to see what kind of alone you are. That stair acts up, he said. Suction some nights, building's breath, or someone thinks they want outside and changes their mind. I did not show him the page with his name. I did not want to see what his face would do with it. I did begin to keep the pages in order. I began to write the real time they matched in pencil on the corner, because the stamp time is clean, but the lived minute is different. I wrote what happened. Lights half. Knock at conf. A. Cutter. I wrote small and fast, like I did not want even my own eyes to see it. Then one night, the page said me and something else. My full name, time, 2:24 a.m. And under that, do not look outside. I am not brave, not in the way stories want you to be. Still, the object that lives beside a bad idea in my head said, if a thing says do not, you put your eye to it and test it once, only once. Like fire when you were little, I looked out the narrow rectangle of wired glass. The hall looked like it always does. The exit sign hummed. A red light down by the elevator blinked slow. I put my eye against the glass because the words had worked like a magnet. I pressed my cheek and was ashamed of it. My skin on a surface that 1,000 hands had made dirty. Through the diamond pattern, the hall bent the way it always bends, through wire in old glass. Then the fear that had been in my chest all night sitting quiet like something sleeping behind a couch, woke up and ran its hands right up my throat. The end of the hall where there is a mirror to help you not run into your boss in the morning. That mirror showed the hall from that angle, empty, low light, with the ruins of the copy card from a summer party leaning against a wall. For a blink, the mirror showed nothing. For the next blink, the mirror showed something long, like a coat hung on no person, slipping past, not towards me, toward the elevator, then gone. When the elevator pinged a second later, I did not breathe. I pulled back. I closed the copy room door. I held the metal plate with both hands, palms flat, like a person braced against a storm. The hum in the room was very loud. The machine was on ready. Another sheet sat face up. Not printed, waiting. My name, 228. Under it, hold. I stood with my palms on the door and counted. I could hear my own blood. I do not like the sound. It makes me think of being too alive in places where the world is not. I kept my hands there until the second hand on the old clock did its little jump to 228. I let go. Nothing hit the door. No one tried it. The room went on humming, as if nothing had happened anywhere. I will not tell every night. There are too many. It is all the same night, bent into a shape that fits around me and the card and the machine that wants more than paper. The pages kept coming. They said names, mine most, sometimes Dwayne's, Hunt's, a partner's, with the word elevator hold next to it. And at that minute, I heard the elevator down the hall ping, boom, like it does when it fails and goes back and someone swears in a high voice and hits the button as if shouting at a machine is a language it speaks. Once, the page said a client's name, the one with too many zeros, and the word shred. That night, the shred bin caught. The motor whined and burned, and the smell of melted plastic and hot paper burned my throat. I unplugged it. I stood with my hand on the plug like I had someone by the neck. I began to test it. I know that sounds foolish. It is foolish, but if something prints your name 1 minute into the future and tells you to wave or hold or do not, you start asking what else it will tell you. I pulled a ream and waited without loading it. The machine hummed and did not print. It waited on me. I put the ream in and it printed. I closed the tray halfway and paused like a person testing a door. It printed anyway. I turned it off at the wall. It did not print when it was dead. I turned it on and waited for the warm-up. And the page came out as soon as the panel went to ready. It printed my name and 3003 a.m. and this word, stay. I wanted to ignore it. I wanted to go back to my desk and open a document and pretend time is only the clock on the taskbar. I stayed. At 3:03, the building alarm did a false cough down in the lobby. It made a noise like a decision you make and take back. The lights in the hall went fully dark for one blink and then half back. The elevator reset. Later, Dwayne told me the panel said trouble and then cleared. She does that when the weather goes, he said. There was no weather, I said. He shrugged and smiled like he needed a real world, even when this one threw tricks. There was a night when it asked for me to do a thing I truly did not want to do. The page said, my full name, 12:19 a.m. Open case box. 17. Do not look inside. Lift with both hands. Move to room 2. Case box 17 sat on the floor under the table where the cutter lives. The tape on it had the toothprint marks of a dispenser that was dull. The label in the sharp, neat paralegal hand said, Williams, Sub-Exhibits, 1 of 8. I have rules. I do not open boxes that are not mine. I do not mess with other people's lines. At 12:19, there was a tap at the copy room door that did not sound like a knuckle. It sounded like a ring hitting metal. I felt my spine find the wall. I opened the box. I know I should not have. The tape came away with that rope sound. I lifted the lid and did not look inside and carried it to room 2 and put it on the floor and backed away from it like a person leaves a very light bomb. Later, an associate came in at 1 a.m., pale, with hair stuck to his face, and went straight to room 2 and lifted that lid and pulled a paper stack that had a small tab that said fax confirmations and said, "Oh, thank God," into the empty room. I heard him laugh like crying. The page had told me to carry his life a little for him. I did not like being part of a system that knew his need before his feet knew where to go. I did it anyway. What I did not do, open the page that said door to see who wanted in. I did not open to stairs when the page said stair B at 2:17. I did not look at the mirror at the end of the hall. After that first time, I learned the sound of the 4 knocks that come sometimes on the fire door, metal on metal, steady without anger, like a person who knows how to knock on doors because they have been doing it too long. I did not answer those. There was another change. The timestamps began to creep, not just 1 minute, 2, 5, 7. The margin grew. The page would print my name, 1:11 a.m., and the real minute would be 1:04. And I would stand and wait and ask if I was making minutes with my standing. If I left the room, if I walked to the kitchen to rinse a cup I did not need, the time would come whether I watched or not. If I faced the wall and pretended, the time would still come. The page did not ask for my eyes. It asked for my hands. On a Friday that lasted longer than it deserved, a page printed, and it was not white. It was from a heavy cream stock we use for covers. It slid out in one elegant sheet, rich and wrong. My name in a soft black. 12:01 a.m. Under that, letter in drawer. 3. Do not open until 12:01. The drawer in the copy room desk sticks. The slide catches. I had never seen a letter there. Inside sat a small white envelope with my name on it. My small name. Not my full. Not my work. The letter felt like air in paper. I put my finger under the flap and pulled and stopped. 12. The hum in the room picked up like someone had put a spoon in a glass. 12:01. I opened it. Inside, a card. No legal template. Not firm letterhead. Thick. The kind of card people used to send when they were real. 3 lines in the same clean black as the machine prints. You will hear 4 knocks. Do not open for me. Call if it is metal. No number. No name. Nothing to put in a contact. I looked at the door. The wide glass had sweat in it, thin long beads inside the layers from someone else's years. I held the card the way you hold your last bill when there is no money in your account. Something knocked. Once, twice. Not metal, soft. A hand that missed. 3, 4. I did not open. The corridor air pressed like a cheek to the window and then let go. The page that printed next said my name and 12:04, and under it, good after that night. Sometimes the pages said short things that sounded like kindness. Hold, wait, good, thank you, my name and this word. I keep those on the top of the Redwell and look at them when the machine decides to throw something mean, like nobody sees you start walking back out. That one came on a Tuesday when my legs were empty and the partner had looked through me as if I were the glass and the case numbers lived behind me. That one came with the time 2 minutes ahead, 2:02. And at 2:02, I stood in the hall and a partner brushed past me in the closed space, like I was a plant, and did not say, "Excuse me," and the page knew that too. The small lives that cut you. It got worse. It was always going to get worse. I knew that the night I found the stack, I had run out of white. Yes, I should have ordered more. Yes, I know the numbers you order are too big when you are only one person. I went down to the paper cage in the basement. The cage is a real cage. Chain link and a lock that has seen more hands than mine. Paper lives there in pallet stacks under a hum of a light that makes you think of small flies. I lifted a box. It was not taped. It had been opened and closed with a neatness that made my stomach think of parents' hands. Inside lay reams that were not sealed, and under those lay pages, loose, face down. Not ours. I should not have touched them. If you had been there, you would have done the same. I flipped one. My name in the same clean print. A date 3 months ago. A time I remember because the fire alarm on 9 went to full, and we all stood with coats on in the street and laughed because it was a clear sky and the building looked ashamed. Under the time, fire drill. The note I had written in pencil on my kept page upstairs in the Redwell. Fire drill. The same. Another page. Dwayne's name. A time. Stair A. It was a record. The machine prints a record, and it feeds its own archive to itself. I put the pages back, and I closed the box, and I left like I had been in a place I should not have walked. The next night, my name again. 2:14. Call. Call who? There was no number. The firm directory is a rectangle of names that like to sleep. I stared at my desk phone. It is beige and polite and knows how to pretend. I picked it up and dialed my own desk. It gave me my own voicemail. I listened to my own voice say my own name. I hung up. The page printed again. My name. 216. A number this time. 4 digits only. I dialed. The elevator answered. The tone the elevator uses to speak to maintenance. Not a voice. A flat 2-tone. Then a boxy recorded woman who says, "Code accepted." And then 5 seconds of quiet, like someone is deciding what to do with you. Then the operator. A real person with a voice too bright for night said, "Elevator control. What is your location?" I hung up. I could not teach my mouth the shape of floor and how many and night. The page printed. Good. There is a comfort in being told you did the right thing, even when you do not know how you are being graded. There is also a trap in it. You start to ask a machine with your name on its tongue what to do, and you let a printed word keep you from opening a door for a knock that might be just a person with a bag who left their card upstairs. I thought about leaving the job. I thought about telling the partner who likes to pretend he knows the building. He would smile and say, "That machine is old," and call Carlos and say, "The machine is haunted," as a joke that would be a joke until it wasn't. I thought about sending an email to myself from my work account at 9:41 with my name in the subject line and then not reading it. It is easier to keep doing the job you know how to do, even in a world that prints your name on a page and says, "Wait." Then, yesterday, the page printed with a date, not the minute, not 1 minute ahead. Tomorrow's date. That has not happened. The steady rule, the page tells me 1 minute into the future. Broke. The timestamp said 11:09 p.m. The date said the next day. Under that, 3 words, "Do not sign." It did not say what. It did not say where. It did not say who would ask. I have a signature I do not use much. I sign for packages with a lie of a scribble. I sign timesheets that are only math. I sign my name to nothing that matters. I took the page to my desk and put it under my keyboard like a talisman. It felt like a dent under my hands. I did not sleep well. The elevator inside my house took me up and down all night. Only 1 floor, over and over. Today, a messenger came at 10:10 p.m. because messenger services are like breaths in this town. They go whether you are sleeping or not. He wore a hoodie and a flat face and carried a long envelope. He said my name. He made me write it on a screen that did not allow scribbles. He said, "Sign." I almost did. The page from last night under my fingers felt like a small rock. "Do you have a stamp instead?" I said. He looked at me like I was stupid. He showed me the screen again. He held out the stylus like a tiny sword. "No," I said. "Leave it. I'll sign the paper copy." He shrugged and left the envelope with the weight of someone who would not remember me tomorrow. I opened it after the 11:09 minute passed, my hand shaking like it was in a white winter, and found a transmittal sheet for medical records. The place to sign was blank, the date blank where they left it for me to fill. My name typed wrong, my middle initial wrong, my last name missing a letter. The copy room hummed. The lights in the hall were low. I filled in the date fine and wrote, "See attached," and did not sign. The page printed a minute later. "Thank you." The machine knows only clean words. It prints only. It cannot reach out and touch your wrist when you almost do a thing that will not ruin a life but will ruin your sleep. I'm writing this now at my desk with the blue glow of the machine like a small sky in the next room. The hum is there. The file is open on my screen and wants me to put numbers on needed pages. until the numbers cover the words. The shred bin is full like a snowbank. The old clock jumps its second and sits on it like a tired bird. The elevator down the hall tells no one where it is. The copy room door is shut because the page said shut at 1:03, and I listened. My phone face down is a dark stone on the desk because if it lights and shows me a time ahead of me, I will get up and walk out of this room and not come back until the sun puts its hand on the building and tells it to behave. A new page just slid out. I heard it before I saw it. A small whisper, a breath, paper sliding over plastic. I stood in the door. My full name. 2:14 a.m. Do not answer. There will be a ring then. Maybe the desk phone. Maybe the elevator. Maybe the door. Maybe the voice that speaks through a little silver circle by the front desk that no one sits at anymore. The paper sits face up like it is proud to be itself. A white with my name like a slip for a doctor who sees everything and nothing at all. I will wait. I will put my hand on the metal plate when it asks me. I will wave at the dumb sensor like a person who is soft and stupid and safe. I will not open the door for the wrong knock. I will not sign a thing that does not belong to me. I will keep the red well behind the boxes with my small life in pages, in order with pencil in the corner, so I remember. I will stand in the room that hums and prints my name 1 minute into a thing that is not time, but a warning. This room sees you when I pull a ream to restock. When the plastic gives and the paper skin slides, when the tray clicks shut, the machine will give me a page, and it will say what it always says, the only true thing it knows. Your name, the minute that wants you, and a word that sounds like a request, and also like a rule. My phone cheered when it should have stayed quiet. I was 2 zip codes away, standing in a grocery line with a basket of milk, bread, and the one neon bottle of dish soap I always forget until my sink smells like pennies. It was late. The store stereo played a song from a summer I did not like. The light over me buzzed in a way that made my molars hurt. The lock app on my phone lit the screen and chirped, bright and friendly. Welcome home, it said, with a small confetti animation I had never seen before. The little house icon went green. My stomach went cold. I looked at the map. The blue dot that is me was still near the store, planted like a tag. The little grey circle around my place said, home. Then the event log started to fill. 11:08:22 p.m. Auto unlock aborted. Phone too far. 11:08:24 p.m. Deadbolt turned from inside. 11:08:25 p.m. Door open. 11:08:26 p.m. Hallway motion detected. 11:08:32 p.m. Door closed. 11:08:33 p.m. Deadbolt locked. It was a neat stack. It looked like a person who knows how to use my door opened it from the inside, just enough to make the hall light bloom, and then shut it soft and turned the lock back. I set my basket down on the floor and did not care that the bottle of soap tipped and made a bright clack. The woman behind me said, "Sorry," because I had moved wrong, and she thought I was blaming her. I smiled in the way you do when you are not in your body. The log did not care. It waited like a book. I did what a person with a smart lock does. I tapped into the little camera at my door, the one for packages and faces I never get. The live view spun, thought, and popped into grey. A thin streak of light cut across the frame for half a second, the kind of long smear you get when a bright thing happens fast and the sensor in the camera can't keep up. Then the picture went to normal. The dark of the corridor, a slice of my doormat, the far wall with the paint that peels in long chips like old fish. I knew what makes that light in the picture. The hall lights are on a motion sensor. If you open your door or step out, the light comes up for a minute and then goes down. I could see the light had bloomed in that half second of smear. I stared at my phone until the man at the register said, "Next." And I had to be a person again and pay and answer paper and carry milk I did not want to drink. I called the building when I stepped outside. The super, Mr. Hahn, does not like phone calls past 10. He answered anyway, his voice a mix of sleep and suspicion. "You home?" he said. "No," I said. "The lock says someone opened my door from inside." "Inside?" He made a soft clicking sound with his tongue. "Your lock does that auto thing. It opens for your phone when you walk." "I'm across town," I said. "The app says my phone is too far. Then it says the deadbolt turned from inside." He was quiet for 2 beats and then said, "You want me to check?" "Yes," I said. "Please." He hung up without a goodbye. He is efficient in the night. My phone showed his number half grey, half blue. I watched the live camera again while I walked across the parking lot like it could protect me. The video showed the hall. Nothing moved. A bubble of white floated across the top of the frame. It was probably dust or a drip. My breath steamed once and vanished. Mr. Hahn called back as I put my bag on my front seat. "Door closed," he said. "Deadbolt is turned. No chain. I touched the wood. Not warm. Your mat is pushed a little. Maybe neighbor kicked it when he passed." "Was the hall light on?" I asked. "No," he said. "Dark. You want I leave chain?" "Please put the chain on," I said. And then, because I wanted one friendly thing in the night, "Thank you." He did not say anything to that. The call clicked off. I sat in my car with the bag on the seat beside me and watched my door on my phone until my eyes watered. The picture did not change. The timestamp marched. The battery icon made a downward slope like a small hill I was sliding on. On the drive back, my brain made stupid pictures. The lock has a manual thumb turn inside. It knows if someone touches it. The app says, "Turned from inside," if a hand turns that little knob. I pictured a hand, not mine. I pictured a walk to the door, a turn, a look into the hall through the slim crack for no reason I could understand. I turned my radio off and listened to the tires. Rain started, thin and quick. The city steamed. I parked and walked in through the front and smelled lemon cleaner that had gone sweet with old. The elevator took itself up in lazy jumps. The carpet on my floor felt damp like a towel used once. My door looked like itself. The chain was on. The peephole showed the curve of the hall. I stood there with my ear to the wood. Nothing. The building breathed the way buildings do. Inside, everything was where I had left it, mostly. The keys in the bowl on the table were not at the angle I like. The lamp near the window hummed louder than usual. A cold patch hung near the door, the way a pocket of air hangs in an aisle at the grocery store, and makes you stop because you think you walked through a person. I picked up the keys and held them. My palm felt damp. I locked and unlocked the deadbolt 3 times, like that would teach me a truth about a piece of steel. I sat on the floor with my back against the door and opened the app again. The log was there, neat and unfazed by my human head. I tapped into settings. Geofence radius. I had set it small because the lock had once opened for me when I was 2 doors away and terrified me. I made it even smaller now. Auto unlock off. I toggled it so 5 different inches of screen turned grey and blue and grey again. Notifications on. At 11:47, the lock chirped again in my hand. "Welcome home," it said, and I hate that they write the words that way, like a person. The log said nothing new. It was the app's brain trying to sell me joy when there was none. I slept in short pieces and woke to light and the smell of someone's toast all the way from another floor. It is a kind smell in the day. I turned the chain off and listened. The hallway made no noise. The app showed a greenhouse icon for home. I touched the deadbolt. It felt like metal. At work the next day, every ping from my phone made my neck hurt. 3 pings were emails. One was my sister saying a picture of her kid. One was the delivery company asking if I was home for a box that had not arrived. At 1:12 p.m., a ping was the lock app again. "Welcome home," it said. The little house confetti again. I was at a desk 3 miles away with my sandwich in a napkin, like a school child. The log said 1:12:06 p.m. Auto unlock aborted. Phone too far. 1:12:07 p.m. Deadbolt turned from inside. 1:12:09 p.m. Door open. 1:12:10 p.m. Hallway motion detected. 1:12:15 p.m. Door closed. 1:12:16 p.m. Deadbolt locked. I dialed Mr. Han again. He did not answer. I dialed my neighbor Jules. He is on and off nights with a kitchen job. He answered on the 3rd ring with a quick, "Yeah? Can you look at my door?" I said. "I know it's weird. Please." He laughed without humor. "I'm by the elevator already. Give me a second." I watched the camera on my phone. The hall went bright and Jules's shoulder slid into frame. He bent and looked at my lock like he could read a story there. "It's closed," he said. "Chain on or no?" "No chain," I said. "It shouldn't be. Did you hear anything?" "Not until your ringtone," he said. "You want me to knock?" "No," I said too fast. "No, thank you." He grunted. "Hey, your mat is pushed," he added. What? Just a little, he said. Like someone opened the door and the edge caught the mat and moved it, and the person doesn't care about mats. Can you push it back? I asked. Like that mattered. In the if the door contact logs open and the deadbolt logs turn, she said, neat, soft. Then the door did open and a person turned the lock. We advise calling your building security. I can push a firmware update. Push anything, I said. My mouth was very dry. Push the door shut and nail it. We laughed because she had to laugh, and I had to make the world normal enough for a laugh to live, even a thin one. That night the app did it again at 3:17 a.m. The time had moved. 11:08, 1:12, 3:17. It sounded like a pattern because my head needed to make it one. Welcome home, cheerful, bright. The logs stacked the same way. Auto unlock aborted, too far. Deadbolt turned from inside. Door open. Hallway motion. Door closed. Deadbolt locked. I did not call Mr. Han. I watched my own door on my phone from my bed, like a child watches a closet and pretends they can make the door behave by seeing it. The picture went dark, then light, then regular again. No person in frame. The camera is cheap. It catches more bugs than faces. The next day, I was not good at my job. I put a milk in a cabinet and not the fridge at work, and then looked at it for a full 2 minutes and decided to pretend I had done it on purpose as an experiment. The app chimed just after noon. Same stack. Auto unlock aborted. Deadbolt turned from inside. Door open. Hall motion. Close. Lock. I said unknown little traps. A hair across the door gap. A strip of tape loose enough to let go when air moved. A slip of paper propped between door and floor. The hair broke. The tape let go and stuck to itself like tape does when you want it to be civilized. The paper lay on my doormat inside the door as if someone had opened and breathed on it and set it down. I left flour on the floor by the threshold like a person with a child's ghost hunter book. It made me cough. The picture on the camera later in the night showed one soft smear across the white. It could have been air. It could have been a shoe. It could have been nothing. And my brain, which is good at pictures, I wrote a note and taped it inside the door at eye height if you opened it a crack. Shy, I wrote, like a fool. Who are you? My handwriting looked like my mother's for 1 second, and that made me feel like I could stand there a little longer with my hand on the deadbolt and not shake. The log stacked again like it was paid to be tidy. At the same minute, the hall light in the camera bloomed and went. The note was not on the door when I got home. It lay face down under my doormat, half in and half out, like a fish caught at the shore. On the back, in clean thin pen, there was one word, home. I have neat block printing. The letters now on the paper did not look like mine. The O's were closed too carefully. The E was open at the top, like a backward 3. I sat on the floor and smelled the paper. It smelled like pen and hall dust. A cold draft slid under the door and touched my ankles. I stopped telling anyone after that. When the app chimed, I sent the screenshot to myself. I made a folder called Door, and I dropped every log with the bright little stack in it. I told myself it was like the Redwell in the copy room, where I keep the weird names and times. My name on the lock account, my door, my minutes, a small stupid archive. I tested the geofence. I made it so large that when I walked into the next block, it said, away. I made it so small that when I stood in my own hall, it said, arrived. I turned it off. The logs did not care. The deadbolt turned from inside, whether my phone had an idea or not. I set the system to lock when door closes. The log began to show one more line. Door closed. Deadbolt. Locked from inside. Deadbolt. Locked from app. The app did its work. The thumb turn did its own. I bought a chain for the door. That was not the one Mr. Han had said. A hotel chain you can slide across when you are inside. I slid it across and slept better and worse both. The log still came at 3:17. Deadbolt turned from inside. Door open. Chain rattled. I swear I heard it in the metal in my dream. Door closed. Deadbolt locked. In the morning, the chain sat in its rest. Like a cat, I put a small bell on the inside knob. It is a joke people do at Christmas. The bell lay on the floor when I woke. I did not like how it lay. It looked like a coin on an eye. The log said the same lines. I taped a string from the door to the table. I did idiot home science. The string broke 3 nights in a row, not at the tape. In the middle, a clean snap like weight and patience had worked on it. I called the police once. I did it with a stomach like a fist, because I did not want to be that person, the person with a smart lock and a lot of fear and no actual man to show anyone when they came. The officer and his partner knocked with knuckles like they did not care if they woke the whole floor. They walked around with big shoulders and made the apartment feel smaller. There's no sign of forced entry, one said, as if that solves the inside thumb turn. Check with your super. They left me with their card, and I put it on the fridge, and the fridge made the card cold, and the card made the fridge look like a little kid pretending to be a real house. That night, the log said, "Welcome home. Auto unlock aborted. Phone too far. Deadbolt turned from inside. Door open. Hall motion detected. Door closed. Deadbolt locked from inside. Living room motion detected. I was not home. I was at a diner that never closes with the sound of forks in my ears. Jules texted me then, "Your lamp is on." He had seen the light under my door on his way to his own. "Was the hall light on?" I asked. "No," he wrote. "Only yours." Then off. The app, which is supposed to keep me safe by letting me see, has an automation that says lamp on when I arrive. I had turned it off. It turned itself on the way a person clears their throat in a quiet church. The next day, I shut the breaker for the hall lamp, and the bedroom lamp, and the living room lamp, and had a night like a cave. The app chimed anyway. The log stacked anyway. The camera showed the bloom of the hall light. My inside was dark. The little camera pushed grainy black at me, and I could not tell if the dark was safe, because it is dark, or unsafe, because that is what dark is for. I called the lock company again and got a different person with a voice like a bright room. "We do log the thumb turn direction," she said. "We classify inside turns as inside turns. Do you log if the bolt is turned and the door is held closed?" I asked. She laughed. "Held closed? Like a person standing with their body against it," I said. "Or with a habit, just enough to make the whole light bloom, not enough to open." "We don't log intent," she said, "only state." I told her I was sorry and that it was late and I was tired. "I can push a different firmware," she said. I let her. Updates are a prayer you give yourself when you have nothing else. The log that night did the same as always, and then added a new line I had not seen. 3:17:15 a.m. Voice. "Welcome home," announced on living room speaker. I do have a smart speaker. It has a circle of light that dances when you talk to it. It has a voice that is not a person, but tries. I have told it to say, "Welcome home," when the lock sees me. It is a joke you do when you live alone, so you can feel like someone says it. I was not home. My phone said I was not home. I could see my own blue dot on the map, 2 zip codes away. The speaker chose to say it to no one. "Did you say anything else?" I asked the speaker when I got back. It does keep a history. It showed me several lines in neat grey. 3:17:15 a.m. Routine. Welcome home. Device. Living room. 3:17:16 a.m. Heard. Do not. 3:17:16 a.m. Sorry, I didn't understand. 3:17:17 a.m. Heard. Unintelligible. 3:17:17 a.m. Sorry, I didn't understand. There is a clip you can play. The voice records short pieces when it thinks you said its name. I pressed play. I heard the hall light click through the wall. A small metal note. I heard air move the way it moves when a door cracks. I heard my own stupid voice in the past saying, "Welcome home," in a joke routine, because I had wanted a little joy and had given it to myself in a machine. Then I heard a whisper. It sounded like someone putting their mouth near the speaker to tell it a secret. 2 words. "Do not." I turned the speaker off. I put it in a drawer. The drawer felt warmer than it should. After that, the logs went quiet for 3 nights in a row. Welcome home did not chirp. I slept with my hand on the chain because I am dramatic and I did not want to be. And that was all I had. I dreamed of my deadbolt turning slow and of a hand I could not see bracing against the wood. I woke with tears on my face from some small part of the night. I could not remember. On the 4th night, the chirp came and the log stacked, and a new line sat at the bottom. 3:17:24 a.m. Geofence. Device arrived. My phone had not moved. I checked its own location history. It showed my dot at a place that was not my home for hours. The lock saw something arrive. The name of the device was the name of my phone. I changed my phone's name to something ugly and long. Do not open. I turned my location off and on and off and wished that would make the lock forget me. The event log the next night did not care. It wrote 3:17:22 a.m. Geofence. Do not open arrived. 3:17:23 a.m. Auto unlock aborted. Phone too far. 3:17:24 a.m. Deadbolt turned from inside. It was a joke, or it was an echo, or it was a thing I did not know how to hold with the inside of my head. I asked Jules to sit in the hall one night at 3:10 and watch my door. He said, "You owe me noodles," and brought his hoodie and sat on the floor across from my peephole with the light off and the phone in his hand. I watched my camera and saw nothing but hall. Then the bloom. Jules did not move. The log wrote the lines. The chain rattled one soft sound. The door closed. The bolt went back. Jules texted me 2 words. It breathed. What? I wrote. The door, he wrote, like someone leaned and let go. The air moved, like a big person standing and then not standing. I brought him noodles in the morning, and we ate on the floor like kids with a secret we would not say to anyone who can fix things. When something happens enough times, it turns into weather. The chirp became weather. I started to know the minute before it came, because my stomach would pull up, and I would feel my throat do a small swallow, and my hands would go light. I stopped checking the camera each time. I checked only the logs, as if lines on a screen were less than a picture. I told myself I was keeping the story. I told myself that made me safe. I started to say, "I'm home" out loud when I came in, so the door and the lock and the air would hear a human say it. It made no difference. It made me feel less like a person being held by a thing that is not a person. I put a small note on the inside of the door down low, at the height of my knees. "Welcome home," I wrote in pencil, as if you write a thing and it becomes true. The note was face down under the mat in the morning, with a line of grey across it like a finger. Then the log changed. Not the lines, the times. It moved the minute earlier. 3:17 became 3:11. The next night, 3:05. The next 2:58. It was coming back toward midnight. It made me think of a tide. It made me count back in my head and try to remember where this all started from. On a day with hard rain, the app chirped while I stood on a train. The train stopped between stations, and the voice over the speaker said they were sorry in a way that meant they had been sorry many times and did not have a new way to say it. We sat in a short, dark. The map on my phone showed my dot inside a tunnel. The lock log said my dot was at my door. A second log popped under the log. 2:37, 15 p.m. Bedroom motion detected. 2:37:20 p.m. Bedroom motion detected. 2:37:22 p.m. Bedroom motion detected. No one had that sensor but me. I watched the clip. It was 10 seconds long. The room looked like itself. The window a square. The curtain a still pale sheet. My bed a shape. The air above the bed moved once, like a person had sat and stood and hidden their body inside how light moves across dust. That was all. That was too much. The train cough started. We jolted. A woman said sorry to the side because her bag had touched a knee. We moved. I put my phone in my pocket because I could not look at my own door anymore. I pressed my thumb hard into the meat of my hand to make a pain I could understand. I turned everything off that I could. Auto unlock off, geofence off, the routine in the speaker gone. I said, alarm siren on if door opens went away. That night, the log wrote the same stack. The alarm did not siren. The next morning, the alarm history said, siren test, no. I wrote to the company. They said, we apologize, and we are aware of an issue where some sirens do not fire during simulated events. I wrote back, it is not simulated, and then deleted that because the person answering me did not deserve my fear as a knife. I started sleeping in the couch with the door in my eyes and the chain across and the lock turned, my palm on it, my fingers on the metal because my body wanted to be the lock. The app chimed when it wanted to and the log wrote itself without my help. One night, my hand on the lock felt the metal turn under my hand in a gentle, small way. Not hard, as if a person on the other side was making a polite request. I kept my palm flat. The bolt turned a quarter inch, like a breath, and then stayed. Please, someone said, not through the door, not through the speaker, inside my head, or outside. I do not know. I cried then, quiet, quick, like a hiccup. I sat in a coffee shop at noon the next day and made a map of my own neighborhood on a napkin. I drew my building. I drew the radius of the geofence in pen. I put an X where the app says, arrived, when I am not home. I put a question mark where Jules sits in the hall sometimes. I made a box for my bedroom. The napkin soaked coffee in a line that ran right through my door. It looked like a spill from the hall into my apartment. The log that night had one new line at the end I had never seen. Door, opened from inside and held. It wrote held like a person would. The company does not write that word. The people who make the app do not write that way. I checked twice. The old logs say open, close, lock, unlock, turn, turn. They do not say held. The hall light in the camera bloomed and kept blooming as if a body was keeping the door open just enough to stun a cheap sensor. The bloom made the edges of the frame go black and then silver and then black again. Then the door closed. Then the bolt turned. Then I lay on my couch and said, you cannot come in to a door that could not know language. It is easy to be brave in a story. It is not easy in a night. I am tired of counting minutes that are not mine. Tonight, I am at the office late. The copy room hums, even when the queue is clear. The screen says, ready. It says my name when it wants to. I am not helping that story now. I am in a chair with my feet on the legs and my phone face down and the building air on low. The lock app is open behind the glass. The map shows my dot far. The house icon is grey. I said a thing before I left. It was stupid or it was smart. I set auto unlock back on. I set it to unlock when I arrive. I set it to play a chime on the speaker. I named the routine Welcome Home. At 2:56 a.m., the phone makes the tiny vibration of a push notification. The train story plays in my head. The napkin with the rings of coffee. My hand on the lock. The note that said home in a letter that was not mine. I lift the phone, and the screen lights my face in the kind of blue that makes you look like a person underwater. The app says, Welcome home, 2:56 OS 1 a.m. Geofence, do not open, arrived, 2:56:02 a.m. Auto unlock, success, 2:156:00 a.m. Deadbolt, unlocked, 2:56:05 a.m. Door, open, 2:56:05 a.m. Hall motion, detected, 2:56:05 a.m. Routine, welcome home, living room, 2:56:06 a.m. Door, held, 2:56:10 a.m. Door, closed, 2:56:11 a.m. Deadbolt, locked from inside. I press the video. The picture stutters and then plays. Door, bloom. A slice of the inside of my place, black. A line of my floor, a brush of air. The circle of light in the speaker turns with no hand. You can't hear the voice on that camera, but I can in my head. I can hear it saying it to no one. Welcome home, it says, in a voice I gave it months ago because the nights were long and I needed to walk into something that said it. My phone buzzes again, sharp, short, new. Motion, bedroom. Motion, living room. Motion, hall. Then still. At the bottom of the event, log a line appears. It is not one the company writes. It is not one I have seen. It is just a word. Stay, I am not a fool. I know what a story wants. It wants me to run. It wants me to stay. It wants me to open the door between me and minutes that think they belong to a thing with a hand on my lock. I sit here in the office with the hum under the floor and the dark breath in the vents, and I cannot tell if I am a person who goes to any door now without that hand finding mine. The phone vibrates one last time. The time on the screen says 3:03. The lock says, Deadbolt, turn from inside. There is a small delay, a beat that feels like someone thinking, a breath held on the other side of wood. I lift my thumb, and for a second I am in my hallway and not in my chair, and my hand is on the same piece of metal as whatever has learned my minute, and I cannot tell if it is asking to come in or asking if I will, and the app on the glass in my palm chirps one bright note that sounds, for the first time, like a warning. The landline is a stubborn old thing. It sits on a small table by the living room door with its coiled cord like a sleeping snake, a square base with a red message light that thinks it has authority. I kept it when everyone else dropped theirs because my building's buzzer uses it, because my aunt still dials real numbers, because habits feel like safety even when they aren't. It almost never rings. When it does, it sounds like a fake phone in a movie too bright. too clean. That is why I looked without thinking when it went off at 9:37. A Wednesday night. I had a cough that day, one that kept sneaking up to scratch my throat. I was home, socks on, TV mute, water glass on the bookshelf, leaving a round mark I would wipe with my sleeve and pretend it was clean. The caller ID said my own number. Not unknown, not blocked. Not my neighbor who never saved my contact and shows up as city call. It showed my 10 digits, the ones attached to this apartment since before I lived here. I stood there with my hand touching the back of the couch and looked at the screen like it could tell me I was wrong. It did not. It waited. The ring slid through the room and made the air tighter. I answered. "Hello," I said, and my voice did that thing it always does in the first word of a call. Higher, like I need to prove I'm there. I covered the mouth of the handset with my free hand, like that would help me hear. On the other end, in my ear, a voice said, "Hello." It was me. My own hello is a shape. I know where I put breath. I know I drop the H a little when I am tired. I know the way my throat caught on the O because of that small cough. The hello was mine, with the same cough, the same rough edge, then static, then click. The line went dead. I held the phone to my face and breathed into it and listened to my own breath bounce back from plastic. The screen went to its ready eye, the little green dot that appears when there is no message and no reason. Maybe I had called myself. It is dumb. You cannot call your own number from itself. It will not ring. Everyone knows that or believes they do until it happens. I looked at my old cordless bass as if it could explain how it had dialed out. The memory list said nothing. The incoming call log said my 10 digits at 9:37. I tried to laugh about it. The laugh died halfway out and came out like a cough. I pressed play on the TV to hear someone else say words for a while. I went to bed with the landline in my head like a small animal. In the morning, the red light was blinking on the base. One new message. I pressed play and stood beside it because I could not make myself sit. The message played with a beep. No one said hello. No one cleared their throat. My own apartment played out through the tiny speaker. The recorder caught my living room in a white breath. Floorboards, a small shift of weight, the soft sound of my slipper on the rug that I recognized like my name, the crack of the lamp chain as I pulled it, the sound of me walking across my living room, the scrape of a chair I never push the right way. It recorded my space, like the machine had its ear open in the air itself. The timestamp on the message said 11:22 p.m. I was in bed then. I had turned the lamp off at 10 and watched the warped shadow of the streetlight move on my ceiling until my eyes gave up. I did not get up. The message made me a liar, or made the wall one. I picked up the handset and dialed voicemail, like a person who half believes you have to be careful with how hard you press the buttons. It is the same message there, too. The same walk across my room. The same small catch in my breath at the lamp, but tinny, further away, because it came through a server. The digital voice at the end said the time again. 11:22. I called my own cell from the landline, and the cell from the landline, and from the other way around. The cell showed my home number calling it, and looked at me through a dark screen like a person who knows bad news and cannot say it. I ended the call with a thumb, and the phone sighed back to its lazy sleep face. I called the provider. The menu chirped. A recorded woman told me to press 1 many times. When I answered a person, he told me people spoof numbers as a prank. It is common, he said. It is annoying. It is harmless. Harmless, I said. My machine recorded my apartment at night. He didn't have a place in his script for that. You can unplug, he said. Allow the system to re-provision. Call back if the issue persists. Unplug. Replug. It is a ritual that usually works. I did not do it. I went to work and was a person who prints and answers emails and says, no worries, when I mean, why are you like this? And the landline lived behind my eyes, like someone had picked it up and set it there all day. That night, it rang again, 9:41. My 10 digits, my name on the little screen like a label on a jar. I answered faster. Hello, I said. Hello, my voice said back. Same cough, same little panic on the second syllable. Then the special information tones. I know from childhood 3. Quick beeps, do, and a flat voice that said, we're sorry. Your call cannot be completed as dialed. The line clicked and went empty. The white noise of the room came back. The refrigerator in the kitchen mouthing its tiny complaints. The clock ticking in a kind pulse over my shoulder. I stood there with the phone to my ear, as if it could keep the walls from coming in. That night I left the hallway light on, which I never do because this building charges heat like a cow charges fences. I slept with the door open, which I never do because it makes me feel like I left the roof off my head. The red message light was off at 1 a.m., on at 3, molding the room with its one small blink. In the morning, another message. This one had the sound of my window wood swelling in a night fog, and the soft click I know from the bathroom light. But I had not turned that light on. The timestamp said 2:14 a.m., the time in my building when nothing good happens. The second floor pipes always knock once then, like the house says a word in the middle of its sleep and does not remember it. I went to the door and looked at the peephole and pressed my eye to it in a move I hate. The hall was a hush. The exit sign made its pale green like a bad sun. The carpet there has a pattern that looks like someone tried to make it cheerful and then slept through the lesson. My own mat lay crooked. I straightened it, because that is a thing I can do. Then I locked the deadbolt with a turn that felt like a punctuation. I spent the day putting the phone in a position it could not have and did not move. I hung a strand of hair in the door so it would break if the door opened. I took a picture of the hair with my phone like a detective who knows they will forget. The phone rang at 9:40. My number. I did not answer. It left no message, but the red light blinked anyway. The machine logged a blank 14 seconds. breathing, not mine. It sounded like a breath held and let go shallow because the person did not want to be there, a quiet that tried to be invisible and could not. I unplugged then. I pulled the jack from the wall, like a doctor pulling a needle out of your arm firm, clean, obvious. I put the cord on the table like a snake I was done with. The red light died. The phone looked like a prop again. I went to bed with my door shut, like a person who is reasonable. At 2:14, the phone rang with no cord. I sat up before my eyes opened. The sound walked my spine one vertebra at a time. I knew where the ring lived in the air. The handset sat heavy on the base. The screen found a small life from a battery inside it and showed my 10 digits. I put my feet on the floor, stood, walked 2 steps, and stopped because the part of me that keeps me on sidewalks said stop. The ring kept timing itself like a clean metronome. I answered. Of course I did. Hello, I said. And my voice at the same time on the other end said hello back, a hair sooner, like I was running into myself. Then I heard myself cough the cough. I had hid from the world all day by swallowing hard. The voice on the other end copied it with disgusting accuracy. It went silent. The doo-doo-doo sang again, then a whisper under that tone. The part in error messages that is supposed to be blank said a small word that might have been my name or might have been nothing. In the morning, the hair I had set in the door was broken. The broken end lay on the mat. The tape that held it had folded over itself the way tape does when it is done being useful. I put a new strand and told myself it was for fun and not for fear. I called my aunt from the landline at lunch to test the reasoning part of the machine. You sound tired, she said. Do you have that cough again? Drink ginger. Then she said the thing older people say when you tell them a small, strange thing. Unplug it, she said. Phones are aligned to a place. Don't be pricked by places. I did not tell her I had unplugged it. I did not tell her that places came anyway. The night after, the caller ID did not show my digits. It showed private name. Still, the ring that is my ring. I answered and said nothing. A recording of my voice said, hello. At the same time, my mouth made a shape I had not let out. Then, because my body is bored of fear and does tricks when it is bored, I said, who are you? My voice on the other end said, who are you? It did not line up like an echo. It went first. Then it played me back, a fraction late, and sneezed a small cough into the space between words. My cheeks went warm. I held the phone hard and hated my own hand. Stop, I said. Stop calling me. Stop calling me, it said, with the same spit of anger I had and the same shape of tongue on stop. Then the beeps. Then dead. I put a glass over the base because covering things is how you make them yours when they misbehave. The red light glowed under the glass like a dangerous egg. That night I slept on the couch. The couch makes my back into a long complaint and keeps one eye open all night. At 2:14, the message beeped. Not the ring. The beep that means someone had already come and gone. My chest did the thing it does when a song I hate comes on the radio, and I pretend to not know it, and I know every word. The message was me again, walking across my living room slowly, steps counting themselves in my own house. The couch leather at my back squeaking its small squeak. The sound of my hand as I pushed on the door to check the chain. The timestamp said 2:14. The couch held me. My body had not gotten up. The sound of my body had, so I started to write it down. I gave myself a small wire-bound notebook I used to use for forgetting lists. I wrote time, words the machine said, corrections. Was I in bed? Was I on the couch? Was the door closed? Hair intact? What happened next? I present the page to myself now when I try to tell me I was dramatic. 2.14. Ring. ID. My number. Answer. Hello. Hello. Cough. 9:41. Ring. ID. My number. Answer. Hello. Hello. Sit tones. We're sorry. 11:22. Message. Walking. Lamp chain. 2:14. Message. Walking. Door push. 2.14. Ring unplugged. I tried to spoil it. If it was a loop, I could break loops. I put thick flour on the floor by the door, aligned like salt in old stories. I put a small bell on the handle because bells show you what air does. I set my phone to record all night from the shelf. A voice memo that would hear the room like a little ear. I went to sleep like a person in a bed in a shirt and told my heart to shut up. The next morning, the flour line had one soft smudge and a spot where the flour had been lifted, as if someone put a foot down and did not want to leave a mark. The bell was on the floor. The phone recording caught my peaceable snoring and someone else's careful breath for 5 slow seconds, and then the recorder choked on its own file as if something had put a warm hand on the mic and then removed it fast. The message on the landline said my steps again, and the scrape of the chair. The hair at the door was in 2 pieces now, the new one broken where it met the crack. I brushed my teeth until my gums bled and watched pink swirl in the sink and told myself to go to work. I told my neighbor about spam calls with your own number. Jules has a kitchen job and let me talk while he cut an onion with a knife that did not look noble. He laughed. Spoofing, he said. They want you to pick up. Don't pick up. What if it's me? I said. The onion made his eyes water in a way that made me feel better about mine. Then get a mirror, he said. Better than a phone. The mirror I cover on bad days caught me because it wanted to. I saw the same cough face and the same wrong hair and the same tired and specks of flour at my ankles like ash. That weekend, I took the base apart. 4 little screws, a back that wanted to stay stuck to the front because it had been married for 10 years, a small speaker, a small board, 2 contacts that fit into the line. Nothing that could hold anything. I half thought I would find a tiny tape inside with my life on it. A belt that ran at night. A crank. I put it back together and touched each button like a doctor taps a knee. It rang while I still had 1 screw in my palm. My number. I answered, breathless. Idiot. Hello? Hello? Stop it, I said. Stop it, it said. Then the SIT tones. Then a new voice under them. Not a recording woman. Not a person. It said a word like wait, small, and then cut. The next morning, there was a new message I did not like describing. It was the sound of my bedroom floorboard that always complains on the third step toward the window. A set of quiet footfalls that were not mine and were mine both. A shift in fabric that sounded like my shirt, making a noise I know, and a whisper, far from the mic, of a voice that could have been mine saying, shh. The timestamp said 3:07. The sun then had been nowhere near the building. I called the provider again. The man on the line this time had a voice like a person who has been told to be loud in rooms. He said spoofing 3 times. He told me to press 57 after a harassing call. He said they would send the number to a database. It will show it came from your line, he said, because the system believes what the caller ID tells it. It's a trick. What about the messages? I asked. My messages are my life in my own place. You have an answering machine, he said. Those things will record a cough if a cough has air to ride on. Maybe a neighbor blew their nose. He laughed. I wanted to hate him. I could not. It is hard to be the person at the other side of a weird thing. Their script has nothing that holds your story. I started setting small traps of time, because time was the only thing that mattered. At 9:30, I said out loud in my kitchen, hello. I will pick up the phone at 9:40. I said it like a bad actor. At 9:40, the landline rang with my number, and I answered, and the recording of my voice said, hello. I will pick up the phone at 9:40. Then my live mouth said, stop it. And the recorded me said, stop it. Before I could, it talked first and put my throat in a second place. The trap worked backward, forward. At midnight, I said, bathroom light is out, when it wasn't. And at 12:05, during a ring I did not want to answer, and did, the recorded voice said, bathroom light is out. And at 12:06, the bathroom light burned, and the hallway fixture clicked like a clicked tongue in a big empty head. And I stood with my hand on a wall that felt warmer than it should. The phone would ring with me announcing a thing that would happen 5 minutes after, or it would play me a thing I had said 5 minutes ago, or it would say it at the same time as me, and choose to breathe when I did. The machine had my hello like a coin it kept flipping. I started to keep it from me. I put the handset under the couch cushion like a baby. I told myself not to say hello. I answered with yes, or stop, or no, and the U voice chose hello anyway. One night, the screen did not show my number. It showed mine with a name that is not mine. R. Coulson, the display said, and my 10 digits after. I had not seen that name before in my life. It felt like reaching in your pocket for keys and finding someone else's late. I called down to the super the next day and asked him old names. R. Coulson, he said. Long ago, before me, before the buzzer. They kept the number through 3 tenants. You kept it again. Why you ask me names at night? No reason, I said. I googled the name. A person with that name lived here enough years ago that the internet gives you wrong guesses. I found a scanned page of a city directory with a small black square by the line like a funeral note. And I told myself, old books do not know me. The line clicked twice that night, the way a phone used to do when someone else picked up in another room. The ring did not play. Then the message light blinked. I pressed play. Me, breathing. The living room at night. Then, call back the number you're calling from. My voice said, small, like I had put my mouth to the handset and told myself a secret and forgot. The message ended in the middle of the M on from. I put the handset in my hand and sat on the couch and stared at the phone in my other hand. I called my own number with my cell while the landline was free. The landline ticked, the way lines tick, like a heartbeat hears itself. It rang. My caller ID showed my cell as my mobile, and over it my 10 digits. I let it ring twice. I picked up the landline and said nothing. The other phone stopped ringing, and the air doubled itself in my ear, as if I had put my head between two mirrors. I heard myself breathing into the cell. I heard myself breathing into the landline. For a second they matched, and then one of me took a breath at the wrong time. Then my voice said, in my ear, call back the number you're calling from. And the other ear repeated back the same words a blink after. Then the special 3 beeps that mean nothing useful. Then the operator's sorry. Then a new thing underneath, like a paper under a paper. Don't, it said. Don't open. I stood. My body did that without asking me. I went to the door because the word open brings doors to knees. The hair I had hung last night was broken again. The peephole showed the green of the exit sign and the round shape of the hall and a piece of my neighbor's red shoes. The lock under my hand felt warm now because I had put a warm hand on it too often. I did not open. I answered the next call, and this one said, not hello, but 4 knocks. And I felt very tired because the world wanted me to count again. And of course, the knocks came. Metal on the fire door down the hall, even, exact, like a person who likes to knock in patterns. The phone said, my voice saying, don't, in the wrong place. I stayed inside. I keep saying, I did not open. Like these are medals I wear. The truth is simpler. I am not brave. I stood in a room with a phone on a table and my name on the screen, and I chose not to pick up wood. It is the best thing I have done. I tried to stop time. The calls came earlier, then later, then on the minute. 22114. It goes in my book over and over at 9:41 and 11:22 and 3:07 and a new one, 4:03, a time that tastes like old milk when you say it. My phone chirped in the day at 1:12 and 2:37 and 10:18. The voice on messages stopped coughing when my throat got better. Then it coughed again one night, and I did not. And that told me where I was on the line. I invited someone else to hear it because I started to doubt my bones. Jules came in one night and sat on the couch and looked at my collection of little stings. The hair pieces, the the flower lines, the bell with a flat side now from so much fall. Weird, he said, which is the kind of kindness people give when they do not want to tell you you are scaring them. The landline rang with my number. He said, "This is your phone calling your phone," which is not a sentence a person should enjoy. I answered. My voice said hello. Julius's face changed. He looked at me instead of the phone like he had just realized I'm a person with a mouth. The 3 beeps came. The line closed. He swore softly. He sat back down. "Don't put flour on the floor," he said. "It attracts ants." The morning after, the red light blinked at me like a bad eye. The new message was long. Me, crossing the living room. The chair sound. The chain at the lamp. A pause. Then a Carolina of little noises that make morning pipe flex. Fridge relay. A bus outside. And then something else. The soft, quick steps of someone running past my door in the hall, and a whisper that could be mine saying, "Please." Not to me, not to anyone, to air. The timestamp said 3:17. I tried to get used to things. You can get used to a train shaking your water glass. A dog next door that barks at 1 a.m. The feel of the carpet when other feet have changed it. You can get used to the phone copying your hello. And the cough you did not want anyone to know about. You cannot get used to a voice that whispers, "Do not open to you through your own machine." I opened the lines again. I connected the handset and the base and the phone and set my cell on the table and dialed my number from my number, like the card told me. It is a trick you can do. Call back the number you are calling from. The exchange knows what to do with that lie. The ring sounded and did not sound. The phones made their own small room of sound. I answered. So I was in both ears. The loop made a whine like a kettle if you turned the volume up. I turned my volume down. The landline recorded. My voice in one ear said, "Hello," and the other ear did too. And then my voice from not now broke in across both. The same microphone, the same throat, and said, fast, terrified, as if I would not listen unless I heard panic that belonged to me. "Do not go into the living room at 2:14. I hung up and left the room because sometimes that is the only answer. I stood in the dark kitchen with my hands on the counter and listened and waited. At 2:14, the living room did something with air, a movement like a person steps in place and decides against stepping. The chair made the sound I draw in my sleep, and the phone beeped its message, beep like it does when you are too late. The next morning, the message played that piece of living room I had not been in. The lamplight chain sound lined up with the minute in my notebook. My foot did not make the rug sound. Something did. The caller ID log showed my 10 digits, my name, and under it 2 rows. Outgoing, my number. Incoming, my number. The landline had had a conversation with itself while I held my breath. I unplugged the phone from the wall and left it that way for a week. It still rang twice. It still left one message. I put the base and handset in the back of the closet, under a blanket and a box of winter shoes. The message light bled red through cardboard, soft like an organ behind skin. At the end of that week, a flyer came under my door for phone plans. A generic thing. A photo of a happy family in stronger shirts than ours. The top line said in cheerful blue, "Call home from home." I threw it away and took it back out of the trash and read the small print like a person reading an old recipe that killed someone. The last night before I wrote this, the phone rang and I did not pick up because my body shook with rage at things that do not have skin. It rang again. It left no message. It chirped the little tone that means new voicemail at your provider. I dialed, hands cold. The message was me, not walking, talking, down the hall, not to anyone, to the phone, to the wall, a quiet hello at the door. The way I say hello to rooms, because it feels wrong to go into a space and not say it. The cough, again, returning like all bad habits when you are tired. Then footsteps, mine, from the door to the couch. The chair sound, the lamp, the breath. I had not come home yet. The timestamp said 8:03. I was on a bus then, 3 stops away, counting the stale lights. I listened to it twice. The second time, in the soft hiss of the end, a little voice that was certainly mine said, "Stay on the line." It could have been static. It could have been a router. It could have been the phone company injecting their sorrow back into my home. It felt like a command I had been teaching myself. Now I am sitting in the middle of my living room with the handset on the table and my notebook open to a clean page, because writing is the only thing that has ever made the world sit down when it wants to stand. The door is shut. The hair is hung. The bell is gone because it made me crazy with ghost Christmas feelings. The slice of light at the bottom of the door is thin. The clock on my stove is wrong by 3 minutes. The clock on my phone tells me what I am in. My throat is scratchy, not because I am sick, but because the night feels like a seed. The landline is quiet. It will not be for long. It has a way it likes to live. It likes 2:14. It likes the minute when a person thinks they have a thought that belongs to them and finds it on tape later. It likes to tell me about me and let other things ride my voice. When it rings, I will answer, because I have learned pretending to not hear is only good in jokes. I will say nothing, because my hello belongs to me now, whether the phone has it or not. If my voice from before or after says, "Don't open," I will not. If it says 4 knocks, I will count to 4 and stay. If it coughs before I do, I will drink water and take breath and try not to give the machine what it wants. If the call is only a recording of my own steps across my living room tomorrow at 3:07 or at any time at all, I will get up and walk across my living room while the machine listens, and I will sit in the chair that complains, and I will pull the lamp chain, and I will press my ear to the receiver when the red light blinks and listen to the room talk to itself. I will not be brave. I will be small and exact and present inside the noises I make. The phone is quiet. The coil is still. The red light sleeps. The hour moves. It rings. The caller ID shows my number. The sound is that bright fake movie ring. I pick up. I do not say hello. On the other end, I hear my voice say, "Hello," and then cough. The cough I have not done yet tonight, but know I will, because here is what we do in this house. We repeat. Then my voice, softer, closer, as if my lips were at the hole in the handset, says, "If you hear me walking in a minute, stay where you are." I put the handset on the table and sit with my hands in my lap, like a child in a class. The clock moves toward 2:14. The house breathes. The lamp chain looks like a little spine ready to make a noise. In the next room, inside my own body, somewhere on this wire, I'm going to stand and cross the floor. I am going to hear my steps. The room is going to record me and play me back while I am still doing it. It is going to try to make me answer myself. And it is going to fail, or it is going to win. And either way, I will still be here with my hands in my lap, not opening the door. The phone is in front of me. It has a glow in it that is not electronic. It has a habit. It has a voice. It says, very softly, in the exact way I say it to rooms, "I'm home." Then the line fills with the sound of my living room and my living room again. And for one long minute, I am walking there and listening here, and both are me. And the only true thing I can do is not pick up anything but this pen. I write. I write. I write. Morning unlocks the library with a key and a cough. The guard does the cough. The key does a clean metal turn that I can hear from the front steps if I am there early enough. I am there early most days. The doors are glass and heavy. They swing open slow, like they are tired of us. Inside, the air has a smell I like and do not like. Old paper, cloth, dust that knows names. A sweet plastic smell from the covers librarians put on books to keep them safe and make them shine in wrong light. The big room at the back, our study area, gets light last. The stacks make long grey aisles. The ceiling is low there, and the hum of the vents swims against the silence. I go to the same carol every evening and most mornings. Everyone calls it a carol, like we were born in a school with wooden boxes for heads. It is a simple cubicle, one desk, one lamp, a short divider on each side that keeps you safe from other people's pen noises. It has a cushion on the chair that is supposed to be blue. It is not blue anymore. It is a color only libraries know. The cushion is warm even when the library opens. It is a small thing. It sounds like nothing. The air on my face is cool at 8 when the guard coughs and the key turns. The table is cool. The lamp is cold plastic. The cushion holds heat, like a person just stood up and said, "All right," and left when the door was still locked. The first time I noticed it, I pressed my palm to the chair because I did not trust my own body. Warm, not deep heat, surface heat, human heat. I told myself, the heater vent under the window blows there. Then I held my hand under the vent. No air came out. The vent under my carol is a dead mouth inside a painted grate. I said anyway. I put my bag under the desk and my laptop on top and my books in a stack that makes sense only to me. I wiped the desk with a cloth from my bag because I have become that person. The cloth makes a clean, wet shine that smells like hospital soap for half a second, and then it dries. It dries everywhere except for two perfect circles the size of wrists. I stand and look at them. Circles, flesh-sized. They sit where wrists sit when a person writes. Not open rings from a cup base. Not a smear from my cloth. Two neat moons of wet that do not give in to air for a while. I put my own wrists over them. My skin touches warmth, sitting under the desk's surface like a small animal. The circles disappear under me. I lift my hands. They are back. I sit and rub them with my sleeve and say, "Go," under my breath. They dry last. They always dry last. This is a fact now. It is a fact like the guard cough and the key and the smell. I am not alone in the way students pretend to be alone in a room full of people. There is always someone here. There are other carols. There is the big table with plugs where groups promise themselves they will be quiet and make it 6 minutes. There is the woman who falls asleep over a finance textbook and wakes with a start when the book slides. There is a man in a green hat who reads the paper like he works for it. There is the hum of the printer in the corner, like a bee that never finds a flower. No one sits at my carol. I do not even drift near it to borrow the plug by accident. It is the far left one, by the stacks, with the true crime covers turned in, because someone once complained. It has a view of a pillar. It is mine in that secret way that comes when a room does not know your name, but knows your shape. I keep my laptop camera covered with a small square of paper and a piece of tape. Everyone tells you to do this now. The tape keeps losing its glue. It slides to the side. I fix it without thinking. It is a habit my fingers learned while my eyes read. The first time the camera light clicked on without the screen waking, I thought I pressed the wrong key. The green light came with a tiny click, like a fingernail on glass. It is the only bright color on the gray laptop. The screen stayed dark and black. I had not opened the lid all the way. I was still pulling my pen out of my bag. The light was a small, clear eye for 3 seconds. Then it went off. The screen still slept. It did that again the next day when I reached for a highlighter. The day after, when I stretched my hands and my wrists sat in the circle places, the light clicked on and then off, like it had done its job and I had missed its show. I do not like that light without the screen. It makes me feel like someone would like to look and does not care if there is anything to see. I check my settings. I check the security window where it lists app names like hungry mouths that want the camera. Everything says no. I shut the lid. I open it. It is a normal, clear, bright machine again, with the little chime like a small friendly doorbell. The green light behaves when it has something to do. I move through shifts of day here. I like the morning when the printer has not started its long day, and the paper in the tray is still a perfect block. I like evening when the last sun finds the one high window and makes a gold square on the floor. I stay until the guard cough comes again from the other side of the closing announcement, and the voice says in a tired way, 5 minutes to closing. Between those, small things happen that I write down in my notebook, because if I do not write them, they fall under the rest. A book left on the shelf above my carrel with its spine in and its pages out, so I can only see the cut paper like a mouth hiding teeth. A pencil sharpened down to a stub rolled into the corner of my desk when I had no pencil on the desk, and I do not know where it went when I left because it was gone and the circles were still wet. A smell that is not dust and not paper and not plastic. A clean soap smell like a person with old taste in shampoo just stood, just left. Hey, the seat is warm in the morning. The wrist circles dry last. The green camera light clicks once with no screen. I ask the morning librarian if they do heat on timers here. She wears a lanyard that says her name in small print and has tiny band-aids on each of her fingers where paper bit her that week. Some vents push in air before we come, she said. She walked with me to the far window and put her palm out to my dead vent. She waited and said, "Not this one. You get here first," I said. "Have you ever seen—" I waved my hand at the carrels. Because what else do you say? Something like warm seeds. She smiled like a person who has had this job long enough to collect small stories and not go crazy. "You want another carol?" she said. "No," I said, fast, like a child. "Thank you." A Saturday morning, I beat the guard by 3 minutes and stood looking at my phone outside, because that is what you do when no one else will be with you yet. He let me in with his cough and key and nod, and I walked steady and not fast to my carrel and touched the seat with my fingers. Warm. I put my itemized list on the desk and wiped with the cloth until the whole surface was dull and dry. Then 2 circles showed under my cloth in the exact places again, hiding until the wet went away. Then true, I had a thought that made my teeth feel wrong. I put the cloth over the circles and pressed my wrists over the cloth as if I were gentle with someone's skin. I counted to 10. I took the cloth away. The circles were gone. For an hour I did not see them. My fingers got dry. My pen made a path across my paper. I forgot I had a body. Then I got up to use the bathroom, came back, sat, and they were back like I had never touched them. 2 wet moons in the same place, waiting. I wish I could tell you I did not talk to them. I wish I could tell you I am a person with a tall head. I put my fingers on the wood between them and said, soft like you speak to a bowl. You do not want to wake. I'm here. A page turned in the stack to my right. Not a sound like plastic covers or a card. A paper sound. Crisp. 1. There is no card at that time. There is no one in that aisle. I stood and looked. The books look back with their gold names and their authors long dead on the spines. The titles there are dry. Law reports, town histories, a stack of thesis copies with names in small lettering, like small prayers. Okay, I said to the aisle out of habit, the way I say it to the photocopier that wants attention. I went back to my seat. My camera light clicked on. The screen stayed black. It went off. I put a small cheap thermometer from home on the seat because I wanted a number. I wrote the number down. 76. The air in the room is 68. Over and over that day when I stood and sat, the seat held at 76. I put the thermometer on the desk. The desk changed slow, like a person's face listening. When a place sits with you too long, you learn its clock. There is a clock on the wall, but I do not need it. The copy machine throws a paper jam at the same hour each day, and a student worker huffs the same way. Someone makes the metal elevator cry at 10 to 2, and all year except in deep holiday week, a man with heavy steps comes up the back stair at 6:43, breathes like stairs, puts a book on the returns cart, and leaves again without looking at anyone. I could draw his breath now. I learned a new time because of the camera light. 9/11 exactly. 3 nights in a row, the light clicked and went green at 9/11, and my screen stayed dark. I put my hand on the lid after that, like a parent, and said, "Not now," before it could click. And it clicked anyway, then off. I filed a bug report. I am that person. The message I sent sounded sane. The answer I got did not help. We are aware of an issue where camera frameworks initialize briefly on wake. Patch coming. The patch came a week later. The light still clicked. Sometimes at 9/11. Sometimes when I set my wrists in the wet circle place, as if I had sat in someone else's shape. I tried a different carol for 2 nights. The seat was cold. The desk dried like a good board. The light did not click. I hated it. It felt like eating food I did not order. I went back to mine. The student worker in the evenings is named Hannah, with 2 N's. She says no drinks to everyone with a soft voice that does not make them mad. I asked her what time the cleaners do the carols. We wipe morning, noon, and late, she said. I haven't done yours yet. What do you think, anyone? I made a wrist circle in the air with my finger and felt dumb. Hannah looked at my carol, the height of the desk, the lamp with its semi-broken shade. People like their spots, she said. Even when we are closed. How can they like them closed? I said. She smiled with her mouth, and not her eyes. You know, she said, I found a little notepad in the drawer that should not have a drawer. The carols do not come with drawers. This one has one like a mouth a person made with a saw a long time ago. The notepad was the kind they make for the library, with the name on top, and the phone number no one calls. The first page was blank. The second was blank. When I tilted it to the light, the paper showed small trenches under. Someone had pressed hard with a pen on a sheet that is gone, and the page I hold has the tracks. I took my pencil, turned it sideways, and shaded like we used to do on coins. The grooves caught the graphite and made words, left margin single space, no commas. Then a small line that looked like a set of circles. 2 linked O's. Wrists. I did the next page. There were not many marks there. 1 pressed word and then a line. The word looked like breathe. I erased it and looked away and put the pad back because my chest felt small. I picked up the chair to see if the cushion has a heating pad inside. Someone had put a piece of tape across the bottom once, and now It was stuck to the metal like it had always lived there. I peeled it back and saw nothing but yellow foam. It flaked where it was old. The flake blew like lint. At night, late, the library is not empty, but it is thin. A guard walks by, and the noise of his radio is a tiny private storm at his belt. A whisper that does not have words. Is the room breathing? The exit signs look like doors to a sick place. I am always stronger while I am with other people. I am worse when I am alone. So I try to make small people out of the things in the room. The lamp becomes a person who knows electricity. The shelf bracket that always squeaks when someone touches that shelf is a friend who cannot keep secrets from me. My chair has a body. It holds heat like a person will come back on a Thursday. I put my wrist down into the wet circles and said out loud, stupid, soft, I'm going to be here until 10. The camera light clicked and went on and stayed on this time for longer than a blink. The screen still black like a pond. I sat very still because I had the thought that someone else's camera wants me to move, and I do not want to give it anything. Behind me, 2 stacks over, a book slid. Not fell, slid. The sound was soft cloth, paper against paper, a hand that knows gloss and matte. A chair leg knocked the corner of a rug. Roads in people's lives are loops. I stood up and looked between the stacks. No one. There was a book on the floor near the bottom shelf. It should not have been there. No one puts books on the floor. Our library has signs about it that are strict and sweet. It was an old book with no plastic jacket. I did not like touching it, and so I did it fast, careful as if I were moving a baby snake. The cloth on the board was cool and a little damp like stone. It smelled like the box of my father's photographs. The title did not help me. It was about trains from 1904. When I put the book back, the heat in my chair was gone. I mean gone. Cold. As cold as the table and the air and the glass of my water. I sat and shuddered. The circles on the desk dried fast. I put my wrists where they had been. I felt only the wood and the cheat of myself. It came back in minutes, like a person went downstairs and then up and sat back in their spot and said, okay, and kept going. That is the night I decided to play dumb science, the way I am good at school when I am scared. I put a piece of white paper down and traced my wrists. I pressed hard. The circle fit my bones. I left the paper taped down. The next morning, the room opened, and I went straight to my seat and put my palms on the chair as if I were pressing a forehead. Warm. The paper had 2 pale water stains under the pencil rings. The exact centers, like eyes. They were not big, and they dried while I watched. But for a second they were there, and I did not know if I had made them or if we were sharing. I tried to catch the camera. At 9:10, I opened my laptop lid and put the tape off the camera and turned on the app that lets you take pictures of your dumb face. Nothing. The green light did not care. At 9:11 exactly, when I had given up and looked down, the green clicked on and the app froze. The capture window was a gray field that said, no device. The light stayed green for 1 beat, 2 beats off. The app woke and showed me my own face with my mouth in a wrong place. I saw something behind me in the grey app window for one blink before it figured out the device. A shape like a reflection of a reflection. A small cloud. I shut the lid. I told myself, I am tired, and my eyes like to lie. There are carols in the back with names on them. Some professors get to have a small log and a shelf because they are high birds. I looked at those names one day as if mine would be there. It is not. There was a name like mine, a last name that shares letters with mine and makes me look twice. The sign was yellow paper under plastic. It had a date. The date was 11 years ago. The plastic had dust under it, as if air had been too much work for whoever cares for that shelf. For 1 second, I put my hand over the name and covered the middle, so what was left looked like mine. At the desk, the old librarian with hair like a careful cloud looked up an old thing for me because I said I had a research question. He walked out with an index card in his hand like a relic. Carol assignments, he said, and he showed me a box with little cards. People put their names on them when they did real work before their phones had any meaning. He flipped. The card for my corner had a stamp on it. Reserved. The name under it was the name with the same letters. The date was the same as the yellow sign. The small notation in pencil said, 9A close. People used to live here, he said. Do you remember? I started. He put his finger on the slot in the box where the card had lived and said, no food in the carols. I am supposed to go to the stacks and read. That is all. I do that. I am good at reading because words are solid to me, and the rest is not. Now I feel pages turn on a breath that is not mine. I hear a whisper, like a person reading in their own head, and the sound leaks. When I do not want to turn the page, when I want to keep thinking, the whisper moves ahead, and my fingers feel the edge of the paper like a small nudge. I turn it. The whisper stops. I do not like how much I like this. If this is a person with a body who sat here too long and wore the foam to a shape and dried their coffee with a cloth and wrote so hard their marks went down more pages than they meant, and they do not want to stop, then I am the person who came after them and sat in their heat and put my wrists in their place and opened my laptop with my screen dark and my camera light on and said, I am here. The first night, I put my wrists exactly over the wet circles and did not move for a minute. The camera light clicked and stayed. The screen did not wake. I tilted the lid open a hair. Sometimes machines are like dogs. If you give them a sign they expect, they behave. The light stayed on. The screen stayed black. My own face was a trick under the glass. If I squinted, I could see the shape of the stacks behind me in the reflect. A thin line of movement, not at human height, lower. A shadow like a chair leg being dragged a centimeter by a knee. Please, I said, before my head knew what I asked. Please sit. I felt the foam of the cushion settle another degree. A small weight, a body at the height of memory and not present. The heat rose under my thighs. It was not mine. The student worker made the closing announcement. There were 15 minutes. My head felt thick the way it does when I sleep in the afternoon by mistake. The whisper in the stacks to my right did not like the announcement voice. It stiffened the air. The whisper said, "No commas." I looked at my screen. Black. I looked at my paper. Neat lines full of small dots and pauses. I lifted my pen and crossed out 3 commas in a row, like a fool doing a trick for a ghost. When I stood to leave, the circles bloomed wet and clear, as if a person had just lifted their hands to rub their eyes. I touched them with my fingers. The wood felt like anything. The wet felt like a person. I put the chair under the desk and walked out. At the door, the guard cough-waved. "Tomorrow," he said. "Tomorrow," I said, like a promise. And I hate that. I hate that I promised to a chair. I have a friend who works night security in the science building. He is the kind of person who sees a light and knows if it is wrong for the building. I asked him one day what cameras do when no one is looking. He laughed. "Cameras are always looking," he said. "They don't do. They just are." "What about when they look but the screen is asleep?" I said. He tipped his head. "Wake the screen," he said, like he was telling me to drink water. I said, "A tiny, cheap motion camera. The kind you point at pets in the carol." One late afternoon, when the library was quiet, I pointed it at the chair. I hid it under the lip of the desk, which is silly because anyone who cleans would find it. The angle caught the seat and the knees under the desk and the space where a person slides their feet. I taped a note on top of it that said, "Testing my sitting posture." I did not want Hannah to think I aimed it at anyone. I sat and worked. The camera app on my phone showed a soft picture of my own knees from below, and the chair. The heat would not show. It never does. That night, when I went to the bathroom for 3 minutes, the app pinged a motion alert. It saved a clip. I watched it in the stall like an idiot. The chair in the clip had the small dent on the right cushion, shallow, then deep, then shallow. There was no body in the camera. The cushion fell the way foam falls when a person sits. A footstep showed in the clip that makes no sense in the angle. The sleeve of a coat appeared for half a frame in the far left. A dark line and one perfect circle of light at wrist height, as if a wrist with a watch caught the fluorescent. I took the camera down and put it in my bag and went back to my table and put my wrist down, and my wrists were in the wet circles like always. The heat under me was kind. I brought a different notebook after that. I wrote in it only while my wrists were in the circles, and the green light clicked. I told myself, if anyone reads it later, they will see me making a deal with something. I wrote about a train book that slid, and a name with my letters, and a guard cough. I drew a lamp chain 5 times in a row, and got the number of beads wrong every time. I wrote, small at the bottom of a page, "I will be here until 10. If you want more time, tell me what to do." The room made no sound. The vent made no air. The light on my laptop stayed off and green in that dumb little way. My pen felt heavier. "Turn the page," I wrote without meaning to. My hand wrote it. I turned the page and it was blank, because paper is blank until you do a thing. I hated my hand. I loved my hand. I shut the book. On a Tuesday, a woman I do not know sat in the next carol for the first time in a month. She wore a scarf in a knot and a smell of orange peel. I liked her immediately because she kept her coughs in her jacket and stood to blow her nose. She looked over the divider at my carol once and then looked away quick, like a person who touches the sleeve of a shirt in a store and realizes it is a person wearing it. "Do you always sit there?" she said later at the refill station for the water bottle. "Yes," I said. "Do you always sit there?" "Not always," she said. "It gets a little warm." "It does," I said, more to see if she would laugh than to say yes. She did not laugh. "Do you know the thing with the camera light?" she added. "I do," I said. We stood with our bottles under the same slow fountain, and for 3 seconds the sound of water replaced the sound of the room. "Use the big windows more," she said, like a warning, and went back through the stacks without her scarf on now. I watched her seat when she left that day. The cushion did not cool fast. It kept its shape like a pool keeps her shoulders shaped for a second after. I am writing this in the carol now. The circles are wet on the desk. I put my wrists on them, and they make my skin feel like my bones. The light is going to click because the time says it will. I hear the small cough from the guard. That means he is here, not with the morning key, with the computer that makes the closing message. People are putting their books in piles like little houses they have to leave. I will wait for the light. I will do my last page. I will put the chair in and stand straight and tell the room, "Hello, I will see you." The light just clicked on. The screen did not wake. It is a green dot with no face beside it. The heat under me deepens. I hear a paper move 2 stacks behind me. The chair leg sound. The small, small whisper without words. That is the person I am becoming when I sit here too much. I put my pen down and my wrists stay. The circles make the wood darker for 1 minute. The thought comes, not in my voice, but in a voice I use when I talk to rooms. Stay, the guard will cough, and the announcement will tell us it is time. And I will put my books in my bag, and the heat will let go in that tiny way, like a person shifts to let you leave. But I have this other thought, which is mine. Tomorrow I will be here when the key turns, and I will touch the cushion, and it will be warm, and I will wipe the desk and watch the dry, and I will see the 2 circles last, and I will put my wrists on them to make them belong to me, or make me belong to them. I hear the speaker crackle. 5 minutes until closing. The light on the laptop stays green with no screen. It is the dumbest, smallest eye. I cover it with the tape without thinking. It clicks off anyway, like a blink. The circles on the desk look like small moons, and my hands fit them too well. I do not know if I am letting someone sit, or if someone has let me sit in the shape they kept evening after evening, from opening cough to closing voice. I can smell orange peel in the air, as if the woman in the scarf is walking by again. I hear the small chuck of the lampshade before I touch it. I do not pull it. I stand. I put the chair under. I say, tomorrow, to a piece of furniture. which is stupid. The guard coughs at the door. The lights do their half-dim they do when we are being pushed out. I put my hand on the desk to say goodbye to wood like people in churches do to stone. My palm leaves a print. 2 circles bloom one last time where wrists live, clear and patient. I put my wrists over them for a second, because it's easy to promise a second. The green light clicks on. The screen does not wake. I wait anyway. I wait. I hear the breath of the room. I write this last line with my pen pressing hard, because sometimes the marks go down more pages than you mean. The chair under the desk just slid a thumb width toward me. The cushion is warm. The circles are still wet. I'm going to stay for another minute, and then I'm going to leave. If I do not, the key will turn in the morning, and the seat will be warm, and someone will sit. It will be me. It will be us. It has been for a while now.